Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates are in the middle of a 6-game losing streak. They got swept in back-to-back 3-game series, one against the Seattle Mariners and one against the Kansas City Royals. Pirates were off yesterday. Now they're in Minnesota, and they're going to play the Minnesota Twins. They're going to start a 3-game series tonight, and then that's a series that will last throughout the weekend. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Daily Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. So I was thinking about this past weekend, specifically what I did. I had fun, and that meant hanging out with friends and doing some swimming, playing some games, but it also meant going from party to party, having burgers, hot dogs, some ribs, and more, not to mention a few sweets here and there, and drinks. Yeah, I had those too. Here's the thing. I never worried about any of it for 2 reasons. One, Awaken 180 taught me how to enjoy those things in moderation. But the other major benefit of Awaken 180, when I go a little past moderation, I don't sweat it because I know my metabolism is firing on all cylinders even 3 years after losing the weight. By the way, I have proof of all of this because just out of curiosity, I stepped on the scale and I hadn't gained a single pound. And yes, it feels pretty great seeing that. Make the kind of change that I did. Lose the weight, reap the benefits, and take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike!
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss! He struck him out! Raise the Jolly Roger!
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown Sports Station.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is indeed the Fan Early Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. That's right, it's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. Pirates are playing in a 3-game series that begins tonight. And you can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pirates and Minnesota Twins are starting a 3-game series, which is the end of the road trip for the Pirates. Pirates have the second worst road record in Major League Baseball. So I'm sure they'll be happy to get off this road trip as well. Maybe they can win a game. Let's just get one of those under their belt, right? Let's just win a game. Game time, 8:10. And you can listen on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15 tonight. Then the Pirates are going to come home, and they're going to play 3 against the Chicago White Sox, and then 3 against the Detroit Tigers, and then 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So they're going to get 9 games at home. Pirates much better at home than they are on the road. Again, this season, I was talking about this a little bit this week. This season is weird. It's interesting. It's frustrating. We're not going to talk about the Pirates this morning. I do want to address the Steelers a little bit. I think it's been a while since I've talked about the Steelers. I may circle back to the Pirates if I have time later on. But I did want to address some comments. Crowley and Doran talked about this a little bit yesterday. About Ben Roethlisberger's comments about inspiring faith in Will Howard and not really talking up Mason Rudolph at all. And it does seem like Ben Roethlisberger still doesn't like Mason Rudolph. I don't know what in the world happened there. I mean, I think we can all guess. I think it's very possible that Ben Roethlisberger saw Mason Rudolph as his potential replacement and has just used that as fuel and motivation to keep playing well. And I think it was just Ben's mission to make sure that guy never amounted to anything, so that nobody could say that Mason Rudolph was the guy that replaced Ben Roethlisberger. I think that's just how it went. And Ben played until he realized he couldn't play anymore. Then he retired. Right? That happened. He stepped down. I think at a good time. All good. For as good can be when you never win in the first round of the playoffs. But yeah, I think something in him just wanted to make sure that as history was written down, Mason Rudolph was never going to be the quarterback that replaced him, that it would have to be somebody else. And he's talked highly about other quarterbacks for the Steelers since Mason Rudolph was an option. Talked highly about Kenny Pickett when he got drafted. Said some nice things about Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Now saying some things about Will Howard while not mentioning Mason Rudolph deserving to get a chance. It's there. That conversation kind of led its way to whether or not Mason Rudolph's going to be upset if Will Howard is the number 2 listed quarterback this season. Seeming like a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me thing with Mason Rudolph. Like maybe he deserved and still deserves to be the number 2 quarterback on the depth chart going into the season. But it's an interesting hypothetical, and it's one that I want to peel a little bit. I want to peel through a couple layers of this. Will Mason Rudolph be upset if he's not QB2 this season? Because the main point was pretty much, the hypothetical was too, like, what if Aaron Rodgers goes down with injury? Like, it's not impossible. It feels more likely than not that Aaron Rodgers could go down with an injury that would keep him out for at least part of the season. I mean, with his age, with his recent injury history, it's possible that he could get hurt and it's a realistic question that if something happens to Aaron Rodgers where he can't play, who would you want to play quarterback? And, Ben, I believe, would choose Will Howard. And when you think about it, I think fans would want to see him play quarterback then as well. Because when you look at Mason Rudolph, you don't see a future in Mason Rudolph. He's kind of more of the past. He's the guy that didn't quite play well enough. And for whatever misfortunes he went through, he never really earned a starting job as an NFL quarterback. Left Pittsburgh for a year, came back, and is now still not going to be the starter. Just a familiar guy on the depth chart for Steelers quarterbacks. I mean, will he be upset, though? I mean, is the question. Like, if they put Will Howard as number 2 on the depth chart, they do the thing they did with Kenny Pickett. You remember that depth chart they put out, and then they put it out on accident, and they had Rudolph and Pickett in the wrong order? Are they going to do something like that again? Like, it seems like Mason Rudolph is like a reoccurring punchline as it relates to the Steelers. Is he going to be upset if he's not quarterback 2? And that's the ultimate question. That's what it came down to, is that going to be the case? Now, I have a separate opinion on the matter, and it's a very simple one. Who cares? Who cares if he is upset or not? Honestly, I don't care as much anymore. Like, I feel bad for the guy. Like, I feel bad for Mason Rudolph. I do believe that he could have gotten maybe a bit more of a chance. I feel like he deserves a lot of credit for saving the season a couple years ago, the 2023 season. I feel like he's done well enough, and he's I don't hate the guy as a quarterback, but at this point, I mean, Aaron Rodgers has been signed and Will Howard has been drafted, and there's many indications that the Steelers are going to be interested in drafting a quarterback when Pittsburgh hosts the draft next year. Like, Mason shouldn't be surprised. Like, the indicators are everywhere that the Steelers are not choosing him to carry the team. I mean, unless he did something insane this season with an opportunity that they would maybe consider him in the future. Like, he's not the future of the team. There's not much faith inspired in Mason Rudolph. So why do I care if he's upset or not about anything at all? I'm not. Now, Will Howard might not be the answer either, but if Aaron Rodgers were to go down with injury for whatever reason, I'd want to see more out of Will Howard, because right now he's got more room to grow. He's got more room to develop. Mason Rudolph does not. There's more to untap from Will Howard at this point in his career where he is as compared to where Mason Rudolph is in his career. So I don't care if Mason Rudolph's upset or not. Like, that doesn't bother me. Like, that's not a factor at all. And Ben Roethlisberger not liking him, it's weird. I guess there's a way you could justify it, but it's strange. Regardless of how Ben still feels about him, whatever way he feels, like, I don't care. That doesn't really bother me either. But Ben makes a reasonable argument, and it seems reasonable that if something happened to Aaron Rodgers and he couldn't play, that Will Howard would be the guy. And Mason Rudolph has to understand that he is a depth piece right now. And if they were to decide to let Will Howard play games because Aaron Rodgers were incapable for whatever reason, no matter how Mason Rudolph feels about it, like, I just don't care. there's really no reason to care. Like, he's got to know. He's got to understand what he's gotten himself into playing for the Steelers. He's got 2 more years. He signed a 2-year deal. But he's the reliable backup in case of emergency. Mason Rudolph's not going to be the guy and should not be surprised if he's not chosen to play as much. No reason for him to be upset. None at all. He chose to come back here. Apparently got a new lease on life when he played at the end of the season in 2023. Was about to go sell insurance. Played well, though. So stayed in the league. He played for the Tennessee Titans. Now he's back on the Steelers. And he's got a couple more years where he's going to get paid millions of dollars to be a depth piece quarterback. No reason to be upset. No reason to feel cheated. There's none. Doesn't really matter to me how he feels. It's interesting, though. I mean, it is interesting just to watch how the NFL seems to continue to not give him strong opportunities to play. But if he's upset, that's tough. Like, I just don't, it doesn't bother me. His feelings do not concern me. His feelings are not majorly concerning, I think, to anybody. That sounds harsh. But in this particular case, I mean, his feelings on the matters of playing time, they're not as concerning as other players, and that's unfortunate for him, maybe. That is how it is. 412-928-9370. I got phone lines open, so you can talk to me. Talk about the Steelers. You can talk about the Pirates if you want a little bit as well. Any Pittsburgh sports-related conversation. If you have any questions, comments, any concerns, you let me know at 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on my X account at Callis_33 is the handle. That's CALLAS_33. Got a caller on the line now that wants to talk, so let's go. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. It's GP. How you doing, bud?
I'm feeling good this morning. What's up?
Hey, a couple things on the Steelers. I'm glad you got on the Steelers and got off the Pirates because they're a dead subject right now, other than Skeens. But anyway, Rudolph, he's just glad to have a contract. They just signed him for an insurance policy. That's all that is. They knew they were going to sign Rodgers. They just brought him in. If Rodgers gets hurt and they're going to throw Rudolph in because he has more experience than Howard, they're going to let Howard look at the playbook for a while, study it a little bit. He might get a chance to get in if Rodgers is out for an extended period of time and Rudolph's a dud, then they'll put him in. So, but another thing, just a question for you about the Pirates. Did you happen to see that game yesterday with Bubba Chandler? He's looking pretty good. It was televised yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch. I was following along a little bit, but no, I didn't get a chance to watch. But you thought he did a good job?
Yeah, he's looking good. He had 6 shutout innings. It's his first outing with 100 pitches.
Wow.
So his last pitch was 100th pitch. So he's had 6 shutout innings this game, and he had 5 or 6 the last game. He's looking pretty good. It might be time. Mary. Thanks for taking my call, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Sticking to the Steelers comment, I'm not so confident they would put Mason Rudolph in just because he had more experience. I think it would depend on how many games were played. Like, if it were another situation where Aaron Rodgers played 4 downs and then tore his Achilles, like if it were that situation, yeah, they'd probably put Mason Rudolph in. But I'm not so confident that if we got to like week 5, week 6 of the season, that they wouldn't put Will Howard in. It's just, like, I have a feeling that that's what they would do. And I think it would make the most sense from an organizational standpoint. Like, if you're really considering drafting a quarterback next year, which indications are, like I said, they're pointing that way. if that is the case, then would you not want to see what you have in Will Howard at all before you decided to make an invested pick like that? Like a first rounder like that? I would. I think it makes logistical sense. And I think that trends point to the fact that the Steelers just don't play Mason Rudolph. They just don't. Maybe the Steelers learned their lesson. I mean, that's a fair point. It's a fair argument. Maybe the Steelers learned their lesson and are going to use him properly moving forward as a backup if they needed him. But I just don't think that they did learn their lesson. I don't think that they care as much. I think that the Steelers are trying to be entertaining, and Mason Rudolph, just on another front, is not quite the most interesting person that's out there. In terms of football, anyhow. Like, Will Howard's interesting because he's still new. He's yet to be seen. He's got more potential. He reminds some of Ben Roethlisberger with his size. It's more stimulating to think of a future with Will Howard than Mason Rudolph right now if you had to pick between the two. And I'm not so sure. Like I said, maybe if it's like the first game that Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, yeah, then you put Mason Rudolph in. But if you get down to week 5 or 6, and Will Howard's been around the game, the NFL, for a little while, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they put him in instead. I think it makes the most sense, and I think that you really figure out, because if Will Howard becomes your guy, and he plays well, and he shows signs of quote-unquote greatness, maybe you reconsider who you draft in the first round. Maybe you get another quarterback in the later rounds of the 2026 draft. Hypothetically speaking, maybe. So it could all change. It could all pave the way for different decisions to be made for the Steelers. Mason Rudolph, you put Mason Rudolph in, there's no paving the way for the future. That's just saying, hey, Mason Rudolph's experienced. So, well, here he is. A guy who may not play past next season after his deal is over. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Cal, this is Donovan.
Hello again. What's up?
Nothing much. I just wanted to get your take on Arthur Smith potentially throwing dual tight end plays into the playbook now that he's got Jonnu Smith along with Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Donovan. You're on a streak. Appreciate it. No, I mean, that seems reasonable. Like Jonnu Smith, more of a quote-unquote, slot tight end. He's a very good pass catcher, very good at getting into space, very agile. Yeah, no doubt that the Steelers should consider using dual tight ends. And that's been talked about for a couple weeks now. Yeah, I mean, I don't think any differently. I think that it would be smart for them to incorporate that. You've got 3 really capable tight ends right now. You've got Pat Freiermuth, who can get into space. Big guy. Otherwise, in terms of blocking and the other things that he does. Darnell Washington, who's a great run blocker. Also has the size. The Mount Washington nickname hasn't really caught on. But he's reliable, and now you put Jonnu Smith into the mix. A guy who's more of a receiving tight end. A lot of good weapons. And then Connor Hayward's number 4. It's not great to be 4th on the depth chart. But they've got a lot of reliable tight ends. And there's a lot of packages I'm sure they could use where they have dual tight ends for sure. I'd be surprised if Jonnu Smith was a slot guy at some point either for how well he catches passes. Absolutely. Yeah, that's for sure possible, and that's something I think will happen. 412-928-9370, talking about Mason Rudolph and his feelings, whether he'd be upset or not if Will Howard started over him in the event that Aaron Rodgers went down with injury. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Would Mason Rudolph be upset? Do you care at all if he is upset? Do we care about Mason Rudolph's feelings? Let me know. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. We'll talk more about the Steelers. Maybe take a quick poke at the Pirates. Just check on what they're doing this weekend. They're playing in another road series. They've lost 6 games of 6 so far on this current road trip they're on. They're going to play 3 more on the road trip through this weekend. This is the Fan Early Morning Show, and it's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Patrick Claybon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Commissioner Roger Goodell responded to questions Thursday about current and future media rights regarding the NFL, including how the Paramount Skydance deal could impact where games are streamed, and that, at the moment, there are no plans to end the league's long-standing relationship with CBS. Goodell also mentioned the NFL's goal to eventually expand to 16 international regular season games. Chiefs Chairman and CEO Clark Hunt and the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation joined the Cowboys, Texans, Vikings, NFL Foundation, and others by each pledging $500,000 to relief and recovery efforts in response to the deadly flooding in Central Texas. And the Steelers have announced that new acquisition Jalen Ramsey will retain his number 5 jersey this season. Ramsey initially switched his number from 20 to 5 in the 2021 season, while still a member of the Los Angeles Rams. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Mainly steady roadways around the area. We did have an earlier accident in the Strip District at the intersection of Railroad and 24th Streets. Watch for some possible slowdowns there. Outbound Parkway East, the lane restriction in effect now between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East is closed. They'll both reopen by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Route 28, mainly steady. You do have that closure of the ramp to northbound Route 8, which remains in effect around the clock. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Tonight, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Early bird special, only $49.99. That's right. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also lose all the weight and let Mark Patrick hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Ericalis. I have a few more minutes left to talk with you. Just scored upon this, and this is something I did want to address. I'll probably go into more in depth about it next week, so I don't have too much time left. But I did see that, forget who it was exactly, one of the Pirates insiders talked about how we might not have Paul Skeens past 2026, which is scary. And then what I scrolled upon was how Major League Baseball might have a work stoppage, a lockout, in 2027. And yeah, it's not good. It looks like Rob Manfred wants a salary cap, and the players are probably not going to want that. No, probably not going to want that. That's been a big topic of discussion around baseball, is to implement one of those because, I mean, salaries have become pretty excessive. And I think that we've seen that. We know that. It's not a surprise. Like me telling you, that's not a surprise. If you followed Major League Baseball, I mean, salaries are just out of control, and it seems that they disproportionately benefit teams and don't really promote competitiveness within the sport. That's just how it's been perceived. That's how it's been for a while. So now it looks like Rob Manfred's going to try to push that into the next collective bargaining agreement. And the players are obviously going to push back because why would they want to forfeit the opportunity to make like the maximum amount of money in all sports? Makes sense all the way around. Again, it's something that we can dive into later on. I just think that that's interesting. And that is that's a really sad perspective. Like, the Pirates do not have a large window with Paul Skeens. They didn't already have a large window to begin with. You know, and if they don't have him for an extra year now because the Major League Baseball decides not to be played, like they can't come to an agreement, well, it'd be tough. It'd be a tough one. It is a sad reality to think, though, that Paul Skeens' time on the Pirates seems to be withering away, more wasted than not. I mean, there's still time, but there's not much time. Apparently, there's not that much time. anymore for Paul Skeens. I mean, then you got to go through the arbitration phase. I mean, Paul Skeens will probably win his side of the arbitration arguments. The Pirates, don't put up the right offer. Like, he's going to be worth a lot. And it's going to be whether the Pirates are willing or not to pay him there. And then, a couple more years down the line after that, he'll be eligible for free agency. It's tough. It's a tough one. Very sad. You're right. Baseball talk's been making me sad lately. Talking about the Steelers was a little more fun. All right, well, we'll talk about whatever comes up with the Steelers. We can keep talking about them next week, and I will touch a little bit more on the salary cap proposals and what may come from Major League Baseball. The agreement expires in 2027. So the 2026 season will be played, and then they'll renegotiate for the 2027 season. We'll see what that brings. Who knows? My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorrance coming up next. You are listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant people in the military have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower August 16th at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you are pregnant and you or your partner are an active reserve or veteran status service member, please call 412-506-8614. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing. I don't have any cravings. You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township. Or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 9 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for ZeroRes. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, ZeroRes is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why ZeroRes is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about ZeroRes. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be ZeroResified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros. ZeroRes has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, ZeroRes.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In downtown Picklesburg, forcing the closure of 2 well-traveled spans. One of them is the Roberto Clemente Bridge, the other the Warhol Bridge. Also, in addition, they'll be closing the westbound lanes of Fort Duquesne Boulevard, so only the eastbound side will be available to you. And also, you can use the 9th Street or Rachel Carson Bridge as an alternate to get around it. Parkways east and west a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28, the Parkway north up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass, and it is a Friday. You've earned it, people. Have yourselves a wonderful day. Hello, Doran.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, Peachy, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. We've had a nice spirited talk this morning before the show, talking about some old school West Virginia Penn State Pitt players. It was fun. Before we knew it, we were like, oh, man, we got to get going.
Seriously.
That's what happens sometimes when we're in here before the show.
I'm very regimented. Usually at 5:30, I go get coffee and poop. And I look up, it's 5:38. We got to start in 2 minutes. I'm like, oh, man, we just been talking ball for like the last half hour.
It's great.
Yeah, Pony and those guys, they're doing their top 25 lists of the last 25 years because it's list season in sports talk radio. And they've been doing a good job, but it's been fun to follow along with what those guys are doing. And Pony tasked me with putting together a top 25 list of Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia players of the last 25 years. And it is now dawning on me that I'm going to tweet this thing out later in the day. And I guarantee you, I'm going to have 3 fan bases that are rip-roaring pissed off at me, dude.
Yep.
They are going to be, every fan base is going to be mad. Every fan base is going to say you left someone off. That tweet's going to do numbers.
Oh, it is.
It's going to do big numbers. Yeah. I'm going to have to mute the mentions.
It's going to be tough. You know what's even tougher is how you're going to leave your co-host off, and you're going to have to.
I know. I thought about that, too.
It's like, do you put your co-host on?
I thought about making you number 1. I also thought about just listing 25 West Virginia guys.
Yeah, that too.
I also thought about just having 10 West Virginia guys in the top 10 and bidding it out. But this is a serious task. And we're going to brainstorm a little bit later on in the show.
Yeah.
We'll play Remember It Guy with all 3 college football fan bases that are in the area coming up later in the program. I'm excited about it. And there's been great players and great moments for all 3 programs the last 25 years. And you can make an argument for so many guys, yourself included. I mean, you're an All-American. I mean, there's going to be potentially like 15 All-American Penn State players left off the list.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I have not put it all together yet.
I think that you could come up with a list, and I don't know, you might have to go to like 1990 to 2025 of all-time top 25 Whippeal, West Virginia, Pitt, Penn State players.
I know. My wife, weirdly, brought that up to me yesterday.
Really?
She's like, what about local guys? I was like,
That's good.
You listen a lot. I love you.
That'd be a good list. You can get to 20, 25 for sure, easily.
Oh, yeah.
If you go back to 90, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
You got Arrington. You got
Oh, my God. And
Brandon Short.
Doran Dickerson.
You got, there's so many.
Yeah. Yeah, it's paralysis by analysis because the names start rattling through the head.
Yeah, Bulger.
What a nice man he is. I offended him at the 5-alarm marathon, not this year, but last year.
That's right.
Pony booked him and surprised me by booking him, and he goes, "It's your favorite West Virginia quarterback. You want to guess?" And I literally guessed 8 guys before I got to Bulger.
That's right. I remember that.
I was like, I don't even remember what I said, but it didn't make up for the fact that I named 8 guys before him. So my wife and I are having that wonderful conversation, and then I ruined it all last night. We were talking about that time of the month.
Uh-huh.
And I said, have you ever considered naming them like hurricanes?
Gosh, you're going to get us in trouble today. You're going to get us in trouble.
This one's going to be a bad one. Here comes Ivan. So our nice night was derailed by that. How are you doing today, Harry?
That's just tremendous.
I think that's a pretty good bit. I think it needs some fleshing out.
No, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh.
Yeah. That's not good. That's why I'm laughing. I'm laughing at you, not quite with you.
So you doing good? You having a great Friday?
I guess. It's only been 46 minutes since I've been awake, pretty much. So
I've been awake for 5.5 hours. Doran and I have been awake actually all night long. We've been here all night planning this wonderful show today, and you waltzed in 46 minutes ago. You think you're tired. Where are your kids? You have to tuck a van into bed every night.
I had a baseball game at Bradmar Pine at 8 p.m. last night.
Bradmar Pine?
Yeah. Yep. Yes, I did. Yep.
How long is that drive?
45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what time did that end?
Started at 8.
Oh!
7, yeah, 8.
So you didn't get back till late.
Yeah, 10.
I saw somebody, and by somebody I mean Joel Nelson, who is one of our producers, tweet out that someone was throwing a no-hitter last night, and then everyone started bitching at him because he jinxed the no-hitter. And this is how my mind's working. The way the Pirates have been playing, I went, oh, dang, Pirates, I thought they were off tonight. They must be playing. I thought they were getting no-hit. And I just forgot and wasn't watching the game. I just hear no-hitter, and I think Pirates offense, and I'm like,
Pirates
dang,
immediately. Yep.
Pirates are playing. Shoot.
you don't listen to my headlines because I said it several times yesterday that the Pirates are off today. They're going to play tomorrow yesterday.
Well, maybe you should vary the headlines first of all, but no, I do not listen to your headlines.
Harry, are you
I'm
interested?
locked into the next segment.
Are you interested in seeing this new Superman movie that's coming out today?
No. What the gesture for?
Are you interested in Superman? Riley?
I don't know that I've ever watched a Superman movie.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And
oh my goodness.
I should have. Are you seeing it tonight?
I'm not going to see it tonight, but I'll see it eventually. Man, you've never seen a Christopher Reeves? Oh, my goodness.
I know. It was never dark enough for me. Like, Batman always scratched that itch, but Superman, and perhaps this is just me being ignorant, it's not that I'm not interested. I love all kind of superhero stuff.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. It just, for whatever reason, I never did the Superman. I watched Smallville every now and again.
Smallville?
Mm-hmm.
Lois and Clark.
Yep. That dude was, like, super banging, too.
Smallville?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was kind of weird. Intern Dom was tweeting about movie theater etiquette the other day.
Yes.
He went semi-viral for that.
I saw that.
Saying that there's no movie theater etiquette.
He's absolutely correct.
He is. I don't know that there ever has been. Like
it's worse now than it ever has been.
It must be.
It's so bad. Like I refuse almost to go to the movie sometimes now.
Me too.
Because I lose my mind. People talking.
I can't stand that.
On their phones.
And then are you supposed to call them out?
Right.
Yeah, I guess. But now, do I want to get into a verbal confrontation in a movie theater? No. I like taking the girls to the movie theater, and then, you go see a kids movie, and then there's a lot of chatter, and that's fine when there's the kids. So I find myself not being annoyed there. I almost guard myself against it. But I haven't seen a movie that I want to see for my own enjoyment in a theater since I can't even remember.
Like, I won't go to the movies on a Friday or Saturday just because of that reason. Because I know that there'll be probably younger kids in there messing around, talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I try to go, like, on a Tuesday, like, right after our show. Like, if I'm going to go to the movies. If I'm going to take my kids to the movies in the summer, I'm going to go home, pick them up, and we're going to go at, like, 11:30.
Little matinee action.
Because I know that nobody's probably going to be in there. No distractions.
Bunch of deals, too.
Yep.
At that time.
Yep. Never go on Friday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. Never.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I go for the popcorn. It's very good.
I'll do the Donnie football thing. Donnie laid stake to this claim, to this take, I should say. But this is something my family, we've done forever. You just pop into the movie theater on like a Friday night. You're watching a game or something, or you're going to have a movie night at your house, and you stop and you get popcorn from the movie theater. You eat it at home.
Oh, that's a genius idea.
Hell yeah,
I didn't think of that. One of the last times I remember, I've gone to the movie theater decently enough, but I do recall one time I was seeing Solo with my friend, and there was a guy on his phone on our left, and my friend would not stop staring at him. It made him feel uncomfortable.
Might as well just say something at that point.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know what to do. I mean, I was a little younger back then. I was uncomfortable because I was like, what do I do? Is this normal now? Like, we're just on our phones now?
No.
Just his phone screen is bright just next to him, yeah.
They even put up that message that says, please put your phones away.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And why are you going to a movie if you're not going to allow the movie to be your primary entertainment for the next 2.5 hours?
It's this generation. It's crazy. They'll never understand either.
They will never understand.
See, we had the opportunities growing up where we didn't have those distractions, so we did watch the movie.
When
so
you go to a movie, it was a big deal.
It was a huge deal.
Yeah.
You watched the movie.
I think it's not as special anymore because you can watch things from anywhere now.
That's probably true, but you still need to be respectful in public. And I know you're not arguing the opposite.
No.
But
that's just why movie theaters are dying, I guess, is my point.
Well, that and because, like, if you take a date to the movies or you take your kids to the movies, it's $75.
Yes. You would honestly go to a Pirate game and it'd be cheaper.
Yes. I mean, the prices
if
are
you
insane.
pack a sandwich or something.
Yeah. Prices are insane.
Insane. Texter, Doran, I'll go see Superman with you and the fam. These two bimbos don't know what they're missing. Doran, you want to take this random listener to the movies with you and the family?
Sure.
The question was, do you plan to go? I said no. If I got an invitation, I might consider.
Like, my question was like, do you like Superman enough to, like, want to go? Like,
no, not on my own, no.
Right.
Texter, this chatter about the movies. You guys sound like that Progressive commercial. Don't be like your parents.
I mean, you want to go to the movies and have to deal with that?
People chit-chatting.
Like, what?
The whole theater lit up with smartphones. If we sound like our parents were right in this regard. I do not understand going to the movies and being like, oh, this is great. I'm watching Superman. And then I also got to be scrolling through Twitter or looking at Instagram. Like, what are we doing here?
Right. Makes no sense.
Doran had a big snake in his backyard yesterday, Callis. Did you see that on the Instagram?
No, I was going to make another comment, though. It's like, if you go to the library and you start making noise, is that going to be appropriate now because people want to do, like, multiple things and, there shouldn't be those set rules and respect for others? That's all.
I think that's a fair comparison. I go to the library all the time now with the girls, and I feel like people are still respectful of the library.
Mm-hmm.
People respect the space.
Mm-hmm. Where are other places that are still respected? Because, there's a lot of things that aren't, clearly. What's a place that most people go that is still the same that it was 25, 30 years ago?
Probably church.
Church. I'm sure people pull out their friends in church, though.
Yeah. My uncle texts me every Sunday at about 7:30 when it's the homily, just to see how my week has been.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're dead on with that. He's like, I'm such a good, holy Catholic man. I need to go to church, but I'm also bored. So I'm just going to blow you up. How's the fam? What are your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers? What are your thoughts on Paul Skeens? Blah, blah, blah.
That's just the thing. Like, if I'm paying for the experience with the speakers and the comfy chairs, right, and the popcorn, I want to appreciate the movie. And that's why that should be a respected space. So it's not an old man take.
I don't think so.
No, like, here's a text, and we love all our texters, and we love all our listeners. Thank you. Damn, all three of you are wearing white Nike Air Monarchs and tube socks, too, aren't you? do you want to go to the movies and have people
That's what I'm
talking the
saying.
whole
Like,
time?
How is this an old man take?
How is this not just the take?
Like, who wants to listen to somebody else chatter?
Yeah, like, why am I going to pay that money to miss part of the movie because people are just being distracted?
Right.
Like, it takes you out of the experience. Like, the best way you can experience a film is to not be distracted. Like, you want to be immersed in the world as if you're somebody who's
I'll tell you
witnessing what's going on.
You know what's not respected at all anymore, and I'm an offender of this at times too, is you go out to a nice dinner and you pull the phones out.
Yep, so you're just going to say that. That's one thing that's gone too.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Like, whatever happened to good conversation?
Well, at least in that perspective, though, you're not necessarily influencing the experience of others.
Correct.
True.
Correct. But I think this generation communicates probably worse than any generation that came before it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because we're so used to texting, and
I would argue that makes us better communicators because we got multiple ways to communicate.
I think
social communication.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. You've never communicated with yourself either?
Oh, I've sat with my thoughts a lot in life, man. Trust me on that one.
Texter, middle school, you're supposed to go to the movies to finally make out with your girlfriend. That's different. You got to be respectful. You got to go to the back row. And you got to go to a movie where no one's going to watch the movie. Like a bad movie, like an empty place.
You've never knew how to communicate, I guess, with yourself or to entertain yourself without you. Like, you could tell the people who, at one point in time in life, had to go to the bathroom and read a magazine.
Ha!
Like, I remember having to do that. Like, if you're sitting on the toilet, like, or you'll read the back of, like, your lotion bottle. You'll read the
hydrodextrose.
Right.
Wow.
You'll read the toothpaste tube instead of having your phone. Like, there's a difference there. There's a different type of people that had to do that compared to the people now who just bring their phones to the bathroom.
There are more outlets, I feel like, now to be creative than there ever were, but you might have a lack of creativity because people are never trapped with their own thoughts.
Exactly.
No one's bored anymore.
No.
Like, my kids will never be bored.
There's always something to do.
There's always something to do. I'm bored. Here we go. Let me scroll.
There was always something not to do whenever we were young.
She'd invent stuff.
Yeah. Like, build stuff. Build treehouse.
Yes.
Go outside and just, throw sticks, throw rocks. Like, honestly, that's the stuff that we had to do. I remember just going down to the creek and trying to catch crawfish.
Oh, it's a great day at the creek.
Because
now kids ain't going to the creek anymore.
Just
no
because,
crick time.
Yeah. Crazy.
And Harry's younger than us, so he identifies more with his new generation. I do feel like Harry's a little bit of a throwback in terms of he's a little bit older of his soul, as weird as that is to say. Like, I think you've got some traditional values.
Yeah.
But you're smack dab in the middle.
I noticed that, like, when I was a summer rec counselor, the people older than me when I was younger doing that thought one way, and then as I got older and I became the older counselor, all the people younger than me acted completely different.
Oh, yeah.
And I was always like, this is weird. Like, why is this all changing? And then, like, after I learned about, like, the generations and stuff, I'm like, wow, that's real.
I don't know how, legitimately, I don't know how Bill Belichick communicates with his girlfriend.
I don't either. Because you know that he's not, like, a big phone guy. Well, I know that he's not a big, he's not a big, he doesn't understand social media. Well, at least he didn't back then. And he wasn't like a texter. He probably never answered anybody. Like, I don't know. I don't understand how he communicates. Like, they have nothing in common.
Nothing in common.
Not one thing.
At least Tom Brady's back at going for his own age. You see who he was spotted with. Sofia Vergara, who is 53. He is 48. Or do I have that backwards? No, he can't be 53.
No, he's not 53.
No, she's 53. He's 48. They have stuff to talk about.
Yes.
They grew up at the same time. I feel bad for our guy, though. Manganiello.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to hear that my ex-wife was gallivanting with Tom Brady. And in the TMZ article, and then there was one on Fox News and one on CNN, it was called a summer fling. It sounds like this is actually a thing.
Yeah, probably.
They're
Why
flinging.
wouldn't it be?
It's a summer fling.
But I was thinking
he
about
hasn't ripped that heart out of a Pittsburgher like that, Doran, since 2001.
I was thinking of like a summer fling. Like, what are they doing?
Banging?
I mean, is that it? Like,
You're probably because they're in Spain, right?
I guess
They're probably having tapas. They're probably drinking wine late into the night and then making sweet, sweet love in the moonlight. At least that's how I'm picturing it.
Like, are they just like sitting there in the morning, the morning after, and just having maybe a mimosa?
Oh, yeah.
And being like, oh, what's your schedule like today? Like, they probably have to go over each other's schedules more than anything. Being like, do you have time to do this? Do you have time to do that? Can we go here? What type of people are going to be there? Do you have a meet and greet here? Do you have a signing here? Do you have to, record this? Do you have to record that? Like, I feel like there's not much time in the day to be that much of a superstar to have like a relationship.
I think that's why it's
new.
a fling.
Right.
I think they probably got a couple of weeks in Spain where they got nothing to think
Nothing to
about
do.
except for the next time they're going to take a yacht jaunt.
Right.
And that's it. And then they're making sweet love.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Isn't that the most important part of any relationship?
Making sweet love?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that the most important part?
I don't know if it's the most important part, but I do think you need to have a strong physical
Yes, you do.
connection.
What else is Bill Belichick doing then? That's my question too.
Oh, Bill.
I think Bill wants to be. Bill has controlled and dominated and been the voice his whole basically life, his adult life, where everybody answers to him. There's people out there that get sick of that and want to be controlled. They want somebody else to take control, and they want to feel almost submissive in a way. And I think that that's what we're dealing with Bill Belichick. He is like, I'm always in control, and I'm sick of it. You take control. Thank you. You tell me what to do. Thank you. I don't want to have to think for myself anymore. I would just want to answer.
Doran, that is the best analysis I've heard on the Bill Belichick-Jordan Hudson relationship.
That's probably what it is. He's just sick of having to be the guy.
You tell me where I'm supposed to be, when I'm supposed to be there. I just don't want to think anymore.
Uh-huh.
And then, once a month, we're going to...
Yeah. If that.
If that.
Yeah. May not even be that, honestly.
No.
I mean, you would hope for him.
I mean, I would imagine that that is a big part of it for him, because if not, you just hire a assistant.
Oh.
Yeah, Texter writes in, wasn't Tom Brady just seen with Sidney Sweeney? Yeah. But I don't know if
that wasn't.
I don't know if there was a
real.
fling.
No.
I don't know if anyone was flung. I don't know that happened there.
I mean, these celebrities could just take a picture together, and then TMZ's going to be all over it. Oh, they took a picture together. They sat next to each other at a gala.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking like that's just.
But it does seem like there's some legs to this Sofia Vergara Tom Brady thing.
It just makes sense.
Manganiello.
I'm pretty sure he's bounced back.
I bet you he's fine. That guy has abs on his abs.
He's fine.
That guy has abs on his forehead.
Listen, something had to have gone wrong for them to.
I think he just eventually grow apart.
Yeah. Get sick of each other.
Hollywood relationships, they were together for a long time. I think they've spoken well of that time together.
Yeah.
I think it was sort of an amicable thing, but what do I know? Perhaps I'm just hoping, praying for our guy Joey M. Joey M? Yeah, he's Joe Manganiello.
Yeah.
All right. In 30 seconds, Noah Hiles broke the Pittsburgh internet yesterday. Why? We'll tell you, but first, there is no first. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
All right, good Friday morning, everybody. Big show for you today. Noah Hiles going to join us from 8 o'clock until 9. Tony Basile going to join us at 9:30 until the end of the show. Big celebrity softball game taking place on Monday. Tony and Muller are going to broadcast prior to the celebrity softball game. And it is going to be a cavalcade of stars, including our very own Doran Dickerson, Cam Hayward putting the thing on. So we'll get into all that fun at 9:30. Noah Hiles broke the internet yesterday. He answered questions in a mailbag, and he knows how to write a grabby headline, Doran. Here's what he wrote. Quote, if I had to make a bet right now, I think 2026 will be Skeens' final full year in Pittsburgh. Oh, my God. Now, I want to be fair to Noah, and Noah will be able to explain himself when he's on with us at 8. He went on here. I'll give him some context. There looks to be a lockout looming in 2027, which will likely result in at least a few less games that regular season. And after that year, we're really approaching the time for the Pirates to make a move. What it all really comes down to is how well the Pirates play in the next 2 seasons. Regardless of the sport's economic future, I still don't think we're close to getting a salary cap. Skeens wants to play for a winner. He's not signing an extension with this team if they're not a legitimate threat to compete in the postseason. And if they're not playing to that level after 2027, then it would be in their best interest to trade him anyway, end quote. I've always thought we'd have Skeens for 5 years. And this has it at parts of 4 seasons. He wasn't here for the full season last year. We got the full season this year. We get the full season next year. And then according to Noah, you will not get a full 2027. That is 4 seasons, and he'll basically play then 3 seasons worth of baseball games in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll move off of him.
Mm-hmm.
And what that made me think is, and I'm asking, I don't want to throw hot takes out here on a Friday morning. I really don't. I want to have a positive, fun, sort of zany show. Zany Sports Talk Radio Morning Show, Doran. Is this all that different than TJ Watt? Like, the argument for not paying Watt, the argument for trading Watt is you're not going to win with him. You might as well get something for him. Because you squint and you think about these Steelers, and are they going to win a Super Bowl the next 3 years? Probably not. 41-year-old quarterback this year, rookie next year, and then second year maybe. But at that point, what is TJ? That would be the difference between he and Skeens. You got Skeens for his prime.
Right.
For however long he's here, he's going to be as good as he's been, if not better, you would have to think. But if you're not going to win with Skeens, if he's only going to be here for parts of 2 more years, and they're as far away as they are, what's the damn point? Eat at Arby's. 412-928-9370. I'm just spitballing.
Well, what's the point is he's going to draw and he's going to sell. You know, I mean, you got to look at it like, we talked about the business side of football yesterday, business side of sports. Like, he's your draw. He's the reason why people come to the ballpark. If you're not going to win and you know you're not going to win, you need to have something that brings people in that you could create revenue. TJ Watt is a little bit different. Like, yes. He's not creating the revenue. Like, people aren't going to the game to just watch TJ Watt.
Nah, they're going to go anyway.
They're going to go anyway. But there are teams out there where people do, you know, it's just different positions. Like, you know, in baseball, you're going to go watch a, you know, dominating pitcher. In football, you're going to watch a dominating quarterback. In basketball, you're going to have a, you know, that's a little bit different. You got a couple guys maybe that could dominate that you want to go see. So I think that TJ Watt and Skeens' situation are very different because Skeens is still going to draw, so you want to keep him around as long as possible.
And the Steelers, agree or disagree, they feel like they can win, and they feel like it'll obviously be, at least this is how I think they feel, much harder to win without a guy who's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate every year. I understand the point on Skeens boosting the attendance every 5th day, and I think they view it like that. But if you're not going to win with him, and maybe they think they can, you might as well trade him to try to get a bunch of players in here, and then maybe you can win. I don't know that I actually feel that way, but if we're shrinking the window of Skeens being here, I feel more like that than I did if I was under the assumption he's going to be here for 3 more full years.
I just can't wrap my mind around thinking that you can't win with a generational pitcher, and then also on the flip side thinking that maybe your possibility of winning rises if you trade away that pitcher to get other players.
Baseball's dumb.
It is.
It's really dumb.
It is really dumb, but like that just doesn't make any sense to me, and especially after the situation that we saw in Washington.
Right. And the conversation really should be now, if Noah is correct. And Mackey went on PM yesterday, and he said he doesn't think that's going to be the case. So reasonable Pirate covering minds can have different takes on this. But let's say Noah is right. what a massive missed opportunity, and you've been saying this forever, last year's trade deadline was, and what a massive missed opportunity this offseason was. If Noah is correct, basically half of Paul Skeens' time here has been flushed down the tubes. And I saw something when I woke up this morning that infuriated me, Doran. You know who got named to the home run derby?
Brett Rooker.
Yes. And
Jazz Chisholm.
Bingo.
Those are the two guys that we were talking about at the deadline last year.
And at least Chisholm got moved. Or I should say, at least Rooker didn't get moved. And so you could say, they were never going to trade him. Although I'm sure if you blew him away with an offer, you could have had that guy.
They were in not turmoil, but they were very vulnerable at the time because they were bad. I mean, their team is moving.
They don't even have a city right now.
Like,
they're just referred to as the Athletics.
This is a perfect opportunity last year at the time to get, to push your chips in to get a guy like Brett Rooker.
And all of a sudden, Bubba Chandler is pitching much better. But I'm guessing if you had parted with a Bubba Chandler, you could have had one of those guys. And if you had really gone all in, you could have potentially had both of those guys.
Yes.
I'm talking about pushing all your chips in the middle of the table. And why didn't you? You had Paul Skeens as a Rookie of the Year, Paul Skeens as an NL Cy Young finalist. You had at the time Jared Jones. You still had Mitch Keller, and you do right now. And you were in the thick of it. They collapsed down the stretch, but they collapsed in part because IKF was below a replacement level player for them last year. And, oh my God, if there's below a replacement level player, that's what Brian De La Cruz was.
Yep.
You could have had Jazz Chisholm in center field for you. You could have left O'Neal Cruz at short, or you could have moved Cruz to center, and you could have had Jazz Chisholm as your second baseman, and then it's not the best thing, but maybe you move Gonzalez to short. There was no urgency.
None.
And in year 6 of a rebuild, and I guess last year, year 5, in year 5 of a rebuild, when you haven't had a winning season, you don't even need to have Paul Skeens to think, let's get on our horse here. But you did have Paul Skeens, and you didn't get on your horse. And this offseason, you didn't get on your horse. And now you got Noah Hiles saying it could be just a year and a half more of Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh. This offseason, you really got to go for it. And that's where the conversation is. And I have to point to ownership here. Okay, I understand the economics of baseball. I understand the way that Bob Nutting has run this organization. I'm not saying spend $150 million every year. Can you not do it the next 3?
I mean, come on.
The Marlins have done that a bunch, Doran. It's not my favorite business model, but they handed Stanton a $300 million contract. They knew he was never going to see the end of that in Florida. So you eat that for a couple of years. You got to pay that out, but you're not paying it for a decade. How do you not pour everything into this ball club for 3 years? And then if you have to roll out $30 million payrolls for 7 years,
so be it.
Ain't nobody going to like it at the time, but at least you can say we went for it when you had one of the best pitchers in the history of the game. It's feasible.
Mm-hmm.
It is feasible. And you will have the attendance numbers to boot. I reference this all the time. 2013, they're winning, and they had a top 5 attendance in the history of Pittsburgh Pirates baseball, which spans 125 years, a top 5 attendance, because they were winning. So that's going to offset some of the costs too. Just go pot committed to spending as much money as you can. It's going to make you uncomfortable for 3 years. And then go back to operating the way that you've operated. But this is Haley's comment. You're never going to have a pitcher this good. Ever.
No.
They have never had a pitcher as good as Paul Skeens. In our lifetime, they'll never have it. And in the next 100 years, they'll probably never have it. A guy that you draft that comes in that is that good right from the chute. It's not like there was even a ramp-up period. Like you see it with the Reds and Hunter Green. He wasn't so great from the start. You saw it with the Pirates. Mitch Keller wasn't so great from the start. You saw it with Tariq Skubal. Pretty good, but not great at the start. This guy, feet on the ground, running. And you've wasted now 2 years.
Yep.
412-928-9370. I have a little nugget on O'Neal Cruz, actually, in the home run derby, Doran.
Oh, yeah?
Which we'll get to coming up next. But how does it make you feel when Noah Hiles says 2026 will be the last full season you get out of Paul Skeens. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are on a 6-game losing streak. They're going to start a 3-game series beginning tonight with the Minnesota Twins. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15, 8:10 start time. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cone Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Cooper Flagg made his NBA Summer League debut last night, and it was underwhelming to say the least. 5 for 21 from the field. He only scored 10 points. He didn't hit a single shot in the second half. For folks that paid $2,500 for courtside seats yesterday at a Summer League game, you didn't get your money's worth, bro. I'm Pat Boyle.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar in the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for complete details.
I stopped smoking with Mark Patrick's hypnosis when nothing else worked. 1 year later, my wife Michelle and I attended the Mark Patrick Weight Loss Hypnosis Seminar. In 2 months, lost 43 pounds, and she lost 18 pounds.
And we feel great. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh West and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Clouds and sun today, the high 85.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush lining up around the area. Parkway West especially heavy as you head past the 51 off-ramps into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, meanwhile, inbound, starting to jam up at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound seeing delays entering the lane restrictions past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange heading up toward Edgewood Swissvale. Meanwhile, Route 28, don't forget the closure of the ramp from the southbound side to northbound Route 8 remains in effect. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Craig Riley on his way to vacation today, so he gets to listen to the whole show live. Hopefully we don't put our boss to sleep. You know Craig, too. I don't think our man likes taking vacations. I don't. And it's not because he doesn't love his family or anything like that. Craig is a wonderful family man. But Craig is married to the job. And Craig is always all about content. So you know he's going to drive to the beach. He's going to get there. He's going to put his...
Earpod.
Yes.
Yep.
And he's going to put his toes in the water, his ass in the sand, not a worry in the world, a cold beer in his hand, except he's going to break down our entire show.
Yep.
Like, at some point this weekend, he's going to give us copious notes on this show today. So, Harry, you better be on your best behavior, big guy. You better be ready to perform.
I always am.
Shout out to his wife for listening, too.
Yeah, now she's trapped.
Yeah. But he said
And
she
the
doesn't
kids.
really listen that much, and she's listening today, so good.
Hi, Rachel.
I got
Rachel.
I got a question, actually. Since you said ass in the sand.
Yeah.
Do you think sand feels different on a bald head? Is it like better or worse? I just thought came to my head, that question.
When's sand getting on a bald head?
Well, Craig, he's going to be at the beach, right?
I know, but when does it get on his head?
Well, you ever, like, come out of the water and, like, you fell or maybe you laid in the sand and, like, there's hair on the back of your head? Or is it sand
No, I
on the
think
back of your
Harry
head?
brings up a good point. So, the last time I went to the beach was at the tail end of COVID, and I had Chris Letang hair, except not attractive. It was down to my shoulders, and I would wear it up in a man bun and ponytail and all that. And I brought half the beach home with me every single time we got back to the house.
In your hair?
Yeah, because you're swimming in the water, and you're playing with the kids, and you're rolling around, and then you're playing spike ball, you're throwing a ball.
Well, that's different. That's different than bald.
Yeah, exactly. Craig doesn't have to deal with that.
Right.
Like, Craig comes home from the beach. It's like coming home from work.
Yes.
There's nothing up there.
Yeah, just washing his, like, arms. It's like the same equivalent.
That's right. That's an advantage that he has in life. You know, people talk bad on the bald. You don't got to talk bad on the bald when it comes to the beach. And your hair, like, you don't got to worry about it. You got nice short cropped hair. Me too now. Like, it's not a big deal. But if you're bald, that's not even something you think about. Now, on the flip side, you got to sunscreen that sucker.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I'd be putting Elmer's glue on that dome.
Yep.
And wearing a hat. Imagine getting like 3rd-degree sunburn right on the top of your head.
Do you think Craig gets in the water?
To pee? To cool down?
That's it? I don't think he gets in at all.
I could see him much more as a lounger and less of like a body surfing, boogie boarding kind of guy.
Yeah. Like, he's not going in past his knees, in my opinion.
No.
Neither am I.
I used to, and now, like, as a kid, you don't think about this, and you can call us about the Pirates, 412-928-9370, but why depress everybody at 6:25 in the morning? As a kid, you don't think about the vast unknown that is the Atlantic Ocean.
See, that's the difference between me and you, because I was always a Jaws fan growing up, so I knew what was out there.
So you never have been a big get in the ocean guy?
Okay. No, I know what's out there. I'm going in 2 weeks, and I am not getting in the water. No.
How far do you let the kids get in?
See, like, that's interesting because I mean, I'm not the best swimmer either, and like, if I have to go in there and try to save you if there's a shark, like,
you're all screwed.
Yeah.
Like,
they might be on their own.
You know what did it for me?
They'll go in maybe up to their stomach.
See, that's as far as I ever really went in, unless you'd find one of them sandbars out there. And you'd hang out on that thing, and you'd have to wade out to that. But now that gives me the heebie-jeebies. When Steve Irwin died, that was it for me.
Yeah.
I mean, you take a barb from a stingray in the chest. I don't need that in my life.
But I'm sick, though. Like, I want. Sometimes I want my kids to feel my pain, which is messed up, but it's in a fun way. Like, I will watch Jaws, make them watch Jaws before we go. Like, literally the day before we leave. Like, I'd be like, guys, let's watch Jaws, just so they just have a refresher. Like, all right, you sure you want to get in?
Dude,
I'm messed up like that.
As a kid after watching Jaws, you don't even want to get in the pool.
Exactly.
I ain't wading to the deep end. Who the hell knows what's over there?
Mm-hmm. Messed up.
That's why I like going to Lake Erie. I had family up there.
See?
Still do have family up there, and there's not any crazy creatures in the lake.
Oh, there sure is. There's brain-eating amoebas, dude.
There's all kinds of stuff in there.
Well, they got
those freshwater amoebas, they'll go right into your brain, and it'll eat it. Seriously, look it up.
The seagulls are crazy up there. I've never been afraid. I also haven't been to like a clear ocean in a while, but I'm not as afraid.
With all due respect, clear ocean, like the
Caribbean.
I'll do that because I can see.
I don't think, and this I don't mean this to be offensive. I really don't. I don't think a shark comes up on Harry. I think a shark comes up on...
The shark is licking its lips if they see Harry.
No, because I don't think it's thinking about a 5-course meal with Harry.
I mean, do you go for the juicier chicken wing or the thinner one? I mean, I'm just saying.
The chicken wing ain't going to fight back. But this shark, man, if you are in moderately deep water, this shark sees a me or it sees a you, and I think it sees a you as a threat. I think a shark comes up on Harry Callis and goes, I mean, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go after this guy. But if it's the only thing I mean it the other way around.
I mean, is a bigger ant a threat to you than a smaller ant, Crowley?
Yeah.
I mean, like, think about ants, though. Like, I mean, the point there was that ants are small either way. So despite the size of the ant.
I think a shark comes up on you and goes...
I think a shark rolls up on Callis and thinks Golden Corral. Old Country Buffet.
Okay, now I'm not a whole buffet.
In a shark's mind, it's like, all right, like I'm eating good.
I'm just a juicier choice. I'm a juicy choice, Crowley. Don't be jealous.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The nugget I have on the Home Run Derby is O'Neill Cruz now the betting favorite to win that sucker. O'Neill Cruz, the favorite to win the Derby. And I know a lot of people have argued that, oh, it's going to be a great show. I do think O'Neill Cruz will put on a show, and I do think he's got a damn good chance to win. I also don't think the names associated with this Home Run Derby this season are going to have people watch it from the outset.
Right.
So the people who do watch are going to be intrigued. I don't think you're bringing any new viewers. If you have Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani and all these big names, I think people are more than likely going to turn it on because there's nothing on. But I don't think anybody's turning on the Home Run Derby going, oh, I got to watch O'Neill Cruz.
Right. I got to watch Acuna Jr. I got to watch Riley or whatever, Rally.
I mean, Brent Rooker, he's not a name.
Right.
Jazz Chisholm plays in New York. Okay, fair enough. He's not a superstar. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, is the biggest draw, I think.
Just because of what he's doing now.
Yes.
But,
because he's putting up Bonzian first half of the season numbers.
This is what we talked about a little bit yesterday, or maybe the day before. I feel like Major League Baseball needs to almost mandate that if you are a part of the All-Star game, we get to select who is a part of the Home Run Derby to make the Home Run Derby better. Like if Judge is a part of the All-Star game, Ohtani, like you have to play if we pick you to play.
Yes. If you want people to watch.
Right.
Yes, I think they've put together what will be an entertaining field. But I don't think you're getting as many people to watch from the beginning as you would if you had a bunch of big names.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Texter, Craig might fire Crowley after listening to his Cruz Home Run Derby takes. I mean, do people disagree with that? I don't think he's going to be a draw. I think he'll be wildly entertaining. I think he might hit 50 bombs over the course of the evening. And then next year, if he's in it, I think he's appointment viewing. But I don't think your average Major League Baseball fan, I don't think most of them know much about O'Neal Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a great opportunity for him to get his name out there, but I don't think he's bringing people to the show. Harry, I'm going to ask you this. I don't want you to be offended. Can I put that out as a Twitter poll? Is a shark more likely to eat Harry or Crowley?
Why do you act like I'm offended by everything? I mean, you didn't bring it up yet. No, I'm offended by your take. Yeah, but put it up as a Twitter poll. Let's see what people think.
Well, I just don't. Do you want the social media?
I love the buzzer on that. Just make sure you tag my account.
I will.
Tell everybody what my account is, right? At Callis_33. Make sure you follow me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can post whatever you want. Sure.
And you can follow all of us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southsidekia.net.
Southhillskia.net.
Thank you.
Southside.
Thank you, Harry. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. If a shark comes up on me and Harry Callis in the Atlantic Ocean, which of us is he more likely to eat? You can vote at _Adam Crowley.
I mean, who looks more like a seal? I was trying hard not to, but I just had to because I know about sharks and sharks like seals. And who looks more like a seal? I think that's how you kind of determine.
I got the curves.
Who the shark's going to go after.
And what do you think about Noah Hiles saying there's only a year and a half left to Skeens at Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. There are a bunch of callers, so we'll get to Yins coming up next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I think the seal noises then become offensive. Don't do all that. I don't make seal noises. What's the matter with you? Pirates on a 6-game losing streak. They play tonight against the Minnesota Twins in their final road trip series of this one before they come back home and play the Chicago White Sox. Game time tonight, 8:10. Coverage on The Fan begins at 7:15. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could it be lower testosterone?
Lower T.
Happens to most guys after 40. I was in the same boat until I started using Nugenix Total T2.
Total T2, the new one I've seen on TV.
Yep, it's the next generation testosterone booster for both free and total testosterone. It's packed with even more man-boosting power, sending nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours.
It actually works?
I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I've got more energy, better results in the gym, and things are even better in the bedroom. Send them a text and get a complimentary bottle.
Nugenix Total T2 will help you feel like a new man and is only available when you text TEAR to 231-231. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, absolutely free. Text TEAR to 231-231. That's TEAR to 231-231. TEAR to 231-231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Your staycation awaits at Western Maryland's premier entertainment destination.
Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf offers action-packed slots,
and exciting live table games. There's something to satisfy all your senses.
Do a little or do a lot. The choice is up to you.
Book your staycation or learn more at cnty.com/Rocky-Gap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
So hard to do anything nowadays, especially find a home improvement company that is credible, reliable, and takes pride in their work. One of the best decisions I've made is finding Precision Pointing to restore my all-brick home. This ad, it doesn't do their craftsmanship and professionalism justice, so all I can do is tell you to call Precision Pointing if you have a masonry restoration project and see for yourself. They're scaled to handle all projects from residential to commercial, and no down payment. A huge plus. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net and thank me later.
Looking for your next favorite spot in Brookline? Head to Moonlight Cafe. Enjoy $5 Blue Moon drafts every Tuesday. And don't miss their homemade spaghetti and meatball special every Sunday. Moonlight Cafe, where good times and great flavors shine.
A Wild Things Weekend Home Series from July 11th through the 13th features fireworks presented by the Pennsylvania Lottery, Jimmy Buffett Night with a shirt giveaway thanks to Birch Foods, and Superhero Night with a lunchbox giveaway presented by Chrome FCU on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Noah Hiles says in his Post-Gazette Pirates chat that 2026 will be the last full season Paul Skeens pitches in a Pirates uniform. How does it make you feel? 412-928-9370. We'll get to Tommy and Ross Township in a couple of moments, as well as some others who are waiting patiently on hold. A texter writes in, Crowley, I don't think you understand how popular a player O'Neal Cruz is nationally. Huh? I mean, am I wrong? Do people think of O'Neal Cruz as this massive household name? I think people know who he is. I think the majority of casuals probably don't think about him very much at all.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, is Ellie De La Cruz...
I think he's a bigger name than O'Neal.
Right.
Yeah, because they've been good this year, and when he came on to the scene, they got real hot right when he was called up, and he was stealing bases and hitting triples and hitting home runs, and I think he entered the lexicon real quick. Now, I do get that Cruz is this StatCast hero, so maybe I'm underselling him a little bit, but I don't know that he's this massive draw. Well, someone else writes in, guys, if you have a home run derby filled with all-stars, those guys aren't going to try. I totally disagree. These are competitive athletes. Yeah. These are professional athletes. Plus, Bonds has won a home run derby. Ken Griffey Jr. has won a home run derby. Sosa, McGuire, all the big names from a certain era won the home run derby. Dave Parker in 1985 won the first ever home run derby. There have been a ton of big names that have entered into this event and won this event. 412-928-9370. Shall we go to Tommy?
Sure.
To Tommy. Hello, Tommy.
Why, good morning, gentlemen. As all Pirate fans should plainly be able to see now, it doesn't matter if the manager is Derek Shelton, Donnie Kelly, you, or me. This team needs quality, everyday players.
Sure.
And I was just reading that the Dodgers are willing to give the Buccos 6 players. Now, I don't know how great all these 6 players are, but if they certainly would pass, the quality test, I would jump on that in a heartbeat, okay?
Well, here's the thing about that, Tommy, and we went over this yesterday because ESPN put together 3 trade offers that might get the Pirates to move Skeens. And thank you for the call, 412-928-9370. In 2 years, you're going to still get a massive haul for Paul Skeens. A massive haul for Paul Skeens. There's no reason for my money to do it now.
Mm-hmm.
See what you can do with Skeens. See if you can win with Skeens. And if you can't, you can move him for much more than you got for Garrett Cole. Much more. He's a significantly better player than Garrett Cole was. He has, through 2 years, been the best pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball. So whether it's now or later, you're going to get a ton for that guy.
Yeah.
So why not do it later? As for the managerial position, I don't love looking at it that way. Yes, you need better players to win more baseball games. That is the most important thing in any sport. You need good players. You need more good players. But if this team should ever get enough good players to be on the cusp of contention, a good manager's winning you 5 to 8 games a year. And those 5 to 8 games for a small market team, they could mean everything.
Yeah, important.
And I think Donnie Kelly has it. I do think Donnie Kelly is a good manager and would win in the right spot. So far, 60% of people are voting that Callis would be the first victim of a great white shark.
Yep.
Our official fan morning show account also said that.
Don't you run that account? This guy's got all the power over here.
Is he laughing that he's the one that's going to be eaten? Like, what is he laughing? Why is he laughing?
It would be I'm saying the Sharks' first choice would be me. Now, I think somebody brought up a good point. You'd probably squirm in fear, and I would be more calm in the face of danger.
You're just going to take it?
Right.
Take what?
Getting eaten.
Your untimely demise.
No, it would choose me to eat first. That doesn't mean I'd die. I'd fight it off, I'm sure. Maybe.
What? What are you talking about? You'd fight off a shark and survive.
What's your game plan?
Punch it in the nose? Yeah,
that's the idea. You punch it in the nose.
That's a myth.
You punch it in the nose and you scream underwater. You go, ooh.
You don't want to make noise. They're attracted to noise.
Let's say that it's not a myth, right? That punching it in the nose actually works. I've always found that is a difficult task.
Yes.
Because you're underwater. How much power can you really generate in a punch if you're submerged underwater?
Well, if you're somebody that doesn't have muscle like you, then yeah, it's going to be tougher to generate the power.
You can't punch as hard underwater as you can over water.
It's even more than that.
Or I'll just poke it in the eyes. I'll grab a pencil and just poke it in the eye.
Okay, so why? So tell me, okay, see, now you guys are going to be all riled up. What? So the punching of a shark in the nose underwater, why it would never work. Tell me the one reason why people are scared of sharks.
Bleeding out in the middle of the ocean?
What do sharks do?
They'll rip you up with their giant teeth.
Right. Don't they open their mouth a lot? And that's why you're scared, those big teeth?
Yeah.
And they like to bite? So you're going to try to punch a shark in the nose underwater while it opens its mouth.
I think the only chance you have is it's got to already have you in its jaws.
And then you just kind of punch down on it.
Then you punch down.
Well, you're going to get something, a limb is going to go.
Right.
Well, again, we're talking about, like, am I getting eaten whole? Or can I survive a shark attack? I think that I could do it.
You're not getting eaten whole, Harry. Certainly you are not. And
so what are you saying? It's going to be more full if it eats me? Like he's not going to be able to finish the whole thing, finish the whole meal?
The way a shark eats isn't it's going to eat you whole. It's probably just going to take a limb off and keep going because apparently they don't like the taste of the human.
They don't like the taste of the human, but they will try to drag you down, and you'll get dragged down and drowned, too.
Not if I poke it in the eye with a pencil. Just saying.
You have a pencil in your hand because you're swimming with a pencil.
I always swim with pencils. Didn't you know this?
Well.
Who doesn't?
Number 2?
Always a number 2.
Ticonderoga right to the eye. Texter, Noah has a good take, but if there's a lockout in 2027 and a salary cap, then there is zero reason the Pirates couldn't re-sign Skeens. Well, here's the problem, Texter. There ain't going to be no salary cap.
Floor.
Could be a floor, but you're not paying him $600 million. It's just not going to happen. And as Noah wrote in his mailbag, Skeens also wants to win. So the shot that you would have to keep him is if, they would institute a salary cap and you won in the interim. And I'm not sure either of those things are going to happen, unfortunately. Texter, poking a shark in the eye causes it to go in shock. Here's the thing. Everyone's got a plan. The old adage, right, for a boxer. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. You're not getting punched in the face. You've got millions of pounds of force and teeth coming down on one of your extremities. And now you got to think through what the hell I'm going to do.
Yep.
We have no shot. That's not the question. The question isn't which of us could survive a shark attack. We're both going down. The shark is like minus 5,000 to kill us. It's who's it go for first at 412-928-9370.
Okay, here's the scenario.
Who's a better swimmer, you think, out of the two of you?
Harry's a good athlete, and he's obsessed with pools. So it might be him.
I used to be on the Granger Great White Sharks, actually, the swim team, for 3 years. I wasn't very good, but I do know how to swim well.
Do you swim well?
Yeah, I can swim. I was on the Guppies back in the day.
the Guppies versus the Great White Sharks. It's just fitting that you'd be on a swim organization called the Guppies.
Isn't that whenever you're like 5?
That's right.
Yeah.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll get some of your carryover Pirate takes coming up in the next segment, but the Penguins made a trade yesterday, and we try to make sense of said trade. First, though, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 8:10. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. They play the Minnesota Twins. Coverage begins at 7:15 with an North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. It's the weekend, and you need beer. And many of you out there love those great Pittsburgh-based and brewed craft beers. They are outstanding. Each one seems better than all the others, and today only. Hampton Beer Outlet has all the great Pittsburgh crafts and other super premium beers in their cooler on sale for $2 off every 4-pack. That's right. $2 off Hitchhiker, Dancing Gnome, Cinderlands, Grist House, Old Thunder, Lolive, and many more. All $2 off. Buy one, save $2. Buy three, save $6. That's how math works. And on and on and on. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet today only for $2 off all Pittsburgh craft beers. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday morning rush continues to line up in the usual spots. This report brought to you by Julian Gray. Parkway West inbound delays near the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale jammed to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the outbound that's starting to slow heading into those lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, Route 51 northbound, just a traffic light delay at Library Road, then again at Nobles Lane, mainly steady from there to the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This summer, Kennywood is taking entertainment to new heights. Don't miss the dazzling new drone show. Hundreds of drones light up the sky each night, July 11th through the 19th. Then rev up the fun with the Water Jetpack Stunt Show. See Jetpack daredevils perform aerial stunts 50 feet in the air every day through August 17th. It's Kennywood's most entertaining summer yet. Save up to 45% on tickets and passes at Kennywood.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. It is list season, and thus ESPN is just throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and seeing if it sticks. They've graded NFL offseasons, Doran. What did they give the Steelers, and why is their reasoning crap? I'll tell you why it's crap at the top of the next hour. Penguins made a trade yesterday. They got Matt Dumba from Minnesota. They had to give up that guy whose name I couldn't pronounce, and now I'm happy he's not a Penguin. Konalyachuk. One last farewell to Konalyachuk. And they got a 2028 second-round pick. This is a guy who stinks, who is getting paid $3.75 million this year. Minnesota thinks they can be good. The Penguins obviously do not. He's going to help them actively stink, all for $3.75 million, and you get another second-round draft choice. So the Penguins now, if you look at the next 3 drafts, they have 18 first, second, and third-round picks. And I'm guessing they're going to flip this guy at the deadline because he's one of these tough dudes. Mm-hmm. He's going to probably yield them a second or a third-round pick. And you're going to add another one. I just don't know how long this rebuild's going to last, though.
I know, right?
Like, are you going to flip some of these 2028ers so that you can get good players the next couple of years after this one? I don't know. But I heard Bechtold say the other day, I hear Starkey say all the time, are the Penguins rebuilding? I don't know. They got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. No, they don't. There's absolutely a rebuild. 19 picks, actually, in the top 3 rounds the next 3 years.
Wow.
So there you go. That's the Matt Dumba trade in a nutshell. A texter writes in, I know Harry's talking to intern RJ back there, and he's trying to teach. Harry, I think you're going to want to hear this. 93.7 The Fan universe wants to hear Doran do an impression of TK fighting a shark.
TK fighting a shark. Oh, man. Hey, listen, boys. Listen. Let me tell you a story, boys. I was at the beach, and I saw like a spike that popped out of the water. I guess they call it like a dorsal fin. And I was, listen, boys, listen. I was freaked out. I was freaked out, boys. And then he tried to attack me, and I told him, the only shark I know is San Jose. Listen, I played there. It was awful. This shark grabbed my leg, boys, and I couldn't walk for a month. I couldn't walk. I escaped, though. I did. I told him about the playoff back in 2008, boys. And it smiled at me. It smiled, boys. I tried to punch it in the nose, like LaRock taught me. It didn't work, boys.
And then you've got Starkey. This is incredulous. And they have fresh fish. It was Dallas, not Minnesota, where they got Dumba. I'm sure that's
nice.
What all of you out there were thinking. Dumba, a long time member of the Wild. My apologies there. Yeah, it was Dallas. Sorry about that. Couldn't walk for a month, boys.
Couldn't walk for a month. Had to go to the hospital.
You can't. You broke.
They rushed me to the hospital, boys. It was a scene.
I saw a shark in the water.
Good thing Crosby wasn't in there. They need him this year with Dumba.
It was Brent Burns. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Did you see what happened to Naji Harris?
I heard about that, yeah.
All right, we got to get into that at some point in the 7 o'clock hour. He's going to be okay. There's a fireworks mishap. So, obviously, we are all hoping that things work out all right there for Naji Harris. But we'll get into that in the 7 o'clock hour. Coming up next, ESPN list season. They graded the Steelers' offseason, and some of their reasoning was bunk. Tell you why. What did they give the rest of the AFC North opponents for their offseasons? We'll get into all that. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning, expect a lot of sunshine today, similar to yesterday. Almost everyone will be dry. Morning temperatures are slightly warmer than yesterday. Morning lows in the mid to upper 60s. Have highs hitting the upper 80s today with noon temperatures in the mid 80s. I'll also keep an isolated afternoon storm chance for this afternoon. Looking ahead, we stay hot for the weekend with highs near 90 and a chance for scattered rain on Sunday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Listen, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. This July, turn up that heat on your bathroom makeover with a customized glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Whether you're upgrading for style or function, their sleek, made-to-measure glass doors bring a spa-like feel to any space. Fast installation and flawless finishes. Ask your contractor or call Boulevard Glass and Metal directly, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with ZeroRes and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get one free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited, payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
From the back roads of Washington to the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania drivers expect more, and Spitzer Acura delivers. Acura isn't just luxury, it's engineered excellence. Proudly built right here in America. And every new Acura from Spitzer comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Designed with passion, built in America, driving Pennsylvania forward. Get yours today at Spitzer Acura in Monroeville. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available in select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents in your morning commute. Now this report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. One of them is in the Hill District at the intersection of Forbes Avenue and Seneca Street. The other one in Stowe Township, 1300 block of Island Avenue near the intersection with Orr Street. Parkway West, you're getting in line right around the Banksville merge point. Parkway East jamming at Edgewood Twistvale inbound. Outbound delays near the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Happy Friday, everybody. Noah Hiles going to join us from 8 o'clock until 9. We've got Tony Busili from the Wild Things at 9:35 until the end of the show, talking about the great celebrity softball game coming up on Monday. Doran brings it to my attention that Cam Hayward, who is the dude at this softball tournament, or softball game, just like you, Doran, he was 83rd in the NFL's top 100.
Yes.
Is that like a predictor of future success? Like how they feel that these guys are going to fare this season?
I think it's based off of last season, right?
Well, then he's terribly underrated on that.
Mm-hmm.
There are not 83 or 82 NFL players right now better than Cam Hayward was last season.
Nope.
That dude was an all-pro. He was the Steelers' best player last year. All due respect to Chris Boswell.
Yes.
He was a menace, a maniac, as good as he's ever been, and he's like 65 years old.
I'm watching these clips right now. I mean, the NFL posted about Cam Hayward with his 83rd ranking, and he is just absolutely dominant. Like, we see Cam Hayward finish plays, right? Like, Cam Hayward, what he did last year, it was all about the finish and what he did on the back end. But I'm watching these plays and what he's doing on the front end and what he's manhandling these offensive linemen like they're kids. Like, that's the stuff you don't see, because whenever you're watching a game, you just see the finish. Like, you're watching so many different things.
Right.
And Cam Hayward gets the guy down the ground, or the quarterback, he gets a sack, or, he runs the guy down. You see the finish, but you don't see what he does at first, and it is unbelievable.
I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm pulling them up right now. My guess would be that he had at least 8 pass deflections last year.
That literally just popped up, all his pass deflections.
11?
Yep.
11?
Yep.
Even I'm over here selling him short. So Cam, even when he wouldn't get there, he puts those big, meaty clackers up in the air and just swatting balls down left and right. 8 sacks for our guy. We'll talk to Tony Busili at 9:35 about the celebrity softball game, and all the proceeds go to the Hayward House. Hayward, a charitable man, a Walter Payton Man of the Year. And you, Doran, are a charitable man yourself. And I always look forward to the softball game every year, and Tony will tell some great stories and tell everybody what they can expect when they attend this bad boy on Monday. ESPN ranked every team in the NFL's offseason, or I guess graded every team in the NFL's offseason. They gave the Steelers a C. Biggest move, signing Aaron Rodgers. Move they liked, earning 4 projected compensatory picks. Move they disliked, trading Minkah Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. I saw ESPN came out yesterday. Jeremy Fowler does this every year. Ranking players position by position, talking to executives, talking to coaches, talking to front office people. Minkah was the 9th best safety in the NFL last year, according to a bunch of ball knowers. If that's the case, then they should have traded him.
Mm-hmm.
9th doesn't make him bad. 9th makes him very good. You are in the upper third of starting free safeties in the NFL, and your top 10 of the 64 starting safeties in the NFL. No one's arguing Minkah not a good player. He is a good player. He ain't the best safety in football and was being paid like it.
Yes.
And that's the thing. That's why I think he is so vastly overrated in some spaces. Like, the only way you can dislike that trade is if you think that Minkah is far and away the best player in that deal. Because you got 2 good players back. Minkah is a good player, but Minkah was not worth the money they were paying him.
So people think that Minkah's better than 2 players, than 2 starters, and 2 former All-Pros?
And I think that's laughable.
Or 1 former All-Pro, 2 Pro Bowlers?
At least this guy thinks that Minkah's better. And the dude who did it, his name is Seth Walder. I'd actually never heard of him before. That's what he must think. He must think Minkah's clearly the best player. And PFF, for what it's worth, disagrees. Jalen Ramsey, the best player in the deal, and Jonnu Smith, the top 5 tight end in the NFL last year. And that might actually be selling him short based on the numbers he accrued. But that's not even what I wanted to quibble with. And I gave the Steelers offseason a B. You gave the Steelers offseason an A. This Seth guy writes, the most likely outcome of the Rodgers signing by far is disappointment and a wasted season. Does he not realize that the options were Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, and Mason Rudolph? If you think Aaron Rodgers would provide a wasted season, what do you think the other guys would do? And what would he have characterized last season as? Is a wasted season going 10-7 and not winning a playoff game? Okay, then yeah, maybe that's what happens with Rodgers. But I'll at least take a shot in the dark and see if he can upgrade over what you've had the last 5 years.
Does this person, or do these people, I guess, do they think that it would be a better season and a not wasted season if they would have signed Sam Darnold to $100 million?
I think, bar none, that is the worst thing the Steelers could have done this offseason.
I mean, they're spending $10 to $13 million on Aaron Rodgers. How can you call this a wasted season whenever you're paying that much for your starting quarterback who has won a Super Bowl and has 4 MVPs? Like, you didn't spend any money generally in NFL terms for your quarterback 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row, 4 years in a row.
Which
is the max that you've spent is what, $10 million for Mitch Trubisky?
And that's fine by me.
But the last 4 or 5 years, you've really not spent that much money at quarterback. Now, obviously, that you need that, so maybe it's like you should spend that money. But if they would have spent that money on Sam Darnold, you're going to try to tell me that they'd be in a better situation? No.
Pony made the argument weeks ago. I would have stuck with Mason Rudolph because he might turn into Geno Smith. He might turn into Sam Darnold. And to that I say, what does that get you? Signing Sam Darnold, is he going to be better here than he was in Minnesota?
No.
Hell no.
No.
And now you're tied to him, and you're paying him a lot of money, and you're not able to do some of the other things you were able to do this offseason. Honestly, if you want to thread the needle, which is what they're trying to do, contend but also not sell the future, they're doing exactly the right thing this year. You spend $13 million on Aaron Rodgers so that you can surround Rodgers and a rookie quarterback next year with talent. You could have spent $20 a season on Justin Fields. The only reason I ever said I wanted Fields more than any other quarterback out there on the market is because I thought you'd get him for cheap.
Right.
And, hey, $20 million a year for 2 years is cheap by quarterback standards. It ain't $13 million.
Right.
And you could accidentally fall in love with Justin Fields, too, and you could wind up paying him at the end of those 2 years or at the end of this season, and you have yourself in a Geno Smith or a Sam Darnold situation, which, again, isn't the worst place to be if you're trying to be okay, but they should be shooting above that. And so you take your stab at it this year, and then you move off of Aaron Rodgers. And next year, you have your guy. And maybe he works out, maybe he doesn't, but I think we're all okay with the plan. Or at least in this room, we're okay with the plan. The most likely outcome of the Rodgers signing by far is disappointment in a wasted season. Okay, what if they suck? That's not bad either.
But what is disappointed in a wasted season in their terms?
Right.
Because we know what that looks like here. Disappointed in a wasted season is what we got like last year.
And even then, nobody wants to be used to it, but we are. And we only have to meander through quarterback purgatory one more year because next year you're going to get the guy, and maybe he doesn't work out, but there's 3 years there where you're thinking, okay, let's see how this goes, and let's watch his development, and it's a different era of Pittsburgh Steelers football. I'm okay with one more year of throw darts at a board and find your old quarterback.
Right.
It's just one more year. So I can't disagree with it. If they were paying him $35 million, I would vehemently disagree with it because you probably don't get DK Metcalf. You probably don't wind up with Jalen Ramsey. You probably don't wind up with Jonnu Smith. And so your rookie quarterback's coming in next year and he's not surrounded with a bunch of good pieces. But I wanted a cheap quarterback, and that's what they got in Aaron Rodgers. I think worst case scenario, they're 9-8. I think best case scenario, they're 12-5 and win a playoff game. And I'm okay with the concept of that, knowing full well that they've got 12 draft picks next year.
Yes.
So I think I was a little hard on them with a B. You gave him an A. Bob Pompiani gave him an A. C, I think, is too critical. And if you don't like the Minka trade and you don't like the Rodgers signing, I guess you have to go with a C. But I love the Minka trade, and I'm more than okay with the Rodgers signing.
I just don't know what direction people expected them to go. Like, I mean, I think they did the best that they possibly could do with the trades and the acquisitions that they've made this offseason. Like, I don't know, like, what did you want them to go try to trade for Lamar Jackson? Like,
right.
They basically did and got who was out there and who was available and even more.
I guess the best case would have been a Matthew Stafford, but you and I have had this talk.
Matthew Stafford's never coming here.
And you said it. If you take Rodgers, last year's version of Rodgers, and you slap that guy into Sean McVay's system, they might wind up in exactly the same place.
Yes.
We're probably all thinking Rodgers is still got it here at 41. Playing in a dome, playing with that scheme, playing with the Puka Nakuas of the world and Cooper Kupp, and running the ball effectively, and a young, good defense. So is Matthew Stafford that much better than Aaron Rodgers, or was his circumstances better?
Like, people are forgetting Matthew Stafford's almost 38 years old.
He ain't no spring chicken.
Like, people are thinking that he's like 34. He's almost 38. Like, he's older too.
What did ESPN grade? What grades, I should say, did the ESPN dude hand out for the other AFC North teams? We'll get to that coming up next. Plus, Naji Harris almost lost an eye in a fireworks accident. So we got to talk about that. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rob Manfred, Major League Baseball commissioner, is reportedly considering several economic changes to the game, including exploring a player's salary cap, and he's going to try to do that when the next labor deal is negotiated. The current one expires in December of 2026. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? It's Pickle Fest this weekend, by the way. The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or online at callthepickle.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. The 4th of July was a week ago, and we finally have a crazy sports injury. All the best to new Chargers running back Naji Harris as he recovers from a superficial injury to his eye. How he did it? Fireworks mishap, says his agent. His agent says he'll be ready for the season. Nobody learned from Jason Pierre-Paul blowing off his fingers. Please, you be safe out there. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Here come Rock and Roll Hall of Famers. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The Last Encores. July 20th at Hiles Hall. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Get reserved seats now at HinesHall.org or the Hines Hall box office. Winner of the Recording Academy Lifetime Achievement Award, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Live.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus, grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too, with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews working to clear a couple of earlier accidents. One in Stowe Township, the 1300 block of Island Avenue near Orr Street. The other one in the final stages of clearing in the Hill District, tying up the intersection of Seneca Street and Forbes Avenue. Parkway East outbound is where your biggest delays are right now. You're jammed at the Greenfield Bridge overpass up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Inbound is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale, and the Parkway West jams around the runaway truck sand pile. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So ESPN has graded every NFL team's offseason. They give the Steelers a C. What do they give the other AFC North teams? We'll start with Baltimore. They give them a B+. And I don't really understand it. Because a lot of the criticism of the Steelers offseason has been they're getting older. Old quarterback. Old corner in Darius Slay. North of 30, Jalen Ramsey. Jonnu Smith around 30 years old. Oh, the team's getting old. The three guys that the Ravens have signed, their biggest free agent acquisitions are DeAndre Hopkins, Jair Alexander, and Chidobe Awuzie. Awuzie north of 30, Jair Alexander south of 30, however, has played just 14 games the last 2 years. 7 games in each of the last 2 years. The dude's been banged up as hell. And DeAndre Hopkins, he was okay with Kansas City last year, but that guy's not young. But they get a B+. Why? Because they're the Ravens.
Of course.
That's how that goes.
Well, yeah, because they're closer.
Sure.
They're closer, and they were closer last year, and it's like, okay, they've added these pieces. Maybe they're getting over that hump.
Let's say the Steelers had Lamar Jackson at quarterback, and you have the Steelers offseason. isn't it better than what the Ravens did? Didn't you bring in more impactful players than they did?
Yes.
The biggest move that they liked for the Ravens was re-signing left tackle Ronnie Stanley. And that's important because if you don't pay him, you wind up with a Dan Moore Jr., somebody like that. So, yeah, that's a shrewd, good business move. That doesn't make you better, though. He was on the team last year.
He's already there, right.
So that's not an upgrade. And I'm not here to just poo-poo the division rivals off seasons and then prop up the Steelers off season, but they didn't have to make as many impactful moves. You're right about that. But the ones they did were old guys or injured guys, and yet they get a B+. The Bengals, I think this is, maybe I am going to tear all the other teams down. The Bengals got a C+. Biggest move they write, extending Jamar Chase. No doubt about that. But again, that does not represent an upgrade. How can you screw things up so royally with your number 1 draft pick and with your best defensive player, and we're sitting here giving this team a C+?
Right.
And while things aren't all warm and fuzzy between the Steelers and T.J. Watt, I will tell you, I feel infinitely better about the Steelers' chances of giving Watt a contract than I do about Trey Hendrickson signing with the Bengals. That organization is, year after year, historically cheap. Money in escrow, things of that nature, things I don't understand. They might lowball that guy. He might actually hold out. So how in the world can they get a better grade than the Steelers? Just because they brought back Jamar Chase?
Yeah, I think this is all defined on, how close. I guess offseason moves do link up with
the talent you already have.
And if you kept them around or not.
That said, though, if I were going to grade the Bengals offseason, and for the purposes of this year radio segment, I suppose I will, I would say, what have you done to upgrade the defense? And the answer is nothing.
Just draft.
Just draft and firing Lou Anarumo. That's it.
And possibly losing your best player.
Right.
Yeah.
The league's leading sack guy might not be back next year. And they didn't make the playoffs. Why? Because their defense was ass. I think they've had a horrendous offseason. You keep your quarterback happy, and that means a lot. And you've got Higgins and you've got Chase. That means a lot. It does not upgrade you. And you had a historically good offensive season last year, and you still weren't able to finish higher than the Steelers did in the division. That is a crime. If I'm a Bengals fan, I'm actually furious right now about the way this offseason has gone.
Cleveland looked like.
They were given a B+. Their draft made 0 sense to me.
0. Except for maybe Judkins. Or, yeah, one of the Ohio State running backs. I think it was Judkins.
And they took 2. That's the thing I don't understand. Like, you trade back from 2 to 5, and at that exact moment we were on the air, and we're like, oh, man, that's good business by the Cleveland Browns. But then they used that to take the draft picks they accrued there to take 2 running backs, and they drafted 2 quarterbacks, one in the 3rd and one in the 5th, for God's sakes. So how in the world is that a good offseason? They have 2 first-round picks for next year. Okay, that's good. And you'd think trying to stink, but I think it's been a horrendous offseason for them.
Well, re-signing Myles Garrett.
But that doesn't make sense to me with everything else they've done. Like, if you're trying to stink, they're not going to be good next year. They're not going to be good in 2 years. They've got a significant rebuild on their hands. Yeah, it makes sense to get asses in seats.
Is this a Crosby situation kind of thing? Obviously,
yeah,
different, but it's like.
But he ain't never won crap. Yeah,
it's different, but like we got to keep our guy around,
right?
Even though that we're going to stink. So,
if you're getting a B+ because you're putting all your chips into next year and the following year, then by that logic, according to Seth Warder or whoever the heck put this list together for ESPN, you should have been trying to trade Myles Garrett to get draft capital.
Yes, you could have got a lot at the time. Insane, and then drafted Abdul Carter. Like,
yes,
I do
a
not
one-for-one
understand
replacement.
that.
And dude, they passed up on arguably the best overall player in the draft, Travis Hunter.
Yep.
There's a bunch of different ways to slice it for the Brownies here, and I don't think you can go higher than a C.
Who's the other running back they drafted?
So they drafted Quinshon Judkins And I forget. I just don't think any of the teams in the AFC North had a better offseason than the Steelers. I don't. Now, they have further to go than the Ravens, significantly so. There's no question about that. We saw how they played them in the postseason last year. So when you have to do less in an offseason, I can understand grading on a curve. And they're going to be really good again. But if the Steelers had Lamar Jackson just to play that game, and they didn't get Aaron Rodgers, the moves that they made are significantly more impactful than that of the Ravens. The Steelers got DK Metcalf. They got DeAndre Hopkins. They got Jair Alexander, good player when healthy, hadn't been healthy in 2 years. The Steelers got Jalen Ramsey, a better football player. Slightly older, but he was healthy last year and kicked ass. You got a Pro Bowl tight end who had nearly 900 receiving yards without Tua Tagovailoa. Every one of those moves is more impactful than any of the moves the Ravens made. But again, they didn't have to.
Right, they already had those.
They already had good players. Like Mark Andrews. You don't need Jonathan Smith. You got Mark Andrews.
Isaiah Likely.
And you got Isaiah Likely. Like, I do get that. And so I'm not saying that they needed to go out of their way to make moves. But one of the reasons why people knock the Steelers' moves is, old, over the hill. And they go out there and they get two 30-plus-year-old guys and someone who has only played 14 games the last 2 years. Worth taking flyers, especially when you're deeper than the Steelers are. But if we're going to say the Steelers are getting old guys, well, so are the Ravens. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on ESPN's list, 412-928-9370. Naji Harris, injured in a fireworks accident. Sounds like superficial wounds, going to be good to go for training camp, which means we can have fun with this. If he was significantly injured, I don't know if I'd want to bring it up. It's a morning show here. We don't need to be talking about grotesque eye injuries. What are some of the weirder injuries in the history of sports, though? I've compiled a list for you, Doran.
Oh.
There's some weird ones out there, buddy.
I know a few.
I know you do. And we'll get to that coming up next, but first it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Minnesota Twins. Pirates are on a 6-game losing streak. And the game starts tonight at 8:10. Coverage on The Fan begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Hey, thank you so much, Harry. It's the weekend, and you need beer, and many of you, myself included, love those great Pittsburgh-based and brewed craft beers. And today only, Hampton Beer Outlet has all the great Pittsburgh crafts and other super premium beers in their cooler on sale. $2 off every 4-pack you buy. That's right, $2 off Hitchhiker, Dancing Gnome, Cinderlands, Grist House, Old Thunder, and many more, all at $2 off. Buy one, save $2. Buy 3, save $6. Buy a case of 6, save $12. You get the idea. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet today only for $2 off all Pittsburgh craft beers. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. So I was thinking about this past weekend, specifically what I did. I had fun, and that meant hanging out with friends and doing some swimming, playing some games, but it also meant going from party to party, having burgers, hot dogs, some ribs, and more, not to mention a few sweets here and there, and drinks. Yeah, I had those too. Here's the thing, I never worried about any of it, for 2 reasons. 1, Awaken 180 taught me how to enjoy those things in moderation. But the other major benefit of Awaken 180, when I go a little past moderation, I don't sweat it, because I know my metabolism is firing on all cylinders, even 3 years after losing the weight. By the way, I have proof of all of this, because just out of curiosity, I stepped on the scale, and I hadn't gained a single pound. And yes, it feels pretty great seeing that. Make the kind of change that I did. Lose the weight, reap the benefits, and take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
So there was a nasty rumor that started up over the weekend that Naji Harris lost his eye in a firework incident, and there were no substantial reports on any of that. So we didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Right.
We ain't into that kind of speculation. Nope. No. This is a guy's life we're talking about, guy's career we're talking about. Well, his agent comes out and says, yes, there was a firework incident, but the injuries sustained by Naji Harris were superficial. So thank God, because we saw it before with Jason Pierre-Paul. And he lost fingers in a firework accident.
I blocked Jason Pierre-Paul a lot in college, and then I blocked him a couple times in the pros. And it was odd, blocking a guy that had a regular hand with regular fingers and then having 3 fingers. It was very weird.
he has obviously had a fruitful career even after the injury, but like, what does he do in traffic? Like, if he gets pissed off at someone, you throw up a bird? I don't know. Probably not.
I don't know.
Probably an unfair question to ask. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So I've compiled a list of some of the weirdest sports injuries of all time. And a texter writes in, this is a really good one. So in 1999, the Brands and Jags were playing. And Orlando Brand, a Brands offensive tackle, was hit in the eye by a penalty flag.
I remember watching that. I remember sitting down and watching that game when I was like, 13 years old.
Jeff Triplett threw the flag.
His eye was all messed up.
It was nasty.
Yeah.
And then he got suspended because he pushed the ref.
Yep.
He was temporarily blinded. He was in significant pain. He later sued the league, claiming the injury ended his career.
Did he win? He had to have won something.
He settled with the NFL for a sum between $15 million and $25 million.
Oh, my goodness.
So not all bad. And was that the reason? Maybe. Maybe not. But good for him.
I mean, think about Jeff Triplett throwing that flag. Like, you were intentionally throwing at his face.
Yep.
I remember it, and I haven't watched it in a while, but I remember it clear as day. He threw it right at his helmet.
Right at his face.
Now, he probably didn't mean to hit him in the eye. It probably just a freak accident where it went through the opening of the face mask, but he meant to throw it at him.
Think about the trajectory on that throwing of the flag there.
Yeah, you usually throw it up, right?
Yes.
You toss it up. He went whoop right at his face.
Yeah, he had that thing primed and ready to go.
Yeah.
Usually you're just reaching into the pocket and you're back, which I love that motion. 68,000 Steelers fans are going to be doing that week 2 of the NFL season. I love that. Every single fan in the hey! Francisco Liriano, his Pirates career was outstanding. I heard Donnie, was it Donnie or was it Pony or Muller? One of the three of them put together their top 25 Pirates of the last 20 years. Francisco Liriano belongs somewhere in the top 10. I mean, he was dynamite. He fractured his non-pitching arm in a bathroom fall, though details remain unclear. I don't want to jinx myself. I don't think I've ever fallen down in the bathroom.
Yeah, knock on wood. I think I slipped and fell out of the bathtub one time.
Coming out of the bathtub. You know what? That probably did as a kid. Yeah.
As a kid. And I remember my dad laughing again. Remember I told you about when I got my foot stuck in the fence?
And they were in the fence, yeah.
Yeah, he laughed again when I fell to the tub because I was naked. Looking all dumb.
Slipping around the bathroom.
Yeah.
Courtney Brown, not Orlando Brown, excuse me. Texter, how come you guys haven't said anything about the bowling event this weekend in Crafton? It's called Balls Out. It's a nude bowling event.
Weren't you supposed to do that a couple
I
years
was supposed to do that a couple of years ago, and then I didn't. And Harry said he gladly would. Harry, would you be interested in a nude bowling event?
Yeah. But you said that you wouldn't go because you didn't want your grandparents to die. Because you said the last 2 times you went bowling, one of your grandparents died each time. But now you don't have any more grandparents. But then you said you're afraid that, Doran or me might die afterwards, and so you just don't want to go. But I remember we talked about nude bowling 2 years ago specifically.
He's just chewing right through.
Yeah, are you just eating?
Just hammering right through.
What are you eating right now?
Cereal.
Just raw dog in the cereal. We're not talking any milk or nothing like that. Just dry
Does it look
cereal.
like I put milk in his bag? I'm holding the bag. It's a little plastic bag. I ain't putting milk in the bag. Yeah, I'm raw dogging the cereal, I guess, then.
Yeah, I don't have an excuse anymore to not go nude bowling, except that I'm an adult who doesn't want to be bowling naked.
Well, you're a big-time radio host, too. I mean, everybody would know it was you.
I think there's probably got to be a no phones sort of waiver you got to sign.
Even if there's no phones, the people that are there doing it with you probably would recognize
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth, yeah.
Well, joke's on them because they'd be happy with what they see. They'd be impressed. Be great word of mouth for me. Walking around that place.
Do it. You seemed way more willing 2 years ago before I learned about the grandparents dying.
Yeah, I had this weird thing, for those of you who don't know, that the prior 2 times I had ever gone bowling, the last 2 times I'd ever gone bowling, I received calls that I had a grandparent that died. So I'm pretty superstitious, not going to do it. Well, now I'm at a grandparent's. But is it just a grandparent thing, or is it someone I know? Like, if I go bowling now because the grandparents are gone, is someone else I care about going to die? Like, intern Dom. Like, you would hate to see that.
Man.
I know.
Dom.
But, like, before you told me that story, like, when we talked about it a couple years ago, there was one in Crafton, and you said that you'd be willing to go with me, and then you got sick. But then I think you told me the story, but you seemed willing on the air to do it.
Yeah, he's always willing to do stuff on the air.
Yeah, why? So you're taking a 180 now?
Just think about reaching down to get a ball. And sometimes they come up that chute real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want a bend over situation there where something's getting smashed between a couple bowling balls. You know what I'm saying?
What?
People get their fingers jammed all the time because you're reaching for a ball, and then one of the balls comes up the chute, and your finger gets caught in there.
When has your crotch ever been that close?
That's what I'm saying. What are you like?
You're bending over,
you're
and now I've got no protective. I've got nothing protecting me down there.
When you bend over, your hips go back.
Right.
Good point. What? No, I'm not doing it.
Ron Jeremy over there?
Yeah.
I'd do it, though, for the record, yeah.
Remember when Nick Harper got stabbed the night before the divisional round game? So Steelers, Colts, divisional round game. Jerome Bettis fumbles the football. Nick Harper picks it up. He had been stabbed in the thigh by his lady the night before. And so he was not at 100%.
Kind of do.
Had he not been stabbed, maybe Jerome Bettis doesn't wind up in the Hall of Fame.
Well, you got to throw Joey Porter and Plaxico getting shot and shooting himself.
Plax shooting himself. Joey Porter, they shot me in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Adams got stabbed.
He got stabbed
in the
south
abdomen.
Side. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Joey Porter's dog once ate a horse.
What?
Look it up. Joey Porter had some dogs, and they got loose, and he lived on big property, and it jumped over a fence and mauled a horse to death. That might be urban legend. I'm going to have to look it up.
Yeah. Didn't Michael Vick have something to do with dogs, too?
Yeah. Thank you for that contribution, Harry. That wasn't useless at all.
We didn't need that.
No, didn't need to do that.
We didn't need that at all.
Completely unnecessary. I got some more ones in here. Sammy Sosa threw out his back sneezing.
Okay.
Which, yesterday, dude, I texted you in Boston. I bent over to pick up a strawberry that my daughter threw on the ground, and my back went out. I bent over to pick up a damn strawberry. My funniest injury, actually, was at a wedding, though. You know this story. I was trying to do a cartwheel. I was all hammered the night before a wedding, and I separated my shoulder. Trying to do a cartwheel. I can't do a cartwheel sober, for God's sakes. What else I got here? Pro Football Hall of Famer Turk Edwards, offensive tackle, called the coin toss in a 1940 game with the Giants, shook hands with the Giants captain, turned, his cleat got caught in the turf, and his knee buckled. He never played again.
Oh, my goodness.
Glenn Healy, Toronto Maple Leafs goalie. He played bagpipes, and in the 2000 offseason, he was cutting the bag off of his instrument, and he gashed the thumb on his left hand, requiring 10 stitches. Lionel Simmons played so much Game Boy one season during his rookie year, he wound up with tendinitis in his thumbs. Roger Federer, January 2016, running a bath for his twin daughters, turned, heard a click in his left knee, suffered a torn meniscus, was forced to undergo surgery. Oh, my God. And these are the greatest athletes out there.
There's the freak ones are the ones that get me, like the ones that you're like celebrating. Like, who was that recently that just tore their Achilles?
for the Mets closer who was in the World Baseball Classic, who was jumping around celebrating the final out of the game and tore his knee. Who was that, Harry? Who was the Mets closer who hurt his knee in the World Baseball Classic?
Edwin Diaz.
Edwin Diaz, yeah.
Or how about Kendrys Morales, too, who had a walk-off home run with the Angels one season, jumped on home plate, tore something, was out for the season.
Nick Gonzalez hits a home run, bust his leg. And these are the best of the best athletes. We got no shot. Well, I don't. You still probably fit in that category.
No, I got no shot. Like, my body's bad. Like, I can't do anything. I've got no shot.
Remember when AB froze his feet?
Yeah.
Cryo chamber?
Yeah.
Oliver Perez got hurt by a laundry basket. We got more. 412-928-9370. Text him in. Noah Hiles going to join us from 8 o'clock until 9. He had a lot in his mailbag yesterday that is worth discussing. And so we will. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight against the Minnesota Twins at 8:10. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Right now, the Pirates are on a 6-game losing streak. They've lost every game of this road trip so far, and this series against the Twins will be the final of the road trip. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee in materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big delays now approaching the Fort Pitt Bridge's lower deck. If you're traveling on the Parkway East, those delays starting right around 2nd Avenue up onto the span. Also seeing some heavy delays coming over from the North Shore Expressway and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. You seem to clear out, though, once you hit Point State Park. Route 28, that remains fairly steady. Don't forget that ramp from the southbound side to northbound Route 8 remains closed. Parkway East suburban side delays at Edgewood, Swissvale inbound, outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with ZeroRes and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now is the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
This is Ron Schlauber from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Noah Hiles set to join us for the next hour of the show. In his mailbag yesterday, he said that he thinks, if he were to place a bet on it right now, that 2026 would be the last full season Paul Skeens will play in Pittsburgh. So we'll get to that with Noah right off the shoot, and we're going to have a lot of fun with Noah today. He's a very funny man, very good at his job, and he's a youngster like us. So he's a perfect fit for our show. The reason Chris Carter's not going to join us coming up next is because today is his wedding day.
Mm-hmm.
We might have to give him some words of advice.
Like what?
A lot of people say don't go to bed mad. Like, that was big advice my parents gave me, and a lot of old people will say that.
Yeah.
I used to believe in that. Now, if the conversation's not going to bear any fruit, I think I'm better off just sleeping on it. My wife's better off sleeping on it.
Yeah, same.
And then you wake up the next morning, you're not all hot and bothered when you talk about it, and you can actually resolve whatever issue you've had. I vehemently disagree with that long-handed down advice.
I mean, it gives you a better, the percentages are better that, you forget about it and you move on, but there are still situations where, you'll still wake up upset. Like, say,
sure.
Those dreams where you have of your significant other and they're
cheating.
doing something, and you think it's real.
Yeah.
Like, that could happen whenever you're mad.
And you wake up and
it's
you're
even double mad.
Yeah, right. And you wake up and you're like, oh, man, we had that fight last night. Oh, I'm still pissed.
Yep.
But you know what? I think it's better than you could have like, let's say you start an argument with your significant other at 8 p.m. And, hey, don't go to bed mad. Let's see this thing until the end. You could be up until midnight.
Yeah, it's true.
You might as well just take it as far as it goes. If you find that there's not going to be a resolution, you go to bed and you give it a shot tomorrow. So that would be some advice. Yes, Harry.
Yeah, I just had a little bit of a different perspective. Like,
you've been in like half a relationship in your life, but do go ahead.
I've been in several relationships in my life, and I always took it as like maybe you don't agree with each other, but don't be like personally mad at each other. Don't be doing the attacking thing, because if you do go to bed upset, let's say something happens to the person that you love. Well, then you have regrets for the rest of your life because
there's that, and I think that's part of why you get that advice. But here's the way I've always looked at that. This has gone very morbid now. But I don't regret anything in terms of my relationships. Like, a bad moment does not define a relationship. An argument does not define a relationship. Your last interaction with somebody should probably not define your relationship. It should be that relationship as a whole.
That last time, though, like if you are mad at your significant other and something happens, you probably would live with that.
I probably would just bury it deep within me until one day I explode and probably let it all out on Nicholas Harry Callis.
Right, and that's why the advice stands, yes.
All right, well, you give him your advice then. I'll give him mine, you give him yours. We should call him. Should we call Chris?
He's not going to pick up.
No. Nor should he. You got any wedding night advice for Chris? We're not doing that. Noah Hiles going to join us next. A lot of people were texting in weird sports injuries. Remember when Martin Gramatica made that kick? And he was celebrating, and then he leaps through the air and tears his ACL?
Yes.
Didn't Gus Frerotte knock himself out by headbutting the padded wall?
Yep.
That was in Washington, right? And they had the concrete wall behind it, and he was knocked out? Yeah, that's no good. All right, Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette going to be joining us next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 86, Hines Ward, low of 68, Yarmir Yager, partly cloudy. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Emsworth, reports of an accident now on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard between Pennsylvania and Orchard Avenues. Parkway West, you're heavy as you approach the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, inbound delays at Edgewood Twistvale. And then a slight slowdown heading up onto the Fort Pitt Bridges lower deck. Outbound, entering those lane restrictions, you're jammed just before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 appears to be steady, so does the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are happy right now because Southside Jake has texted us saying he's going to bring in a breakfast pizza. That's reason A. And we were ranking these in order for reasons why we were excited. So that's reason number one. B, Noah Hiles joining us in studio for the next hour. You're going to get yourself some breakfast pizza.
Is that a question, or are you telling me that that's going to be the case?
I want to phrase it as a question because if you don't want to take a piece, that's more for us.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very good.
Okay, I'll probably try
very,
it.
very good.
All right, I'll try it.
We can't let intern RJ touch the pizza. He was out yesterday because he had a stomach issue. Although he claims it was because he got sushi from a gas station, which that was dumb.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yep.
And reason number 3 that we are happy today is it's the anniversary of Pat Bostic being named the color analyst of Pitt football.
That is right.
July 11th, 2018. Barrett Sports Media sends us an email blast every day at 8 a.m. And in their This Date category, they listed that.
Yes.
So congratulations to Pat Bostic on 7 years now in his second stint as color commentator.
He's been doing it a long time.
He went from 11 until 15 as well.
Then he joined the athletic department.
And now he does both.
Yes.
Because he's a bad man.
Yes. Noah has no hat on today.
I did notice that myself.
Yeah, I've got other obligations later in the day, and I didn't want to have to deal with hat hair. So got to get the hair looking right, and we're just going to keep it that way.
Are you going to Chris's wedding?
Yes.
Huh. We aren't.
What the hell?
Yep.
I didn't want to be the one to bring that up.
Yeah, we aren't.
I didn't make the invite list.
When did you first meet Chris?
2020.
This is unbelievable.
I mean, to be fair, I traveled the country with him for 2 years and worked alongside him, talked to him every day.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Isn't he a crazy driver?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't there like a story?
There was. So the one year when Pitt made the NCAA tournament, our rental car was the new Tesla because they just had this deal where it was the cheapest option.
What?
Yeah. In driving from Pittsburgh to Greensboro, back to Pittsburgh to Dayton, then back down to Greensboro in like a 2-week stretch. Like, that's not a great car to travel those distances because you got to stop and fill up. And, you know, when Carter was behind the wheel, he did a good job of making up for lost time.
Would you say, no hyperbole here,
Yeah.
were you afraid for your life at any moment?
No, well, there was one instance where, not afraid for my life, but we did get cut off one time in Greensboro, just driving back after a game, and I saw a look in his eye that I haven't seen since, and I hope I never see it again.
See, Chris is one of the smartest people in Pittsburgh media, without a doubt. And he always, I feel like, has this calm, cool demeanor. Now, he can get worked up, and I always love worked up Chris.
Yeah.
But I've never seen him like that.
You know who was with us in the car at that time was Jeff Hathorn.
Maybe
So
it was Jeff that told me the story.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who you would have heard it from.
Yeah.
We were just coming back from, I don't even think we covered a game that day. I think we were just there watching the other games, and we were coming back to the Airbnb or something, and we got cut off. And, yeah, I've never seen that side of him before, and I hope I never see it again.
So is he, like, flipping out, screaming,
He
yelling?
just, it felt like, I don't know. This is his wedding day. I just want to keep the vibes positive.
I think he like stepped on the gas and tried to chase the person off.
Oh, no.
Something like that.
He felt
road rage.
It was the other way around. He felt like we were being followed or chased after he expressed some frustration about being cut off, and so he made sure we weren't being followed. And I think what he didn't realize through his rage was like, you know, when you put the pedal to the floor in a normal car, it takes a little bit more time to build up compared to a Tesla. Like, you can go 0 to 60 pretty quickly, and we found that out. And that's when I was like, all right, hey, all right, we're almost home. Let's get there.
So you guys had to, like, talk him off the ledge a little bit.
I'm in the front seat just looking back at Jeff like, what? What's happening?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jeff is the nicest guy in Pittsburgh media. Had he been driving and got cut off, he would have been like, you're welcome.
Yeah, right.
I hope you make it to your destination in a timely manner. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The reason we're having you on is because we love you, but also because of what you wrote in your mailbag yesterday. So we will get to that in a second. Who else in the Pittsburgh media is going to this damn wedding?
That's not my information to disclose.
You don't know?
I know a couple people.
Is Batko going to be there?
I don't know if Batko will be there or not.
Because he didn't make the cut?
I don't know. I mean...
Dulac?
I don't know if Dulac's going to be there or not.
Matt Venzel going to be there?
I don't think so.
Well, congratulations to you for making the cut.
Thank you. I'm happy about it.
I always thought Chris and I were close.
Me too.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Obviously, we love Chris, and we are very excited for him. Do you know what his wife-to-be's name is?
Tiana.
See, that would have been a big flub by him.
Yeah, I mean, you set him up there.
Mm-hmm. I thought about doing it like 4 minutes ago, and I didn't know if I wanted to actually do it. But you know what? If I suppress things, they always come to the top eventually. Yeah. He nailed it.
Yeah, I know what his fiance's name is. So.
Mm-hmm. All right. You say Paul Skeens will play one more full season in Pittsburgh. This is your opinion. You were not reporting this.
Yeah.
So you're saying the 2026 season will be his last full season in a Bucco uniform.
I said if I had to make a bet on it, yeah, I think that's probably the most likely case. I look at 2026 as his final year of being pre-arb. At the end of the 2026 season, a CBA negotiation is going to start. There are a lot of people who believe that's going to lead to a lockout, could eat away a chunk of the 2027 season. So I think Paul Skeens is still going to be a Pirate in 2027, but I don't think we're going to have a full baseball season in 2027, and that's probably going to be Paul's last year in Pittsburgh. When you just look at the logistics behind it, typically when you have an asset of his talent and you're not able to retain that asset, you're not able to extend him, you have to move on with 2 years of control because that ensures you get maximum value in the trade market.
Garrett Cole, Juan Soto, the list goes on. Yeah. So you're saying, again, this is just you taking an educated guess, or educated speculation.
Yeah.
So, like, the off season after 2027 or the deadline of 2028, more than likely the off season after 2027.
I mean, that's when you should start exploring it. If he's not extended by then, and when is this extension going to happen to avoid these thoughts?
How could it happen?
How could it happen, and when? I mean, this is the time for that to happen right now, is the extension, and I don't see that happening. Why would he want to sign an extension here right now? So I don't see that changing, and by 2027, after the season ends, you have to look at yourself if you're the Pirates and think, okay, are we a legitimate championship contender? Not are we a wild card team? Not can we maybe win the division? But are we able to win a championship? And if the answer, even through hesitation, is anything but absolutely yes, then you have to move on. That's just what you do in baseball today. And it doesn't matter if there's a salary cap or anything else going on in the sport. You can't let him leave for nothing.
No.
And the only reason you would have to keep him around is to help you win a championship. And does anyone listening actually think they're 2 years away from being a true championship contender? No. I think they could be a wild card contender in a year or two, but a World Series contender, I think that's probably more than 2 years away.
I think in order to be a quote-unquote World Series contender, you have to be a shoo-in for the playoffs.
Correct.
Because if you get in with what this rotation could look like, Skeens and Jones and Chandler and whomever, you could win the World Series.
Well, and here's the thought that goes along with that. By 2027, you should have had that hypothetical answered. Like, if you haven't made the playoffs, if we're still talking in 2027, like, oh, if they could just get in and give him and Chandler and whoever else and Barco a chance to pitch in the postseason. Well, no. You've had 4 years of these hypothetical thoughts. It's just not happening. Now, next year, if they make the playoffs and they lose in the first round, and then in 2027, they get in and they go a little bit further, then you can think about it a little differently.
Right.
But if you haven't won a playoff series by the end of the 2027 season, it's time to move on. You have nothing to give like an actual legitimate thought toward this team being a championship contender. You're just going off of hope. and you can't afford to do business on hope.
What do you think the haul would be at that time whenever they would make that decision to trade him?
I mean, it would be huge. He's going to be the most valuable pitching asset ever, if ever on the trade market. I mean, he's going to get bigger returns than Randy Johnson ever did. Name another great pitcher that's been traded with years of control. He'll exceed that. I mean, the value that he brings to you off the mound. He's one of the most recognizable faces and brands in sports, and it's only going to get bigger. If he can stay healthy, I mean, you're probably going to be trading away a multi-time Cy Young by the end of the 2027 season. And he still will have 2 years of club control, and you can kind of determine that salary through arbitration. So it's going to be the most valuable pitching asset ever available on a trading scenario.
Which is why I don't understand, apart from, well, I guess I do understand clicks and eyeballs, why people float it now.
Because I'll tell you why. For clicks, I was thinking about like the reaction and why people were upset. Because it's a tough pill to swallow.
You don't need, you're talking about your particular piece?
Or yeah, just the reaction that generated. Like some people are,
It's reality.
Yeah, it's reality. And there are some people who, like, it's a scary thought if you're a Pirate fan to think that there's a solid chance this guy never pitches in a playoff game as a Pirate.
I'd say right now that's more likely than not.
I would agree.
No doubt.
So let's talk about how they could fast-track this sucker, because you've now wasted 2 years of a Cy Young caliber pitcher. 2 years. And you got one full season with this guy left, potentially? Mm-hmm. We'll get into that when we come back. You can text us 412-928-9370. We're also going to run this by Noah Hiles, our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. If a great white shark comes up on me and Callis in the ocean, which of us does that shark eat first? First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Minnesota Twins play tonight at the start of a 3-game series. Game time's at 8:10. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by GoodRx and Geist.
Get the good guys, GoodRx and Geist.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief Show with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Michael Jordan's old Chicago mansion is now available for you to rent on Airbnb. 7 beds, 17.5 bathrooms, a movie theater, putting green, basketball court, infinity pool, all yours for a week-long stay at minimum in 6 figures. Oh yeah, don't forget the $25,000 deposit. You know what? No thanks. I'm JR from the JR Sport Brief Show.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tonight, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence as well. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch, it detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today. Guardian Protection, smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip through their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a bad ride so far for the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Parkway West inbound jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound fairly steady heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Out of the South Hills, northbound 51 with traffic light delays at all the major intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. Off-ramp, Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound, you're jammed at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Noah Hiles with us until 9 a.m. this morning. Noah going to go to the Futures game. Noah going to be at the Home Run Derby. Noah going to be at the All-Star game. Put your fan hat on for a second. What are you most excited to cover? That was dumb phrasing.
Yeah, the Derby is by far the most fun thing to cover. It's a show. Like, that's the only time I've seen an entire press box cheer. When I covered the 2019 Home Run Derby, there were people from, like, ESPN standing up with their arms up. You know, like, everyone is allowed to root and be a part of the action.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I mean, there's no, like, rooting in. Like, you're allowed to just have fun.
Emote.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because usually
it's quiet.
Yeah, you can't.
Big no-no.
Yeah, you can't cheer in the press box. But, like, with that, like, everyone's allowed to enjoy the fun for that one. It's really cool to cover.
And you were saying during the break-in, we were talking to Neil Walker about this the other day, John Wayner too, that O'Neal Cruz's batting practice is awe-inspiring.
Yeah, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. And I remember at the beginning of this season in Miami, I was on the field next to Ben Charrington, and I asked him, I was like, who is the player that you've seen take the best batting practice in all your years in baseball? And this guy, I mean, worked for the Red Sox when they had Hoppy, Manny, some of the best hitters ever. And he said O'Neal's batting practice is the most impressive.
Wow.
Yeah. So in Milwaukee a couple weeks ago in back-to-back swings, he hit a car that was like 500 feet in center field. And then the next swing, he hit a Jumbotron that's located in the upper deck of right center field.
I don't know that you have the answer to this, and I didn't ask the other guys earlier in the week. Is that what he's supposed to be doing? Can you maybe take a little off and poke some of the opposite way?
No, because it's not just that every time.
Okay.
Like, he hits to all fields. Like, you see guys work on different things.
Yeah.
Like, there are times where it's clear. It's like, okay, he's working on hitting an outside pitch low and away and, like, where to take it. But then he's also working on what to do if he gets the pitch he likes. And that's what he does, to be fair. I mean, it's not like he doesn't do that in games. People wish he did it in games more frequently.
Right.
But, I mean, he has hit home runs that far in actual contests. So
Do you know who's pitching to him?
Yeah, it's the guy who pitches BP to him regularly. Okay. It's the team. He's an assistant coach and the team translator. His name's Steven Morales. Mo, awesome guy.
Clearly a righty.
Righty, I believe. Yes. Yeah.
Or else O'Neal would not be the betting favorite. That's probably an unnecessary shot. You took a great shot at the organization on Twitter, Doran, when you said they're gonna. I'm gonna butcher it. But like Skeens, where they're watching the pitch count, they're probably going to pull O'Neal Cruz early. You don't want him to get too many swings.
Yeah. Didn't know.
I think he's probably going to win the thing. You got Jazz Chisholm, and you got the big dumper Cal Raleigh.
I think something
stamina like the
well, that's
okay.
Stamina is going to be really tested in this one because it's in Atlanta. It's going to be humid. It's going to be hot, and I think if you're a younger guy, you have an advantage. Like, I think Acuna has a tremendous advantage because he plays there. He plays in that humidity.
Right.
But, I mean,
that place will be going bonkers.
And that place is going to be going insane, yeah. But with Cruz, I mean, he's younger, and I think being able to handle yourself in that heat is going to be a big factor in who can go all the way.
So that was fun. Let's get back to the Pirates.
That was fun.
Can they be good next year?
Maybe. I mean, they can be.
What would it take?
Money.
Do you think that means money out, money in for them? Or do you think they could add to the payroll while keeping a Mitch Keller?
I mean, they certainly could. Will they? I don't think so.
Because the payroll is going to be higher next year just by guys getting raises and arbitration.
And ideally, if you're going to acquire a bat as well, I mean, that bat could be also another guy going into arbitration if you bring someone in at the deadline. So there's that. But, I mean, if you get rid of Bednar, Santana, Hayes, and Keller, you're clearing up a decent amount of change. I mean, that's probably like close to, what is that, probably
30?
half of your payroll?
Yeah.
Or a third of it, at
$40
least.
million?
Yeah, $40 million, something like that. So there's an opportunity to spend. It's just you've got to spend it correctly. You have assets you can trade, but you have to trade them correctly. Like, if they make the right moves, they can be better. And I think on top of those trades, whenever they're made, be it later this month or in the offseason, I do think it's time that you sign some established veterans. There are guys out there, I mean, if they have, you would think you could go get a Bregman or a Schwarber or someone like that, and your payroll still would be probably the lowest in your division.
Yeah.
But even if you don't do that, there are other guys that I look at that could make this team better. Like, there are affordable, multi-year type players that could come in and be a competent position player, which is what they need. They need a lot of those guys.
You get yourselves to league average scoring runs.
Yeah.
I think you're a playoff team.
Maybe. We'll see. I mean, it's hard to say that because it's like we haven't seen that.
Right.
It's like we'll see. Like they were like an average offense in July last year, and then they get into August, and then the pitching fell out. So who's to say that, like, maybe the pitching will bottom out again this year in August? And now we have a sample size where is this just a good first half pitching staff? Or maybe this year they'll have the endurance to go further on. We don't really even know how good this pitching is. We know the offense is bad, so
we know it's been good so far.
It's been good so far. Yeah. So like, there's a lot more to learn than I think it's. I think it's a little bit more complicated than just 2 hitters. That's all they need. They'll be a playoff team. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Is it more complicated to sit here and think like, oh my gosh, like how can they not make a move? Like just the perception of not making legitimate moves in the offseason. Is there more to it than just doing that? Like, do you think that the stigma around guys not wanting to come here and play is real?
I think guys want to come here and play, but they're not going to come here and play for a discount.
Mm-hmm.
And for certain cases, I mean, you have to make people want to work for you in any business that you run. Like, if you don't have a great reputation as a business, you have to change that reputation. Sometimes that means paying a little bit more than market value for someone to convince them to come here. Sometimes it's by making other moves that show, hey, you can, like, if they extend schemes, I bet you a lot of free agents want to come here, or at least more people than before, right? You have to do something that shows, hey, I'm going to actually have a chance to win here. Guys in baseball, they want to win and they want to make money. This hasn't been a place known to provide either of those two things.
Which is why when you say that 2026 could be Skeens' final full season here in Pittsburgh, it makes a lot of sense to me when I read out your reasoning and hear you talk about it. Because, hey, if he was going to stick around, very least you got to win. Because you're probably not going to be able to pay him $600 million.
Right.
Well, they're not winning either. Will they move Mitch Keller before the deadline? Who are some other names they could move before the deadline? We'll get into all that with Noah when we come back. We have to have him answer the shark question as well, Doran. Many other things to nosh on with our friend Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Reports say Rob Manfred is considering putting a salary cap and changing some other economical parts of Major League Baseball, and that will be negotiated when the new labor agreement is up. The current one expires in December of 2026. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here, like you said, for Window Nation. I know you've been looking into replacing your windows, but you're overwhelmed by all the options out there. Well, Window Nation makes it easy. From the moment you reach out, you'll work directly with local experts who are proud to call Pittsburgh their home, too. And with one-day installation, your home will stay cool and comfortable through the rest of the summer and cozy and warm through the winter, too. And right now, you can take advantage of Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. You know I like to procrastinate. I wouldn't with this. If I could get top quality windows from local experts, get 50% off all window styles now. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. How do you get in touch? You call 866-90-NATION or online at windownation.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 $3,999 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Sweet, the iconic British glam rock band live at Jurgles Thursday, July 31st. Known for their unforgettable hits and dynamic performances, Sweet is ready to rock the stage alongside special guests, Cream Doors and Rattlebones. Don't miss your chance to be part of this epic night. Buy your tickets now at Jurgles.com and get ready to relive the magic of the 70s with Sweet. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Noah Hiles with us until 9 o'clock. Southside Jake, our good friend, said he is going to be out this way today. He's going to deliver us a breakfast pizza. Meanwhile, Oakmont Bakery just dropped off the donuts, and the vultures have descended upon them in the hallway.
Yes.
Paul Rasmussen and
Pat.
Others. Thank you, Pat. They're just out there just eating it all. We're going to do another segment with Noah. We'll get out there. It'll just be crumbs left over.
Yep.
PJ Kamanchik from KDKA, great human being. You know, he'll be sniffing around the damn donuts.
Yep.
And we just get, I don't know, what's the worst donut? I mean, it's all good at Oakmont Bakery, but what would be the final selection in a donut draft? My wife hates the Boston cream, which I don't understand. I love Boston cream. It's not sexual, Doran. It's a donut.
I didn't say anything.
You made a smirk.
I didn't say anything.
What's the last pick in a donut draft?
Oh man. I don't like the strict all chocolate ones that are like wrinkly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
have
thinking about.
the indents around
exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, they're just not aesthetically pleasing.
Yep. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Like, a lot of people, I think, would say jelly, but I think jellies are
I think jelly's fine.
I think they're fantastic.
Yeah.
They're okay.
Glazed. I love glazed is my number one.
Love a glazed donut.
Just regular.
I like the Homer Simpson. Just the pink icing with sprinkles. Yeah.
I'm a regular donut with the chocolate and sprinkles on top.
I could
Easy to please.
Yeah.
You know, cruller? You like a cruller?
What's that?
I don't know. I just know that there's one called a cruller. I don't know the names of them. I just know what I like and I don't like. You could tell.
Danish?
I'm Irish. Noah Hiles with us until 9 o'clock. We'll put off the shark conversation until the final segment because we spent a few moments here talking about donuts. Noah, is Mitch Keller going to be a Pirate after July 31st is the deadline?
So a week ago from today, while I was in Seattle, I was talking with a source, and he told me a week ago that entering July, he thought Keller's odds of being traded were as high as 70%.
Ooh.
But then he said the 6-game win streak might have decreased those odds a bit because the Pirates front office might look around and say, hey, you know what? Hey, we might want to keep more of this core intact. So he said, depending on how the team continues to play, will affect his trade stock. Well, they haven't won since.
That's right.
He said that. So I would have to think it's more likely than not that, based off of the information that I have, that he's probably getting moved.
I can see arguments for why it would make sense to do it at the deadline, one of which would be that he has cratered in the second half each of the last 2 years, so you want to sell high. Also, it is absolutely a seller's market right now.
Yeah.
On the flip side, if you're looking for impact bats that you can get that'll help your major league team, I don't know that you can do something like that until the offseason, because what contender wants to part from a couple of bats or even a bat?
I mean, in a 3-team trade, you could potentially, if there's a team that has a young, productive hitter, but, money is not an issue or whatever, they could get a replacement at that spot. The Pirates get their young hitter, and then Mitch could go somewhere else. I mean, there are ways to make it happen. I think there are two things that really need to be considered with Mitch's trade value. One is I think he's probably the most valuable starting pitcher available, him or Sandy Alcantara. And Mitch is pitching a lot better than Sandy. And he hasn't had Tommy John surgery, and he hasn't really had any notable injuries.
He's been a horse.
He's been healthy, and he is a guy that will get you at least 5 to 6 innings pretty much every start. That's what you're looking for when you acquire a pitcher in the midst of a pennant run. And you have that for 3 more seasons after this one. So there's a lot of value there. However, on his return value, I think this is a situation where the Pirates need to have what they want in mind. They have to have their price. And whatever that price is, it has to be met. You can't just sell him to the best offer. If you have a certain return in mind, let's say you're trying to get another Nick Gonzalez, for example, someone with 4+ years of team control, who's pre-arb and is above average hitter. If that's your bar, then if that's not offered to you by July 31st at 6 p.m., then you take him into the offseason and you keep that bidding war going.
Right.
Because those teams who are interested in Mitch Keller right now, they're all still going to be interested in Mitch Keller, because part of the selling point for Mitch is his control. So the market is still going to exist for Mitch Keller after July, and you could keep that in mind. You make your price clear, and if someone meets that price, then you move him, but you don't just sell him to the best offer. You sell him to what you want.
People are saying that the cruller, by the way, is the donut that you both described as the one you don't want to eat.
Oh, look at that.
So how about that?
Look at that.
Also, here's a great text. I deliver papers for the Herald Standard. That's Uniontown. I walk into a backyard to deliver. On the back porch, the owner, an older man, has the fan on in the backyard. He's peeing, and he said, I'm listening to the Fan Morning Show. So, to the man peeing off his back porch in Uniontown, thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, a relative?
Probably. I have a lot of family in Uniontown.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ever been in Uniontown?
Yes.
You like Uniontown?
It's okay.
Hmm.
I Went to a thrift store there once.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that's just called a store.
Yeah.
I didn't need to take out Uniontown like that, but I'm
That was
allowed.
You've taken out a lot today.
I'm allowed to take out Uniontown. I got family there. Been there a million times in my life. Probably spent more time in Uniontown than anywhere else but Pittsburgh and Morgantown. And some various other places that I've gone to more than Uniontown. What about Key Brian Hayes?
I would say he's probably their most likely position player to be moved.
Do you think it's
Aside
more
from
likely he's moved than Keller?
No, just because the demand isn't as high. I think his price is probably what it's going to be for the remainder of his time here. I think that they wouldn't hate to move his contract off the books, but I don't think like they're begging teams to take him. I think there is a little bit of a market for him. I would say there's probably a higher likelihood than not that he's moved.
How about Bednar Santana?
I think at least one of them for sure. Now, which one? That's a good question. I mean, Bednar's a little bit more expensive. He's the best pitcher relief pitcher in the National League right now. So
he won the award.
Yeah, he won the recognition.
Do we still do the Rolaids Reliever of the Year award? Is that something that still exists?
I don't.
I think they might have named it the Hoffman. Anyhow, I digress.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that both of them have a pretty good trade market. It's interesting to see like if the Pirates want to hang on to one of those guys, because I do think like if pitching is going to be your greatest strength, like keeping at least one established leverage arm makes sense. Like if you get rid of both of them, not that I don't I have faith that like Braxton Ashcraft could be a lights out closer one day, or I mean Isaac Matteson's looked really good over the last month and a half. Carmen Mlodzinski, there's a whole bunch of guys. I mean Jared Jones, if he comes back and you want to try to save that arm, he would be electric out of the bullpen too. I mean there's so many options they could go with, but like if you're really trying to win in 2026, I think there's some logic behind keeping one of those two, especially if one of them is a Pittsburgh guy and wants to be here.
It's going to be Bednar.
Yeah.
Mariano Rivera
was good.
I'm going to take another stab at it.
Marijuana.
I have a
marijuana. Marijuana.
So AL reliever of the year is the Mariano Rivera. AL relief pitcher of the year, Trevor Hoffman, is the NL reliever of the year award. How about that? Okay. MLB draft taking place on Sunday. We'll get Noah's thoughts on what the Bucks should be looking to do there. They have the 6th overall pick. We'll get his thoughts on whether a great white shark would attack me or Harry Callis if that shark encountered both of us in the Atlantic Ocean. That and more. And then we have a fun thought exercise planned for the people at the top of the 9 o'clock hour that we could spend probably 17 hours on. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Minnesota Twins start a 3-game series tonight. Pirates have lost 6 games in a row. They have lost all 6 of the games they've played on their road trip so far, and this Minnesota Twin series is the last on this road trip before they come back home to start next week. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. 8:10 is the start time of the game. Coverage begins at 7:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews dealing with a couple of accidents, one of them in Pleasant Hills, the intersection of Route 51 Clarendon Boulevard at Century 3 Boulevard. The other one in McKees Rocks in the 1000 block of 3rd Street near Broadway Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill inbound to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound remains steady out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East inbound jams at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass up into the lane restrictions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here for Boulevard Glass and Metal. It's July, hot and humid. You want to cool down in the shower? Only that silly plastic shower curtain keeps wrapping around your leg. Well, call Boulevard Glass and Metal for a custom glass shower enclosure right now. These are the same guys that install those large glass storefronts all around Pittsburgh. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com, or call 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal, clearly the right choice.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in about 10 minutes, the PM team has been doing their top 25 players series. So top 25 Pirates of the last 25 years and Steelers and Penguins. And Pony, I think Mulsey's off again, so he has tasked me with coming up with a list of the top 25 Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia football players, a composite list of the last 25 years. Now, I don't want to ruin their show by unveiling my list, but the reality is I have not come up with a list. And so we're going to knock that around a little bit at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Kind of play Remember a Name, Remember a Guy game.
Can we fit? Well, I guess we're not. Are we like not allowed to make our own top 25?
Oh, there are no rules. If we come out on the other side with a list, we come out on the other side with a list, you know? I mean, we got to serve our show before we serve Pony's show.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you're going on their show. He wants you to come on their show, but we have our own show, so you might as well do it on your own show instead of doing it on their show.
But what happens is they have these lists prepared beforehand, and I have yet to do my full homework yet.
So you need my help.
I thought it would be fun.
Yeah. Okay.
If I had the list together, I just would have done it at 9. But he wanted me to come on yesterday at 4:45, and he tasked me with this. I'm like, man, that's going to take some considerable thought. So no. And I gave him some excuse that I was like going to the pool.
Oh.
Which we did. But if I had a list prepared, I would have done it from the pool. Catch some rays. Noah's checking his time now.
No, I'm just keeping this draft article I wrote open so I could give you good information. That's all.
Pirates pick 6th in the draft upcoming on Sunday night?
Yes.
Weird time for a draft.
That's
Sunday
baseball,
night.
baby.
It sure is baseball. Let's do our draft on a Sunday night. Why not? What do you think the Pirates should do?
I think
Because real quick, I do think if you ask a casual Pirates fan, get a college hitter, a guy who can come up and help you in the lineup as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, I'm not in love with the college hitters in this draft class. I think it's there are two big position groups that I think will be available at number 6. There is a crop of left-handed college pitchers. There's 3 of them.
Oh, no.
And if one of them is available, any of those 3, I think the Pirates could do a lot worse than selecting one of that trio. The other group that really stands out to me in this first round is there are like 5 high school shortstops who all have a tremendous ceiling, but are probably going to take a little bit longer than 1 or 2 years to get to the major leagues. So if you're looking to do the most with this pick that can help you next year, I think taking an elite college arm helps the most for 2026 simply because it gives you additional pitching depth. You add to that pipeline, and it gives you a little bit more flexibility to trade away for some arms for some big league bats. Probably in the offseason, not necessarily like later this month, but you feel a little bit better if you want to do a player-for-player deal like Hunter Barco for the hitter equivalent of Hunter Barco. You feel better making that move now because you have another high-rated prospect, another left-handed pitcher that will be here in probably 2 or less seasons.
Some nuance right there.
Yeah, so like I'm looking at it for how can this team maximize this opportunity to make themselves better in 2026. This gives them more trade flexibility if they take the left-handed pitcher. Now, there's a chance all 3 of those lefties are gone, and if that's the case, I'm looking at that shortstop group, and I'm trying to find my next Connor Griffin.
Now, you said earlier offline that it really doesn't matter who runs the draft.
It's not the general manager. The guy running the draft, his name is Justin Horowitz. It's his 2nd year doing it. He's their head of amateur scouting, and there's a lot that people can have qualms with in the Pirates front office. This guy is not one of them. His last job was with the Boston Red Sox. He played a huge part in building their prospect core, the big 3, that is like the best prospect core in baseball. He also, as a scout, signed Jarren Duran, who's another, elite prospect. He's going through some stuff right now, but he has an eye for talent. Last year was his first draft.
Connor Griffin, pretty good.
Griffin, pretty good first-round pick. 3 of their other picks in last draft have been flipped for major league talent. Their 3rd-round pick, Hartle, was part of the Horowitz deal, or the Spencer Horowitz deal. They traded, I believe, their 13th-round pick for Chase Shugart and their 19th-round pick for Emmanuel Valdez. Like, if you can continue to do that, where if you draft arms, you're able to identify arm talent that other organizations are interested in, and you can get supplementary big league pieces in exchange for those guys. I mean, what is a 19th-round pick going to do for you in the next 2-3 seasons? He's going to fill a spot in Double-A at best, probably. But they turned that into Valdez, who was, a productive utility guy until he got hurt. So I think he had a really, really good draft last year, in my opinion. And I think that this is one of the things the Pirates front office has going for it right now.
Real quick, can Connor Griffin be a Pirate next year?
Yeah, I totally think so. I think he's in Double-A next month. And that's just going off of my own speculation. I know there are still some boxes that he needs to check. They need a shortstop. They need an elite bat. He is those things.
Yes.
And if he continues to play well, he gets a promotion to Double-A, finishes out the season strong in Altoona, and he plays like he did last year in spring training, I don't see it being unrealistic for him to start in Triple-A next season. And if you start, anyone who starts their season in Triple-A has a very good chance of being a big leaguer. And it's not like a pitcher where it makes sense to kind of worry about his service time. Like, if they only had 2 starting pitchers, Bubba Chandler would have been up earlier, right? But there wasn't a clear need for starting pitching.
Good point.
They need a Connor Griffin. They need to make sure he's ready. But if he's ready at age 20, at age 19, he'll be here.
Does a great white shark eat me or Callis first?
It depends on who's more calm. So I would say...
Harry, you'd be more calm, right?
For sure. Southside Jake said that also I would be the desirable choice first.
Because of meat quotient?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next, the top 20 meat quotient, top 25 Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia football players of the last 25 years. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 86, low of 68, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, for your start of the weekend, high of 90, low of 71. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh West in Greentree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
With more than 15,000 cardiac procedures performed in the last 5 years, UPMC is a leader in the field of cardiac care.
We've been first to use advanced technologies for heart valve disease, for aortic disease, for coronary disease. The work that the heart team here at UPMC does is truly life-changing. We want to be the pioneers and continue to innovate in the world of heart disease.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payment starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents still in your way. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now. One of them being cleared in McKees Rocks, 1000 block of 3rd Street off Broadway Avenue. The other one in Pleasant Hills on Clareton Boulevard at the intersection with Century 3 Boulevard. Parkway West, you remain jammed just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East inbound stacking at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound approaching those lane restrictions, you're jammed back before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're trying to come up with a top 25 list of Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia football players from the last 25 years. The best of the best. And it's a pain in the ass. And when I get asked to do things, I try to work smart, not work hard. So Pat Bostic already put together his top 25 list of Pitt players from the last 25 years. I thought, who around here knows a ton about Penn State football? And I thought initially Paul Alexander, but then the entire top 25 list would have been Penn State football players.
Right.
I then thought about Joel Nelson, but Joel is also a big-time Penn State homer, and I love Joel. I thought, who can I go to for the Penn State side of this that is going to look at things fairly and objectively, and I landed on producer Sean Myers. So he gave me 40 Penn State players that he considered for a top 25 list. 40? And he narrowed it down to 15. Before we start putting this thing together, Pat Bostic's top 5 Pitt Panthers the last 25 years, he has from 5 to 1, Shady McCoy, Darrelle Revis, Kenny Pickett, Aaron Donald, Larry Fitzgerald. Do we have a problem with that?
No.
Noah Hiles has decided to stick around because he loves sports, he loves radio, and also Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating brought us in breakfast pizza. What made you stick around more, the breakfast pizza or the ball talk?
Listen, I love naming dudes.
It's
Noah, my favorite thing in the world.
He's very important for the Pitt side, I think, because he did cover the Pitt football team. He knows the history of Pitt football. This is a good person to have outside of obviously me being biased, a Pitt person that can put this together.
Had season tickets when I was a kid.
Yes.
Did you really?
For like 2 years, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
You did too, right?
No. I did go to the Boston College Pitt game where Palco ran that dude over on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
I was wearing a blanket. It was chilly. I was with my dad. Yeah, if you won't quibble with Bostic's top 5, I also will not quibble with Bostic's top 5.
But what does Noah?
No, I like that top 5.
Okay.
Then from 6 to 10, he's got James Conner.
Well, actually, is Antonio Bryant in that top 5?
He's not.
I don't think he's ahead of
Larry.
any of those names.
No.
Yeah, no. Okay.
6th, James Conner. 7th, Kalijah Cansey. 8th, Antonio Bryant. 9th, Jordan Addison. 10th, Scott McKillop. And because I love this man, 11th, Doran Dickerson.
No Dion Lewis.
Yet.
He has Dion Lewis 16th.
Okay.
So Doran was 11th. HB Blades 12. Jabal Sheard 13. Patrick Jones 14. Rashad Weaver 15. Dion Lewis 16. Andy Lee 17.
Is he?
Would you just wait a second here? Tyler Boyd 18. Gerald Hayes 19. Ray Graham 20. Rod Rutherford 21. Who to this day holds the record for most touchdowns thrown in a Big East football season. We discovered that the other day. Brian O'Neill, 22. Kyle Lewis, 23. Greg Romius, 24. Tyler Palco, 25.
No Izzy Abanikanda?
No Izzy Abanikanda.
He's an All-American.
There's a lot of All-Americans that are going to wind up
I mean,
getting
Izzy
left off this
Abanikanda was
list.
better than
Who?
Ray Graham.
I don't know.
How many years was Ray Graham a starter?
Like
I'm on it.
Yeah. I mean, Izzy Abanikanda was a starting running back on a championship team as a freshman, and then he was the only offense they had the next year.
Yeah.
And they won 9 games and were ranked.
Yeah. Yeah.
He should be, I think, close to the top 10, in my opinion.
So one of the things that became an issue when Doran and I were talking about this before the show, and I guess it's not really an issue because if we leave a guy off the list, so be it. We leave a guy off the list. But guys who, like Kenny Pickett, great year. Heisman Trophy, he finishes 3rd in the voting, wins an ACC championship, but his 4 prior years were pretty good so-so. How do you measure that against guys who had longer stretches of success but won less than a guy like Kenny Pickett?
I mean, see, that's how my list would have gone. Like, I wouldn't have been on the list, in my list, my top 25, because I measure out the 4 or 5 years that you're at Pitt.
I think it did.
2009, you guys were outstanding.
Yeah, we were, but I mean, individually, like I measure out like freshman year, sophomore year, junior year.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, as for an individual.
You had the one All-American season.
Right. Like me, I would probably either be last or not on the list. Like I'm measuring out. Like HB Blades would be high. Revis obviously would be high. He was only there for so long. Larry would be high because they did it consistently in those years.
So how do you grade someone like Addison, who was only there for a couple of years but was the best in the country at what he did in one of those 2 years?
He would be high because he did it consistently.
Yeah.
To get to that year, and then after that year, he did it. Had a decent year in USC.
Yeah.
Israel Abanikanda, 1,400 yards, 20 touchdowns. His junior season, his final season at Pitt.
That's a pretty good year.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Ray Graham, most rushing yards he ever had in a season was 1,000. Not that I'm scoffing at that.
I mean, Ray
number,
Graham had
11
a solid career,
Yeah.
but I mean,
he had 922, then 958, then 1,000. Man, that 2011 season, he played 8 games, got hurt, but he was having a hell of a year.
I would argue. I mean, Izzy had one of the best single seasons a Pitt player's had in quite some time. I would say. I mean, like,
What is he rush for that year? What is he Abanikanda rush for his junior year?
1,400.
And he missed the game too.
Yeah, I don't know if.
And I don't think he played in. No, I mean, I'm saying, but like when you look at what he had to do, like they couldn't throw the football.
Right.
And they still were a top 25 team in the country. Everyone knew he was getting the ball. I think there was a stretch where he scored like every one of their touchdowns for like 7 straight games or something like that.
I'm happy to bring up Dion Lewis, Doran. Oh, my God. So, the season you're an All-American, Dion Lewis rushed for 1,800 yards, 17 touchdowns, had 25 catches to boot, had 2,000 scrimmage yards. Izzy Abanikanda, most scrimmage yards he had in a season was 1,500. Why do I keep doing bad math with commas? Probably because I went to West Virginia. I'll just save you all the joke there.
Yep.
We were talking about this beforehand. Pitt has had a good running back every year that we've been alive. You go back to Kevin Barlow.
Oh, Ironhead.
Ironhead before him.
Who was their running back last year?
Desmond Reed.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. Yeah, he was.
Should we even have this guy? I don't know who Desmond Reed is.
Stop covering the team, man.
Ironhead, then you go to Curtis Martin, you go to Kevin Barlow. Myrie was pretty good, but then you go to Shady McCoy, you go to Dion Lewis, you go to Ray Graham, then James Conner, Quadri Olison, Izzy Abanikanda, Desmond Reed.
Yeah.
All good.
Pretty damn good.
And they had good secondary guys in most of those like there was Lerod Stevens Howling,
Darren Hall.
Yeah, there were.
I mean, our freshman running backs were Dion and Ray Graham. They were freshmen my senior year.
And Dion rushed for 1,800 yards that year. And 17 touchdowns. That's stupid. Stupid numbers. All right, here's what Sean Myers gave me for Penn State guys who are in contention.
Is Jesse James on the list?
He keeps trying to get me to preempt the list. I just go through the list. I'm going to go through the list in 30 seconds. You're going to have the list.
Sorry.
I'll go 15 down to 1. This is from Sean Myers, producer extraordinaire around here. Derek Williams, Darrell Clark, Jared Odrick, Levi Brown, Tama Hawley. What a player Tama Hawley was. Michael Robinson, Larry Johnson, Allen Robinson, Tyler Warren, Dan Connor, Micah Parsons, Abdul Carter, Trace McSorley, Paul Puslesny, Saquon Barkley. Do you do shorthand, or did you just write a bunch of names down and you're crossing them off?
Yeah, I made 10 for each team, and I just, over the break, I thought of as many names as I could.
The one thing that we also discovered before the show is, like, those are some good wide receivers there for Penn State. I don't think any of them top the Pitt guys, and I don't think they top Tavon Austin or Stedman Bailey either.
Nope.
Kevin White for West Virginia, I mean, he was a top 10 draft pick. Those are great wide receivers for Penn State. I don't think they crack either of these. No. I mean, for Pitt, you've got 3 Biletnikoff winners. Larry Fitzgerald, Antonio Bryant, and Jordan Addison. So it's tough to argue that any West Virginia guys would jump them. And nobody's going to jump Larry Fitzgerald because I think he's viewed as one of the best college players of all time and certainly one of the best college wide receivers of all time. Do we quibble with anything on that portion of the list?
Sean Lee?
Yes.
Was he on that list?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was not.
He was not. No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
I put him on.
So the guys that he had left
There's
on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
I know. There's a ton of Penn State linebackers. Guys who just barely missed out. Pat Freiermuth, Mike Gesicki, Evan Royster, Nicholas Singleton, Jahan Dotson, Donovan Smith, Olu Fashanu, Carl Nassib, Aaron Mabin, Sean Lee, Navarro Bowman, Alan Zamitis, Jaquan Brister, Chris Godwin, Jimmy Kennedy, Stefan Wisniewski, Devin Still, and Marcus Allen.
See, Sean Lee does not belong to that group at all.
He belongs in the top 15.
Yes, he does not belong in that group of people.
I think
I'd close.
Would you knock Derek Williams off for him, or do you?
Yes.
I mean, you're looking at his accolades. He was 2-time second-team All-Big Ten. He was never an All-American?
Sean Lee.
Yeah, according to Wikipedia.
He also got hurt, too.
Yeah. I mean, he had an incredible pro career, but, like, I feel like if you're a Penn State linebacker and you're going to be on this list, you probably should be an All-American, right? Like, that should be an accolade requirement.
Sean said there were 15 All-Americans he skipped over for his list.
That's crazy.
Sean Lee was pretty damn good.
Yeah, he was.
138 tackles in 2007, 3.5 sacks. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good. What we got caught up in the sauce of, like, how many Penn State quarterbacks even can flirt with the list? One?
Maybe one.
Trace McSorley?
Maybe.
Won a Big Ten championship. And then he would always, when he'd throw a touchdown, he would do that home run celebration. He was a good college quarterback. But Kenny Pickett was third in the Heisman voting.
Will Grier.
Will Grier was third in the Heisman voting.
Pat White.
I was going to say, yeah, the best college quarterback is a West Virginia guy.
Yeah, Pat White goes 4 for 4 in bowl games, won 11 games, 3 out of his 4 seasons. Geno Smith won a Big East and put up Heisman numbers, but didn't win the Heisman.
Got some playmakers, WVU.
That's where I can make my headway on this list, baby, is the quarterback position. That's what I got. Because I was thinking defense, we ain't going to get a lot of guys on my defensive team here.
I mean, playmaker-wise, you can make your headway, too.
You got the #1 highlight tape of all time.
Tavon.
Yep.
The most watched YouTube of all time.
Every year on New Year's Day, that's the first YouTube video I make sure I watch.
You're kidding me.
To start off I'm normally hungover. I make myself breakfast. I sit down at like 8 a.m. First day of the year. I was like, it's going to be a great year. We're watching the Tavon Austin highlight tape. I've done it for like 7 straight years.
You're not even
a West Virginia fan. That's just dude's rock.
College?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Yeah, I can name like the Gus Johnson calls like verbatim. Like I know like this is where the music changes. This is the Oklahoma game. 574 all-purpose yards or whatever it was.
in a loss.
Yeah.
Couldn't stop
I've watched
a nosebleed.
When I would get home from the bar in college, like that was going up on the TV.
Oh.
Like you can ask other reporters who have traveled with me on the road.
Look at Doran's face.
Dude, it's a sick highlight tape.
It just is. Highlight tape. I just can't imagine turning over a new leaf for a new year
and watching that
in all its glory. And that's me saying that.
Yeah.
Like that would have surprised nobody. Like, oh, Crowley watches Deuce McBride highlights whenever he starts.
No, it's just like a tradition. It's like we're gonna start it off 1-0.
And your girlfriend's fine with this?
She's not. I mean, like I like wake up at like 7:30 a.m. After like a night out, and I'm like, all right, let's put it on.
Do you think you'll do that forever?
I don't know. We'll see. 1 year I'll forget.
Wow.
Not anytime soon though.
Wow. Tavon Austin.
Who's the pick guy? If we're waking up on New Year's and we had to watch one Penn State guy, it's probably Saquon.
Larry Fitz.
I think it's Fitz.
Fitz or Shady.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You know who has a dope highlight tape? Pitt and West Virginia guy, Russell Shell.
Oh, his
you ever watch his high school highlights?
The high school one.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Well, Noah Devine has probably one of the best high school.
Yeah.
Henry Hynoski has one of the best high school I've ever seen.
Henry Hynoski.
Yeah, our fullback.
I know.
Southern Columbia. You should, if you have time.
Look at his face.
It's like he's playing against termites, like the youth players. It is the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
No, that offense is like built for him.
Insane.
Yeah.
People are texting in that Sean Lee was an All-American.
Maybe. I mean, Wikipedia lied. I don't know. I don't see it. It doesn't say it on Wikipedia, and that's the extent of my research on this.
First team All-American Pro Football Weekly in 2007.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's all kind of different All-American lists.
Mm-hmm.
If he wasn't, he should have been.
He was. How does he have 130-some tackles and not be an All-American?
Yeah,
at Penn State, too.
Yeah, too.
Right.
Like, if you do that at that position at that school, you're an All-American.
I love the text line right now. It is utter chaos.
I'm sure.
Utter chaos.
On what side? Like, what is everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the Penn State people are always the loudest I've found. Here's one. Can we get some LaRod Stevens howling love? I think he got appropriate love.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to keep sussing this out. You take LaShawn McCoy or Saquon Barkley? Oh!
Ooh.
Saquon.
So do you understand a tease?
Oh.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight at 8:10 against the Minnesota Twins in the final series of this road trip. They've lost 6 games in a row. They've lost all the games of the road trip so far. They're playing the Minnesota Twins. 8:10 start time. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Many of you love those great Pittsburgh-based and brewed craft beers. I know I do, and there's one place to go for all your weekend beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. They got all the great Pittsburgh crafts and other super premium beers in their cooler on sale with $2 off every 4-pack. Today only. That's right, $2 off Hitchhiker, Dancing Gnome, Cinderlands, Grist House, Old Thunder, and much more, all at $2 off. You buy one, you save two. You buy three, you save six. That's math. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet today only for $2 off all Pittsburgh craft beers. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. MLB Draft is this weekend. Don't feel bad if not too many or any of the names of those to be drafted are familiar to you. You might recognize one name, however, Jack Bauer, as in the character Kiefer Sutherland played on the long-running Fox Series 24. This Jack was named after that Jack, and this Jack is the 44th-ranked prospect, hardest-throwing high school pitcher ever, reaching 103. His number, 24. I'm Bart Winkler.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Spring is in full swing, and warmer days mean one thing. Cooling season is here. Is your AC ready for the heat? Don't wait for a breakdown. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and schedule a tune-up for your cooling system today. The honest, licensed professionals at McVay are trained to repair and maintain any type and any brand of cooling system you may have. Don't wait. Appointments are filling up fast. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric or go to callmcvay.com to schedule your appointment.
Hey, it's Crowley here for ZeroRes. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, ZeroRes is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get one free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why ZeroRes is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about ZeroRes. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be ZeroResified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. ZeroRes has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. ZeroRes.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still dealing with some earlier incidents. This report brought to you by Cohen's Markets. Right now, a couple of accidents still being cleared. One in the final stages, 1000 block of 3rd Street just off of Broadway Avenue in McKees Rocks. The other one in Pleasant Hills, Route 51 Clarendon Boulevard at Century 3 Boulevard. Parkway East remains jammed inbound right around Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound, though, you are stacked back to the Bend at Bates, entering those lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 now a little bit heavy on the outbound side. As you approach the 40th Street Bridge, you're finding delays back toward the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. My God, do we got a full house today.
Sure do. Popular.
Doran Dickerson, Adam Crowley, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. With him, intern RJ, Noah Hiles, who was supposed to join us for a full hour, loves breakfast pizza, so he's staying on to have this college football conversation because Southside Jake brought in breakfast pizza. Oh, yeah, and then Tony Basile, the Wild Things, he's going to be joining us in the next segment and for the remainder of the show to talk about the awesome all-star celebrity softball game taking place on Monday. So we're probably breaking fire codes. I do feel like it's getting a little bit warmer in here.
A little bit.
A little humid.
Yeah.
But the question at hand right now is Saquon Barkley or LaShawn McCoy?
That's too tough. I don't even want to answer that. That's too tough. I honestly cannot pick. Can't do it.
I'll go Saquon.
I'll go by a smidge, Saquon.
Yeah.
He played one more year, which is going to help. His overall numbers are going to get aided by that. He was 2-time Big Ten Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, and he had over 1,100 receiving yards. But Saquon never had more touchdowns in a season than LaShawn McCoy did in 2008. LaShawn had 21 rushing touchdowns, 1,500 yards. I mean, he did catch the ball pretty well, too. Had 550 receiving yards in his career. I mean, both great players.
I would argue Saquon was probably going up against better defenses. Right?
In the Big Ten at that time?
The Big Ten, mid-20 teens versus Big East.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Both got to play Rutgers.
Yeah, that's true.
Both got the ruckus.
I mean, Rutgers with Schiano back then was pretty decent.
Was good.
Better than they were. I mean, and then West Virginia was West Virginia.
West Virginia.
You're playing against Michigan State.
Louisville.
Michigan State at the height of its powers.
Iowa
was always good. Wisconsin was really good back then. Ohio State's always been Ohio State. Saquon was Shady ever the best running back in the country? Because I think Saquon, you could say that for.
No, but there was a lot more running backs whenever Shady was.
No, I agree. And Shady was maybe my favorite college football player ever. But I mean, Saquon was incredible, man.
The conversation you brought up between if you're putting on a highlight tape, a one-pit offensive player, and you got to pick between Shady and Larry Fitzgerald. Oh my God. I don't know. It seemed like every catch Larry made, he was 15 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
It was almost like WWE wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
You just knew, it's here's the touchdown move. It just seemed like a given. He was that good.
I don't know how he landed the way that he did.
You guys, and I have this, I don't know, I got it in high school. You should see, he had a practice highlight film. And they'll show it on
Narduzzi posted it a couple years ago.
There's clips, but I have the whole thing. it's like you saw the catches that he made in the games. You should see what he did in practice.
Really?
Oh my God. So there's not a receiver to this day that can ever even replicate that.
I mean, he's probably the best college receiver ever.
Should we call Ron Cook and see if he wants to give some input on this list?
No.
Saquon had 54 catches in one season and averaged 6 yards a carry, 18 touchdowns. He had 21 touchdowns overall. Yeah, I love Steve Slayton. I don't think he got a candle on those guys. Avon Coburn, West Virginia's all-time leading rusher. He was in the early 2000s. He's a really good player. He was tough to bring down. Amos Zaraway a little bit before that. Yeah. And then forget about defense. Did I list the defensive guys on the air, or was that off the air? The West Virginia defensive guys?
Well, how many do you have?
Well, let me just tell you something here. Friggin' Neil Brown.
Oh, we don't need to talk about this. What are you trying to justify? There's either good guys or there's bad. We're not going to go back to, the coaches, Walt Harris. You want me to start talking about Walt Harris? Let me start talking about Wanstead.
Who's the number one player?
Todd Graham.
Good point. No shot at Paul Christ. Actually, I'm pretty sure. Do you think if Paul Christ and Neil Brown had a conversation, do you think either of them makes it out of the room without falling asleep? Those two talking to each other?
It'd be like taking a Ambien.
Just think about the way Paul Christ would fire you up compared to Narduzzi and the way that Neil Brown would fire you up compared to Rich Rodriguez. Even Dana Holgerson was like, let's go get him, boys. Cigarettes and alcohol. Red Bull.
Unreal.
Who's the best Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia player of the last 25 years?
Larry.
Saquon.
If it was the last 30, I think it would be LeVar Arrington.
Yes.
But last 25, it's Larry.
And you're saying like each team or just out of all of them?
Out of all of them. The best of the best player.
He came the closest to winning the Heisman out of everyone in that group, right?
He was second behind Jason White.
Kenny finished third. I mean, how many Penn State guys finished top 3 over that stretch? Or West Virginia guys? Yeah, it has to be Larry.
Yeah.
You don't wait more for quarterback?
Mm-mm.
Or Aaron Donald. I mean, he ended up being the best pro.
Which I don't think you can factor in.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking best pros, Pitt runs away with the thing.
Yeah.
Easy.
Absolutely runs away with the thing. I mean, we're talking about Larry Fitzgerald Hall of Fame. We're talking about Aaron Donald Hall of Fame. We're talking about maybe the best defensive player of all time. We're talking about
Revis,
one of the best wide receivers of all time.
With the best defensive lineman, the best, arguably, receiver, and the best corner. Of all time.
Yes.
Of all time.
Yes.
And probably a Hall of Fame running back, too.
And a Hall of Fame.
LaShawn McCoy, yeah.
And a punter, Andy Lee.
Get out of here with Andy Lee.
He might make the Hall of Fame.
A punter.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Pat McAfee. Best radio host to come out of West Virginia. Trick
Wes
question.
Euler.
Me. How dare you?
Wow.
What? Well played. Pat White, number 1. All right. We got Tony Basile joining us next. This was a lot of fun. Thank you, Noah.
Absolutely, guys. Always glad to come on.
Thank you.
I have 15 names in my head, plus all the names that we just listed. I, for about 8 seconds there, forgot Noah was named Noah. I really almost lost it up in the gourd there. Tony Basile going to join us next, but first it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they play tonight against the Minnesota Twins at 8:10. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. Our coverage on the Fan, again, starts at 7:15. That coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. It'll be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Niners season win total is set at 10.5 games, and it's never too early to bet. The 49ers were plagued with injuries last season and finished 6-11. Good for last place in the NFC West. With a healthy team, I expect them to improve on last year's disappointment. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Join the Riverhounds on Sunday, July 13th at 5 p.m. as they host Loudoun United. Come early for the pregame touch-a-truck, and the first 750 fans get a Robbie Mertz bobblehead, courtesy of Tri-State Office Furniture. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder & Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Southside Jake brought in breakfast pizza for all of us. Austin Bechtold didn't ask for a slice, walked in and touched every last slice of pizza.
Every piece of pizza.
Well, he's trying to pick which one was the perfect fit for him, like he's Goldilocks.
Then he said he didn't know how to pull it apart. I'm like,
damn child.
I mean, you never pulled a piece of pizza apart?
I feel bad for America, dude. I just don't know how these guys are going to grow up and be, contributors to society.
It's a bad look.
We are joined right now by the grand poobah of all things Washington Wild Things. He is Tony Busili. He is charged with putting together the greatest celebrity softball event in the country every single year. It sounds like I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek. It's absolutely not. All the proceeds benefit the Hayward house. Doran puts this on with Cam Hayward. And, Tony, you do a great job of stacking the deck here, of reaching out to, honestly, I would guess hundreds of celebrities. Oh, we should probably turn his microphone on. Harry?
Maybe.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, about 100. There's a couple years ago, like when we made it really big, like in 2013 or 2023, that I probably did like 1,500 invites. It was ridiculous. Dorn was like CC'd in all of them. I felt terrible, but he survived. But yeah, it's
well, you got to, because you got to say Doran's going to be in it, and it lends credence to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was like
not just some slappy from Western PA, like, hey, why don't you come on out?
Nobody cares about my
That's
email. It's all about Doran Dickerson at his personal Gmail.
I did say this the other day. It is amazing how many people actually play in the game and the different names you see that play in this game. But the amount of celebrities in big names that initially commit, because it takes about a year to put this together every single year. And Tony, let's not get this twisted, Tony does all the work. But it takes a long time for this to go down, right? And he reaches out to a lot of people. And initially, a lot of people, they're like, yeah, like I'm interested. And then, celebrities have different schedules. Sure. They got to change, and some of them can't make it. The amount of people that initially commit and then can't make it at the end that have huge names is insane.
Insane. Wasn't it Jalen Rose, one of the...
We had Jalen.
Yeah, he was
We
there.
had Jalen. I told you guys, I don't think we ever talked about it because it never came to fruition, but Lil Wayne was this year. And it was like the first one to commit of all people. And it's him and Cam, and he's like, yeah, man, I'm in. I'm flying in from Vegas to do it. And then concert schedules every change it. But the concept of Lil Wayne showing up here and flying in to play softball would have been. And then Harry Callis yelling at him about how he's running the bases. I mean, that would be content lore.
So the Three Rivers Celebrity Softball game, Monday, July 14th at EQT Park. That's where the Washington Wild Things play. 7 p.m. first pitch. I would advise, personally, people to get there early because there's a lot of cool stuff going on beforehand, including when all y'all are taking batting practice, and it is something to watch because all you professional athletes are trying to one-up each other, and you do. I mean, some towering fly balls. You texted me, because we used this for Quiz Callis the other day, the team offense. So here's who we got, some dudes on the roster here. Christian Kuntz, Rutger McGrory, Kendall Verdes, Larry Nance Jr., Jesse James, Joey Molinaro, Will Howard, Duck Hodges.
Yep.
Connor Hayward, and Matt Light.
Yep.
So that's team offense. You got team defense over there?
I do. I got team defense. Cam, Richard Sherman, James Harrison, Chris Kirkpatrick from NSYNC, Joe Hayden, Patrick Peterson, Jack Sawyer. Cam's got a couple of his friends from California flying in. One's involved with the FX show, Dave. With Little Dicky, not my cup, but like Cam does this thing. And another actress and her husband flying in. He was on American Ninja Warrior. So yeah, they got some Cam connections there, and Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, I said we always try to do like a really cool wide range of talent and ability, and just kind of their roots of where they come from. But should be fun. I'll never probably do the event again after a 6-game homestand. So we've had home games Tuesday to Thursday. We swept that series, and then we play tonight through Sunday, and then I go right into celebrity softball. So I'll be feeling great, but never again after 6 games.
This is my favorite event of the year, and it just kind of gets me back to whenever I was playing, and I'm sure that a lot of guys that are playing football and going to camp soon feel this way. Like, this to me kicks off the Steelers season. With the amount of Steelers players that play in this game, the current Steelers, the former Steelers, like, this is the last time you're really going to be able to do anything.
Yeah.
Like, because the next week and the week and a half or 2 weeks later, like, you're getting ready. You're getting your stuff packed. Like, you're getting things aligned to get ready for training camp. Like, this is the last event before you have to report to training camp and play football for 7 months. And this is a great event for people and fans to be able to be as up close and personal to see some of your favorite players. Like, a lot of Ohio State fans are going to be able to, get as close as possible as you possibly can to Jack Sawyer, to Will Howard, to Cam Hayward. Like, it is a great event that, we put on here, and obviously raising money for the Hayward House is the biggest part of it. So I'm excited to be a part of it again. What year is this?
5.
Year
5.
5. Wow.
Crazy.
Did you have anything to do with it with Antonio Brown back in the day?
I was there working. That was not my event, but I definitely have some good stories and some. I mean, it was certainly. I mean, you've been around ours now, and not. I didn't really organize all the details of that, but that was a hot mess, as you would expect. I mean, showing up late, creating problems, like the on-field access was a disaster, as you could imagine. Like, getting people off the field to start the game because they invite everybody out on the field to do all that stuff. So. That was a big problem. It was cool, like Drew Rosenhaus walking around on a cell phone on our field, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, it was. I think fortunately now with what we learned from that event and what I saw, being able to kind of apply something new and a little more organized, a little more hopefully professional than it was then. And it's kind of like you said, every year we get so much positive feedback from the guys participating. You guys coming out and experiencing, I think more and more as the station got involved and talent got involved, they have a good time, and it's kind of grown its lore here in the area.
To your point, Doran, Steelers tweeted out yesterday 2 weeks until the first camp practice. So we are 13 days away from the first Steelers camp practice, and the report date is sooner than that. We are there.
Yes, we are,
baby.
Yep.
But you're right about the feedback. Like, all the guys, like all the players, the repeat players. You can't have players wanting to come back and spend their time doing this if it's not a first-class, world-class event.
Yeah, we try to compete with MLB. Like, MLB does their own celebrity game, and every year I look at their roster and I want to line it up. Like, okay, who's got the better roster? If I'm competing with MLB for their All-Star celebrity game, I'm cool with my effort levels, and we're always kind of fighting over the same people depending on dates. But I guess I'm curious on your guys' end. Have you guys thought of any strategies of roster building? Have you and Callis kind of shared some ideas?
Well, Crowley doesn't have a say anymore because he lost his manager job to me because he didn't think that I would get more than half of the players' occupations right. He didn't think I knew who they were, and I got 7 out of 10.
Perfect.
So it's all up to me. I've got a strategy for sure, yes.
I got Derek Shelton.
Okay, great.
He's Donnie Kelly over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figure you just roll the ball out there and let the athletes do their thing.
Well, you got to put, where everybody's going to go, because, that has been a situation before. It's like, where do I play? Where am I playing at?
Yeah.
And then they're all looking at me, and I'm like, I don't want to offend anybody, obviously. So you're going to have to take control of that, Callis, and do what you see as necessary of each position everybody should play.
I think that's why I'm a better manager than Crowley would be, because Crowley would get offended. He'd start being scared. He'd start being like, where am I going to put these people? I'm just going to put a lineup together, and they're going to go.
Right. I actually don't disagree with that whatsoever.
And post it in the dugout.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. I'm just ready for 6'8" Larry Nance Jr. to walk up to Callis, be like, where do you want me to play?
You said right field, is it? Okay. All right. We'll tell some stories from softball games past. We'll go over the roster and some of the guys we're most looking forward to seeing when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Report coming out of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred trying to change the economics of baseball, including potentially putting in a salary cap. The current labor agreement set to expire in December of 2026, and then that may be implemented after that. Negotiations will start when that expires and a new one is negotiated for. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. Buccos baseball tonight, and the big guy is on the mound, and live betting is better on the BetParks app. You can bet game combos, bucks and player performances, and more on the BetParks app. And they now have a new feature, BetWire. It's now live right inside the BetParks app. Think TikTok, but for people that love sports betting more than dance tracks. BetWire is the all-new sports betting live feed right inside the BetParks app with quick videos, hot takes, game predictions, and more from sports betting content creators from all across the country. New casino users, you can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus back. See BetParks.com for T's and C's. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East outbound jam before Bate Street up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Inbound heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West delays near the runaway truck sand pile of the Fort Pitt tunnels. Inbound 28 is fairly steady. Outbound, though, watch for slowing traffic past the Route 8 at the bypass up toward the Highland Park Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Almost heaven. 15-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. One final segment of the week. One final segment before the show, before the Three Rivers Softball Classic. Where can people buy their tickets, Tony? You got to turn the mic on, son.
We're good now. You can go to watchingwildthings.com. All tickets are $15. Benefits the Hayward House. Our lower level is already sold out, but we got some prime seats. If you haven't been to our stadium before, you're only, 40, 50, 60 feet away from the field, so everything's really prime and close, and try to make it affordable and raise some funds, and, look to pack the park, hopefully.
Doran, you mentioned the proximity, too. I mean, you don't really get a chance to be up close to these kind of athletes very often, if at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the park is conducive to that, and it's just it's a family-friendly event, too.
Yes.
So I would advise, if you're interested, bring the kids. And I know that Harry Callis is the manager for team offense. I was just thinking, though, like, Donnie Football putting together a lineup or Pony putting together a lineup, and you got to go talk to Richard Sherman and James Harrison.
Yeah, good luck.
Sorry-ass receiver like Crabtree. What a pull, by the way, Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer,
Cam,
Richard Sherman.
Yeah, Cam, I was surprised doing, like, the cross-country flights for all that stuff. I mean, that's what's always really, when Dorn said about guys, like, donating their time and traveling. Like, these guys are flying cross-country for a day and a half.
Yep.
And then going back. So, Sherm should be a good time. I definitely, I'm sure Pony and Harrison will have some great interactions. I can imagine that those back and forth quibs should be pretty good. And the lineups will be good. There's always going to be a sleeper. There's always a sleeper in a lineup that you don't expect to drop bombs and really swing it. So I'm interested to see who's gonna show up.
The biggest surprise I've ever seen was Joey Molinaro.
Yeah,
is he good?
Oh, I think he hit one out of the stadium.
He left the normal baseball field.
What?
Yes.
We should see if we can get him on Monday.
Yeah, we could.
Joey M.
Yeah, he's staying here. He's gonna stay here a couple days here in Pittsburgh. I think he'll be in tomorrow. So he's arriving early, hanging out with the family, and actually, I'm assuming you guys maybe know, Pony and Chris and Donnie, they're doing the show on Monday at our place, 2 to 6. So they're going to get some guys on air as they arrive, and Cam wraps up his podcast stuff. So I'm sure there'll be some guys trying to jump on Monday or whatever.
Yeah, we should get him first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
can get him.
Grab Duck, man. Duck's hanging around. He's not flying out till late, so.
So, quick funny story. I have DM'd Duck Hodges to come on our show so many times the last few years. Like, anytime that there's some sort of backup quarterback controversy, I reach out to Duck via DM, and he's always like, yeah, let me get back with you.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to confront Duck Hodges and say, you never got back to me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be real.
Because you know I'm big on the confrontation, Dorn.
Right.
Such a big confrontation guy.
Mm-hmm.
Will Howard going to be there? People love Will Howard. I bet you he hit some taters, too.
Probably.
He is built like a brick you-know-what house. I'm really looking forward to it. And $15 for tickets. Bring your kids. Come early. Take it all in. And the proceeds go to the Hayward House. Is there anything else, boys, that we need to cover here?
No, I think we'll roll. Yeah, ready to roll. Pressure's on. Pony has an undefeated streak.
Does he?
He says he does. Oh. He says he hasn't been defeated.
He says a lot of things.
Yes, yeah. Controversial takes are not his thing at all. You guys have the pressure of kind of knocking off the king.
If there's anybody that can do it, it's me. And you.
It's the managerial prowess of Nicholas Harry Callis.
He had his playing days. I never asked Callis afterwards, like, were you feeling pretty good after your baseball return, like physically, everything?
Yes.
Any soreness after?
I had soreness about 3 days after, but then it kind of went away. I told you, I prepared. I was ready, and I felt good. I mean, I didn't feel like I wasn't prepared or I was too fatigued. Bubba was even surprised at how much I was jogging. He was scared.
You're a better athlete than people give you credit for. I played last year 2 years ago because some guy named Gonzalez didn't show up, and then I was wearing a Gonzalez jersey, and then they didn't know who the hell I was, so they're going, "Hey, Gonzalez, can I get your autograph?" I'm like, yeah, sure, here, Gonzalez. There you go.
You hit a double. You hit a double.
Oppo
double.
Mm-hmm.
Dorn's been loading up the doubles.
I've had a home run every game.
Oh yeah,
every year.
You also hit a line drive double between me and Miss America. That when it left the bat, I was like, one of us is dying. and it moved in midair and landed between us, and thank God, because that thing was coming. You could hear it.
If Pony's pitching for them, who's pitching for us? Do we know yet?
It ain't gonna be me. Can he pitch?
Sure.
Harry.
Oh my gosh!
There you go. You've made Harry's
screaming line drive back at him, I'm sure.
I'm always afraid of that.
Yep.
Tony, this was great, man. You're the man, and we can't wait to be there on Monday, buddy.
Let's party it up.
Let's do it.
Well, you know that's right. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions today. High of 86, Hines Ward, low of 68, Yamir Yager. Up next, Jason Mackey in for the guys. City Limits will still be here. We'll talk to Yins on Monday at 5:40. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S, all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX, all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This summer, Kennywood is taking entertainment to new heights. Don't miss the dazzling new drone show. Hundreds of drones light up the sky each night, July 11th through the 19th. Then rev up the fun with the Water Jetpack Stunt Show. See Jetpack Daredevils perform aerial stunts 50 feet in the air every day through August 17th. It's Kennywood's most entertaining summer yet. Save up to 45% on tickets and passes at Kennywood.com.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit. Come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Inbound 28, pretty well steady from Harmer to the north side. Outbound, you do have a moving road crew blocking a lane approaching the Blawnox off-ramp. It's causing delays back before Fox Chapel Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that remains jammed just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound Parkway East, you are stacked from Bate Street up into the lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Inbound is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates' last series before the All-Star break begins tonight in Minnesota. It's an 8-10 first pitch as Paul Skeens takes the mound. Can Paul Skeens win his 5th game of the season? Can he get halfway to 10 wins? Can he start the trek to make sure that he can finish the season over 500? Today, facing Minnesota, Joe Ryan will oppose him on the mound, and our coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Friday Pomp and Joe with Jason Mackey.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabian and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And welcome to the Pomp and Joe Show. No Joe and Bob, but you do have Jason and Austin, the Route 51 connection here with you on a Friday, a lovely Friday. Good morning. It's great to be back. Limits, thank you for the introduction. Good to work with you again, my friend.
Good morning, Jason. I am feeling different on this Friday. I'm coming off of a wonderful premiere night of Big Brother that nobody could give a bleep about that I watched last night other than maybe me and like 10 other people listening. And I've seen some really cool people today so far. I got to talk to Lenny McAllister from KDK in the hallway.
And you were crushing pizza at 9:30.
Yes, the breakfast pizza that our buddy Southside Jake brought in. We love Southside Jake. We'll have the Bechtold Breakdown later in the show, presented by Jake. And we also got to see Tony Baselli of the Wild Things. So, I mean, I think it's been a great start to the Friday
It's
so far.
a banner morning, man. It's a banner morning. Never miss a Friday show. I love it. And there's a ton of stuff. Believe it or not, Limits, for July 11th, we've got a ton of stuff to talk about here.
There is.
I'm kind of pumped for today's show. That'll take us right into Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, a rundown of what's happening on today's show, man. So I was in the back preparing, going, the little conference room I commandeer here. Limits came in and we were bouncing around discovering show topics, thinking what we were going to talk about, and you had a banger of an idea, and I love it. We're going to run with it.
Let's do it.
The what if game.
The what if Pirates game, especially.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Now, I've got some other Pirates thoughts about the home road splits they have going on. Paul Skeens, his future with the team, what can be done offensively, but a lot of it falls under that umbrella. How long do they stick with this GM? Why are they sticking with this GM? What if things would have been different? And it's a whole can of worms that Limits opened, and I really, really like it. The what if game. So you kind of started it. I'm not trying to steal credit. You set the table, and then we'll go back and forth. We both have different perspectives on this.
Yeah, so, and it kind of sparks from what you said on Monday that you don't think that the Pirates should make huge trades, like Keller trade, David Bednar trade, maybe even Dennis Santana. Would you put Santana in that category?
I would not. I would keep Santana.
Okay.
And I'll explain why.
And partly because you think that there's going to be a significant change at the end of the year. So it got me thinking. This has already been a throwaway year with the manager being canned at the beginning of May. Hypothetically, what if everyone was canned at the end of last year? Going into the first full season of Paul Skeens, year 2 with Skeens, outside of just a month missing last April in the minors, what would it have been like with a new general manager in charge, a new manager at the helm? Maybe it was Donnie Kelly. And what would it be like in the offseason? Would they have actually added an additional bat? Would they have added 2 bats? Would there have been better offense here for Skeens? Would Skeens' mentality, and it's not bad right now, he's been quiet. He hasn't been overly critical of the organization. But would Paul Skeens be more willing right now, earlier on in his contract, to want to sign an extension as outlandish as it might sound, even if it just eats up 1 year, because he sees the organization is committed to putting significant talent around him to be able to win, which the current regime has not done.
That was a lot, and I loved it. And I loved it.
It didn't even cover every single base.
I know. I know. Well, let's back up and go through each of those individually, right? Because the what-if game, this is going to be torturous if you're a Pirates fan, by the way. If you're frustrated and you don't quite know how to feel, we're not going to help you.
No.
But that's
we'll
okay.
Try,
so
it might not help.
The end of last season limits, we're looking at a Pirates offense that was bad, that was passive, that was flawed. So much to get through and fix. And so what do the Pirates do? They remove Andy Haynes, something that I think they felt they had to do. I'm not sure they even wanted to do. And Ben Cherington convinces Bob Nutting that they are close enough to winning that it would be disruptive then. Yeah. It would be disruptive then to remove the manager. I'm sure there's some self-preservation there as well. And to be fair, that might have been an original thought for Bob as well, that they think they're close enough to winning, that they were there through 110 games, that final stretch crushed them, that it would just be too costly to remove Cherington, Shelton, and blow it up. So they didn't. It's the wrong move.
Right.
It's the wrong move.
Will deny that.
Yes. So they go into the season, and again, they think that they have enough there to compete. They don't. It becomes more and more clear. And there's versions of this, Limits. There's versions of this misguided trust, if you want to call it that the Pirates have put in Cherington, Shelton, where they don't want to see reality. And we started to see a portion of this during the 10-game losing streak last year. Poor decisions were made with the bullpen, fundamental flaws, a lack of offense. Again, it wasn't just confined to that, but that's sort of what took them out of where they were at last year. We should have seen it coming. We should have seen a lot of this coming, and the people making decisions really should have seen this coming. That's what they get paid to do. So you go into earlier this season, and they're continuing to believe that it's going to be okay. They're continuing to believe that things will steady out with Shelton. They never do. They get to 12-26. By that point, you're basically sunk. If you look at that final stretch with Derek Shelton in charge, what were the Pirates at that point?
Dead in the water?
Dead in the water. You might as well have buried them. And so was their season. Now, in hindsight, would the Pirates feel different? Like that bump, that initial spike they got from Donnie Kelly, and even up until this road trip, they'd be in a far different spot, man. They would have been 6-7 games under 500 if they would have made the move earlier with Shelton. And once again, the what-if game. What if they would have seen this? And we are, again, missing spots because it's tough to do in a comprehensive way. What if they would have made these moves after last offseason? Sure. Donnie Kelly's probably your manager, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I have no issue whatsoever with Donnie Kelly being in charge of the Pirates. He is not the problem. I do have an issue with the offense, of course. Everybody does. I have an issue with how they addressed it. You know what bothers me the most, Limits, about what they did this offseason?
What's that?
And this is a fundamental disagreement between how this front office operates and how everybody else sees a problem like the Pirates. Up to and including, I believe, Bob Nutting. And it comes down to the offense. There's a problem, right? And so Ben Cherington's solution is to fix it with somebody like Spencer Horwitz, who gets on base, sees a lot of pitches, whatever. Club control, all of these things that fit into the framework, has multiple positions that he can play and versatility and whatever. That's the type of thing that they've hunted. And they dump a bunch of money into analytics and processes. What they needed was a first baseman. What they needed was somebody who can go out and give you some offense, some semblance of leadership. Paul Goldschmidt was available. And that's a very big pivot point for me because, yeah, he was available to the Yankees for what, $12.5 million, something like that, I think he signed for. The Pirates are never going to win that. If you have the Pirates and the Yankees sitting in front of you, you're going to take the Yankees 100 times out of 100. Chances are the Yankees aren't going to offer a second year. Chances are the Yankees are going to say, you know what, we don't need to take that risk on a Paul Goldschmidt. But the Pirates, you do. You do. You don't need to dump $10 million or whatever it was into an analytics wing. You need to buy a player. So buy the player. Buy the player by taking a risk, by stepping outside of your comfort zone, by offering a multi-year contract to a player. And again, it could be wrong. I'm not saying that automatically if you sign a player to a multiple-year deal, it fixes all of your problems. It most certainly does not. But the what-if game would have fixed their offense. Would have helped their offense, I'll say it that way. I don't know about fix, because there's certainly other problems that you can go down the road of development and young players and drafting. And what if they had a better eye for talent? What if they weren't, I don't want to say obstinate, but a little bit more player-centric? They like to talk about that. They're not that. If they develop players better. Wow. It stops me thinking about it because it's so big.
They act like trying to find offense is like a 10-year-old kid trying to solve a Rubik's Cube.
I know.
It's not hard. Just find better hitters, trade for better hitters, sign somebody in free agency that is a proven hitter. It's not that difficult. There's just a lack of a willingness to want to do it and a lack of commitment to want to put the resources out there and allocate the resources there.
No.
I don't care about the $10 million analytics wing or whatever.
No. I know.
Give me somebody that can hit. Give me Manalytics.
Manalytics.
That's a Colin
Is that a
Cowherd
term?
word.
Oh, okay.
It's a Colin Cowherd term.
Well,
there's
yeah.
analytics and there's Manalytics. And Manalytics is just you go out there and the eye test shows you and you perform.
Yes. I'm with you there. And again, I have nothing against, I'm not a dinosaur. I have nothing against baseball analytics. I have nothing against the use of numbers. All of that stuff is great and enlightening. Like most things in life, there should be a balance. You know, baseball is very much guilty of going off the deep end with exit velocity and spin rate, and Paul Skeen's arm angle is 3 degrees lower. Give me a bleeping break, man. Watch the game. But like at the same time, some of the stuff is informative. You know, you do want to knock a starter out of a game. You do want to see pitches. I'm not saying everybody should go up there, be first pitch swinging and not caring. There's a happy medium here. When you need a first baseman, go get a first baseman. And if you can't spend the money on buying an actual first baseman, what are we doing here? Why are we here? Existential question. You know, if you can't buy a basic player to address a basic need, get out.
Look,
Sell the team.
Analytics, they do matter. Like, they are important. But I think what's really become the problem is they've consumed analytics to be the end-all, be-all. And they've put so much into it where, well, if the numbers tell us this, it must mean this.
Yep.
Sometimes eye test is important. Like, I could care less about what the X-WOBA, X weighted on base is for a player.
But what about the
do
bacon?
They get on base? Do they?
You like the bacon?
The bacon.
That's an actual stat.
What?
Yes, bacon. B-A-C-O-N.
Bacon is a stat.
It is a stat.
So now we're really going down a rabbit hole that not even a baseball aficionado that I like to think of myself as, more so as a baseball super fan, has never heard of the bacon term. What is that, Jason? What would that
I
mean?
don't know, but there is a term. I have to define it. I know that it exists, though. Whoa bacon.
Whoa bacon. So there's weighted bacon.
Yep.
So, and it's not what might be cooked up for breakfast in the morning for the players to enjoy.
Weighted on base average on contact. Whoa bacon.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I don't care. I don't. How well do you hit the ball? I can watch and see how hard you're hitting the ball. Like Nick Gonzalez hits the ball hard. I don't need a stat to be able to tell me that. If you watch the game and you realize that sometimes he just hits it right at people, okay, great. Like batting average matters, on base matters, home road splits matter, lefty-righty splits matter. We don't need to go into – we don't need to make the end-all be-all the W bacon or whatever.
Whoa bacon.
The whoa bacon.
I know.
But that's the whole
I
point,
agree with you.
Jason.
I agree with you.
We've gone way too computer-centric and maybe it's just this organization. Other organizations probably aren't the same as the Pirates, or at least maybe haven't stood by their numbers and the analytics nearly as much. But that's kind of been a huge part of the downfall because, not the track record that Spencer Horwitz has shown or Jack Sawinski. They've shown something what we think in their spring training numbers or their underlying stats or whatever Charrington likes to call it, that we think that they're going to be able to break out of it and be good players.
Yeah. The projections. They love to project.
You can't just bank on projections.
Well, no, you can't. And that's a fundamental problem with, bigger than baseball, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you're trying to project the future. I hate those exercises. They used to tick me off something terrible.
Yeah, like you can project, but don't make it everything.
Right.
Right. Don't make it number one on the priority list.
Well, and bake in some sort of feel and react to what's happening. And to be fair, the Pirates have done a better job of this. Under Donnie Kelly, like you see a reliever being used multiple innings.
Yeah.
Previously, you might have, the game script had this guy go in the 6th. The game script had this guy go in the 7th. The game script had this guy go in the 8th. You know what? Screw that. Use the same guy for 3 innings. He's down the next day. But guess what? You got everybody else.
That begs a good question that I don't know if we ever had answered. Was the old manager listening to Riley Haddad or
Radley Haddad?
Radley
yes.
Haddad?
Correct.
So was Radley Haddad kind of a manager, just not in name only? Was he just kind of a huge decision maker? So he was partly at fault?
He had stroke. Yeah, he absolutely did.
So Shelty was taking cues from this guy, from Radley.
I think Shelty found himself in a place where he was trying to people please a little bit too much. He had the analytics department. He had Charrington. He had Radley Haddad. All of these people in his ear. And he had his own philosophies. And I think less is more. And I think a lot of what Gene Lamont has talked to Donnie Kelly about. And again, the Pirates are in a better place with this stuff. They're starting to restore some common sense back to it. They're not all the way there, certainly. And they're not going to be all the way there until they move on from the GM. But Donnie Kelly needs to make the decision. Donnie Kelly needs to see what is happening, knows what he believes in, stand by his principles, and make the decision. And Gene Lamont will tell him that. Jim Leland will tell him that. I mean, that doesn't mean there's not a valid input for analytics and data and numbers and what all. Absolutely. Listen to it, but the decision is yours. You're the person watching the game. Make the decision and make it, your gut's a part of it.
Right.
Your eyes are a part of it. And it shouldn't, in my personal opinion, it should never be the case where computers, people who aren't on the field, all of this stuff, they should never override the manager, the one who's accountable for the decisions being made, what this person sees and feels.
Yeah, we talk about how computers are taking over the world. They're taking over society. Yeah, baseball, take it back. Don't let the computers.
Oh man, don't threaten me with the good time limits.
Don't let the computers completely dictate everything here.
But they still are, right? You're still taking out Paul Skeens after 78 pitches, which is a whole separate rabbit hole that I hate.
Yeah, for the All-Star game apparently, not to conserve innings. It's like what they did last year. Well, Paul has to pitch every 6 days, or we have to make sure we throw another starter out there. We want to make sure we protect his young arm. What are you protecting him from?
I know.
Like,
Save him for the Yankees, huh?
If he throws,
save him for the Dodgers.
Like, I understand you don't want to get him hurt, but that's what you did with Jared Jones. Jared Jones, you did the whole, well, we're going to save him. We're going to throw him out there for 58 pitches. What happens? He blows out his arm. He gets Tommy John surgery. So everything that you tried to do to conserve Jared Jones, yeah, it didn't work. Now, maybe that's just, I don't know, I wouldn't say a one-off. You're not going to bat 1,000 when you're doing this to try to conserve arms. But we've seen examples of it working, and we've seen examples of it not working. And there's no fine science for this. There's no correct answer to the test. Every body is different. And I just think that Paul Skeens is just such an alpha male with his frame and the way that he prepares himself and the way that he trains that, knock on wood, he's been somebody that's been very healthy.
Yeah.
Very healthy.
It's such an overcorrection. And we see this all the time. The NFL does this crap where the NFL has some rule go awry or some play that may have needed a rule. It's one play, and we're going to overreact and change everything. It might be something in the end zone, might be how a play is reviewed or whatever. We're so reactionary. And a lot of that is the case, in my opinion, with pitchers and pitch counts and how they're handling such things. Remember when the Pirates built in a rest period for Roansy Contreras?
Yeah,
that was a great idea.
Odd, and it really worked.
Genius.
Huh? That might have screwed up his career.
Yes.
There
are other stuff going on there. I mean, they've done a good job of this with Paul Skeens because they let him do his own thing. It hasn't always been the case. Like, they screwed around a lot with Luis Ortiz. They screwed around a lot with Roansy. He wasn't moving down the slope appropriately. They had determined that the way his body was moving, it wasn't in concert enough that was going to lead to arm injuries. So they take a step back and try to revamp his mechanics and completely screw him up.
They made Mitch Keller the worst pitcher in baseball for 3 years before he ultimately figured it out.
Yeah. I mean, some of that was Mitch.
Yeah.
To be fair. He came up to the majors before this. Yeah, I guess he was there in 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, his numbers, I'm sure.
There were some bad ones.
Especially when the contract was signed. There was this, I remember the screenshot from an MLB Network.
Oh, I remember the one you're talking about.
He was last in ERA, last in WHIP.
Yep.
It was just, it was poor.
It was
bad.
He
figured it out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, in the newspaper business, you call it a tinkerer. Yeah. An editor that just can't get their hands off your work, and that's kind of the way they are. It's led to some good. They did help Keller figure some things out. It's not all bad, but I think we're seeing strands of that too. We have seen strands of that with Henry Davis, with Jack Sawinski, even Jared Triolo to an extent. That's the book on them. They like to get their hands in there, get their hands dirty, except in certain times where they don't. I look at somebody like O'Neal Cruz and think he's almost been undercoached. But there have been guys that have just been overcoached and too many changes and too many things. And it makes me, I can't help to tie it back to our thesis, Austin, about the what-if game. What if there was a different regime in charge for Henry Davis? Would he look like a 1-1 pick? What if there was a different regime in charge for Jack Sawinski? Would we see more of the home run power and him build on 26 bombs in, 2023?
Yeah.
Would he an actual outfielder?
I don't know. I think Sawinski might be toast at this point.
They might be.
I don't know. He just seems like a 4A player at this point. But if he goes to an organization like the Dodgers or Atlanta, somewhere that can fix his swing.
I think he's a 4A player with the Pirates. But I think he's somebody, watch him get lumped into a trade or something this deadline because they don't think they can fix him. Watch him go somewhere else. They simplify things and just let him see ball, hit ball. And watch him burn the Pirates.
You know where it's going to be, either Tampa or Cleveland, and they're going to figure him out. Yes. But the most frustrating thing about that too, Jason, is obviously those are two organizations that have done well with players and being able to develop them and maybe that were cast-offs from other organizations, Tampa especially. Those are also small market clubs that don't spend a lot of money, but their coaching is significant. Whether it's Kevin Cash with the Rays or Madden going back years when they made it to the World Series, both managers made it to the World Series, or the Indians with Francona, or the Guardians now with Stephen Vogt. They coach well, they develop well. Antonetti's always done a good job. Both of those organizations, they just know what they're doing.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me it's not all about the payroll?
Of course, it's not all about the payroll.
Okay, all right.
But the
all
payroll
right.
obviously matters when you can't do the other things properly.
I know. It's just that if you're a beat reporter and you try to make that argument, if you're a columnist or somebody who used to be a beat reporter, you try to make that argument, people think that you're trying to, defend them not spending.
Right.
You're not doing that. You're just saying that it's important to be able to develop players, help them get better, and function like a real small market organization. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a perfectly reasonable take. I was just in the studio acting like an air traffic control or a ground person with the cones at the airport. It's not an air
they're
traffic
waving
controller.
the orange cones. They're waving them back and forth.
I needed a couple, orange lights because I was signaling over the limits.
Well, and nobody will deny that spending is important and they need to do more of it.
Sure.
But at the same time, no one should also deny Cole Tucker, Will Craig, Kevin Newman, Travis Swaggerty in what, a 4 or 5 year period. That's another thing that has completely crushed
You
the
can go back
organization.
further, too. Was Newman on there?
Yeah.
Hayes is a first rounder.
Hayes is a first rounder. Connor Joe.
Yep.
Was another. Shane Baz, who they traded away.
Yep.
Didn't they took Mark Appel, right?
Yep.
One draft, and that
didn't work out,
that
obviously.
that became Meadows and Reese McGuire.
Yep.
Meadows in one of the worst trades in franchise history. McGuire in the Francisco Liriano salary dump. You could take it all the way back to Tony Sanchez.
It's not optional to hit on those picks, man. When you're a small market team and you have that access to talent, you can't screw it up.
And, I mean, look at the Charrington draft. I think that Nick Gonzalez is a good player. Then Henry Davis, the book is still out, but is trending towards bust. Skeens is a star. Termar Johnson right now is not floundering in AA, but he's only hitting around 250, and the power isn't there. For what was considered, Jason, the best prep bat in the class and the 4th overall pick, and somebody that you hoped would rocket through the system like Connor Griffin is doing right now, Termar Johnson has been a disappointment. He's fallen out of the top 100 in Baseball America and MLB Pipeline, and that falls on them and the developmental team.
712 OPS. His numbers have gotten precipitously worse.
They've gotten worse by year.
Yep.
So
860, 752, 712.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're supposed to get better as the years go on, right?
Yeah, I mean, the competition gets tougher. So,
Right.
I understand you're going to see some fluctuation there. He's going to have to adjust to things. But, yeah, I mean, 76 games in AA this year, Austin, as a 21-year-old. It's not what you want.
And he spent a lot of last year in AA. Was it all of last year?
No, he was split last year. He was 110 in Greensboro and just 14 in Altoona. This is his first year full-time in AA.
Well, again, he should be somebody, and sure, he's only 21 years old. The jury is still out on what he can become. But still, the full season in AA, you expect by this point in the year for somebody that was drafted where he was to be in AAA, or at least knocking on that door to get a promotion to where you're one call away from the big leagues.
Not wrong.
As the 4th overall pick, I mean, look at other picks right in that area over the last couple of years. The Jack Leiters of the world, the Kumar Rockers of the world that have been called up already. Nobody Skeens, but look at that draft class even. Now, sure, Johnson, high school player, not stopping Connor Griffin. Now, maybe Connor Griffin is just a one-of-one type of player, but I expect more from Termar Johnson. We haven't seen it.
It's an interesting exercise, again, what we're doing here, just the what-if game. And maybe you want to play it with us, maybe you don't. What I'm curious from a different perspective here is, obviously there are a series of missteps. Which one lost you? I would argue right now the shape the Pirates are in, there's not a whole lot of optimism bubbling around there. I think that's a fairly obvious take.
Yeah.
But where did it go awry in your mind? Can we have that discussion rationally here? 412-928-9370. It might not be rationally. That's always tough to do when you talk about the Pirates' underperformance. But I'd love to know from you, where did it go off the rails or off the charts or, off the path, veer off the path? Maybe that's the best way to say it. And try to pinpoint, to me it was not making the necessary moves after last season. That's what sort of cast their lot for this year. If they would have made those moves, you're not going to have a GM who's limited at the trade deadline the way that I think this one will be. You'd have a different managerial move. You might be a buyer at the trade deadline. Who the heck knows? I mean, they're clear sellers at this point. You do have your manager in place, but the clunkiness with which they've operated, it's just not very good. and it's creating an awkward scenario at the trade deadline. We'll get into that shortly. Mentioned off the top some of the stuff happening on today's show. It's a good one. Ray Fittipaldo will be along at 11 a.m. to talk a little Steelers. I've got a question for Ray that somebody asked me in a Post-Gazette chat yesterday. I'm excited to get his take on it about an offensive line gelling. There's the usual Bechtold breakdown. My man's taking some phone calls, so we'll wait there. Bob Walk making his usual Friday appearance at 1 o'clock. Talk a little Buccos. Pirates and Twins this weekend in a very good pitching matchup tonight. Paul Skeens opposite Joe Ryan. We'll get into that a little bit. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line, it's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline, that's how you hear Ray and Bob Walk, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, provided trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. So we're in the middle of a conversation about the Pirates, where it went wrong, the what-if game, and I'm curious, a couple phone calls rolling in here about where for you did they kind of lose you, or was there a frustrating flashpoint where this kind of went off the beaten path and went wrong? We're going to take a short break, and we will be back into that next. Pomp and Joe Show, Jason and Austin in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we're less than 2 weeks away from Steeler training camp. It's starting to get exciting as the players will report on July 23rd. That's a Wednesday, a couple weeks from now. The 24th is the first practice from St. Vincent College. 24th of July. More headlines, 937thefan.com, and our headlines are brought to you by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now.
A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. There are 162 games in a Major League Baseball season, and every one of them counts the same in the standings. But when all the dust settles on the 2025 season, this weekend could end up being the make-or-break weekend for your club. The All-Star break is so close for these guys. Some play hot into it, others see vacation on the horizon like it's 4:30 on a Friday. Will your team slack off this weekend, and will that be the difference come playoff time? I'm Bart Winkler.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence too. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch. It detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. 888 or visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Guardian Protection. Smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight. Early bird special only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. Also stop smoking with Mark Patrick. No matter how many times you tried to quit, this hypnosis is designed to destroy your desire to smoke without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn in Cranberry Township, and Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh and Green Tree. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. We're almost at the midway point of the baseball season, and there's nothing more fun than teams made up of the best in baseball. These players have been in the zone all season, and now get a chance to show off on the largest stage of the game. Whether you're watching the pros mash home runs or watching the stars compete, this weekend, baseball will no doubt shine bright. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
It's a Friday on the Pomp and Joe Show. Mackey and Limits in for the guys. They're both off. Thank you so much for finding us. Great opening segment there talking about the what-if game and the Pirates and what if they would have made better, quicker, more aggressive decisions. It's torturous, I know. They've since veered off course. We're getting into that a little bit. We'll get out to the phones in just 1 second. Our six-pack, though, is brought to you by Bet365. And that sounds very good right now, as long as it's orange juice or maybe sparkling water. That type of thing limits. All right, Paul in Pittsburgh wants to talk about the Pirates. And again, anybody else who wants to chime in on where this veered off course for you, let's have a conversation. Paul, what's going on? You're on the Fan.
Yeah, so I agreed with a lot of what you guys said. Definitely need to spend money, but about the analytics, do you know who is the most analytically driven teams in the major leagues?
The Guardians and the Rays.
Yeah,
actually the Dodgers
the
too.
Dodgers and the Astros as well. And
yeah,
you're looking at just like, I know they spend money and they bring in talent, but they're also analytically driven with their decision making and different things like that, especially when it comes to the draft. So you got to look at that when in terms of analytics. I think you guys.
We're not railing against analytics, Paul. I mean, we're not saying they're bad. We're not saying don't pay attention. It sounds like that's what you heard, and maybe we did a poor job articulating it.
I think maybe we're looking at the wrong analytics with some decision making. So I will agree with you with that, like how you mentioned the bacon stat and everything. But I will say that I do think analytics have an important part. And then one other thing with the Henry Davis pick, if we don't take Henry Davis there, we never get Bubba Chandler, unless we go with a different underslot. But if I was looking back to that draft, and there was some better options, like you're seeing Marcelo Meyer play well, and so I do agree with you, and I think that was a big turning point, and where it was like, what are we doing here? Because we weren't going to win right then and there with that Henry Davis pick, and that was a win now decision, and he didn't pan out because we rushed him through the minors, and he was playing well in the minors, but he got up to the bigs and just something looked off. And I don't know if you disagree with that or what your opinions are on that, especially with taking Bubba Chandler in the second round that draft.
Wasn't he the third round? I thought Solomedo was the second rounder there.
You might be right. I could be wrong on that. I thought Bubba was second, but
yeah, Chandler was in the third, and it was Solomedo in the second.
Okay, yep. but either way, you have to go overslot to get the high schooler there in the third round.
Right.
So.
Okay. Yeah, we'll weigh into all that. Thanks for the call, Paul. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel bad because I'm not trying to slam analytics.
Yeah,
I agree with everything Paul's saying. There's a time and a place and evaluation, and no, it shouldn't be some 85-year-old guy saying, "I'm not turning on a computer." It's not what we're trying to say. They have their time and place. I also think you can just get a little too adherent to them, and you're making decisions based on that. I guess it's just also kind of a catch-all statement for player evaluation, for development, for how can you pick the right guy? Can you bring him along? Can you accentuate certain things? Can you identify what he needs coached with, help him fix those, empower him to make those changes, and get those changes to translate at the major league level? I mean, that's sort of, I guess analytics is a bad catch-all term, but You know, and just to loop back to his point about the 21 draft, I mean, you went over slot with Solomedo too. And at this point, that pick looks incorrect. He's not a finished product. He was a high school kid as well, but you went over slot and you spent money there. I mean, the Pirates have lacked, obviously, in a lot of areas, and they should spend more, and I want to see them spend more, and you want to see them spend more, and all of that is a completely fair criticism. I might even argue, well, I don't need to rank these things, so I'm not going to make a mess for myself that I don't need to, but they've been bad making these decisions, and it's been costly. Identifying the right players, developing them, obviously. And, you know, Limits, you brought up the Guardians and the Rays and other teams like this. I mean, the Pirates are nowhere close to these teams. They're supposed to be. They're supposed to be out in front leading them. That's what Bob Nutting thought he was getting. He thought he was getting like an enhanced version of these teams, and it's just been that sort of decision-making gone awry.
Yeah, they're not those teams. The gap is far. I don't know how far off it really is.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of things that they need to do
between them and like being, you know, a competitive team.
Yeah, between them and being a competitive team, it is pretty far at that point. And you know, a lot of that falls under a lot of the things that we've been discussing, and is an organizational front office approach too, and it's a scouting thing as well, like knowing the right people to take, knowing the right way to develop hitters, and just having good, smart coaches, because even when those guys are taken out of organizations and they get hired by other places to try to teach their messaging, they're able to replace them with someone else. And that's another significant component.
No doubt. All right, let's get one more call in here before we get to another break. And Ray Fittipaldo again at the top of the hour. Looking forward to a Steelers discussion with Ray. Greg in Youngstown has an opinion on this. What's up, Greg?
Hey, how's it going? I don't even know if they watch these guys play. And you know what? Again, drafting guys is a guessing game. It really is. But Tamar Johnson's like 5'9", 5'8". I mean, this is who we're drafting number one. Are we drafting bigger body? I know we got Trio. He's big body, but he can't hit. But we drafted this guy who was undersized. I don't know if they even watched Henry Davis play, because if they watched him play, they probably just saw the hole in his swing. I just don't think they have good scouts. I mean, I know a scout from the Cardinals. He's a scout for the Cardinals and played in the Cardinals organization. And he says that you can't believe what these organizations ask me to look for. You know, if we draft all 6'3" pitchers and there's a kid that's 5'11" and he throws 100 miles per hour, they would tell him, don't draft him. I mean, don't sign him. So it's just the philosophy of the organization. But again, it's a guessing game. I mean, you don't know what you're getting. You have no clue.
Other teams have guessed better, though, Greg. Well, and I know you're not defending them, but there is a way to do this better than they've done it.
Real quick, look at the Guardians. So they got Ramirez, right? They got Ramirez. Who's the other great players, position players they drafted? Not many. Not since the 90s. They really haven't drafted great position players. They've drafted great pitchers.
Okay.
But Ramirez makes them a better team.
Yeah. I get you, man. I get you. I'll take great pitching, and you can trade it for others. The Guardians have also traded extraordinarily well. It's an important point. They've built a bullpen. Though I will give the Pirates credit on this. It looks like the bullpen might actually be halfway decent this year. And Limits mentioned, how they reconstitute themselves for next year, how close they are to being a contending team. Because of the bullpen, because of this pitching staff, I actually have a reasonable amount of optimism. I just don't want to see them make meek decisions like they did this offseason and also with the manager at the beginning of the year, where you're hoping that something's going to get better and you don't really have a lot of reason for it. Go out and change it. Go out and change it. You have a precious amount of time while Paul Skeens is here. Don't sit on your hands. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Weather, it's cloudy today and a high of Hines Ward, sunny and a high of TJ Watt on Saturday. Fan weather is brought to you, of course, by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We back Limits? We good?
We are good and ready to roll for Ray.
We are good. Let's dip out, go to a break. When we come back, Ray Fittipaldo from the PG next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
O'Neal Cruz will participate in the All-Star Games Home Run Derby. So the Derby is in Atlanta, where Paul Skeens will also pitch for the Pirates. Still not determined if Skeens will be the starter for the National League or not. But you can catch the Home Run Derby and O'Neal Cruz participating in it this Monday, I should say, at 7 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. So I was thinking about this past weekend, specifically what I did. I had fun, and that meant hanging out with friends and doing some swimming, playing some games, but it also meant going from party to party, having burgers, hot dogs, some ribs, and more, not to mention a few sweets here and there, and drinks. Yeah, I had those too. Here's the thing. I never worried about any of it for two reasons. One, Awaken 180 taught me how to enjoy those things in moderation. But the other major benefit of Awaken 180, when I go a little past moderation, I don't sweat it because I know my metabolism is firing on all cylinders even 3 years after losing the weight. By the way, I have proof of all of this because just out of curiosity, I stepped on the scale and I hadn't gained a single pound. And yes, it feels pretty great seeing that. Make the kind of change that I did. Lose the weight, reap the benefits, and take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
From the back roads of Washington to the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania drivers expect more, and Spitzer Acura delivers. Acura isn't just luxury, it's engineered excellence. Proudly built right here in America. And every new Acura from Spitzer comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Designed with passion, built in America, driving Pennsylvania forward. Get yours today at Spitzer Acura in Monroeville. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available in select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Your staycation awaits at Western Maryland's premier entertainment destination.
Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf offers action-packed slots and exciting live table games. There's something to satisfy all your senses.
Do a little or do a lot. The choice is up to you.
Book your staycation or learn more at cnty.com/Rocky-Gap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Do you want to get back? Paul McCartney got back live. PPG Paints Arena, November 11th. Paul McCartney, live in concert. The greatest moments that have soundtracked our lives. From McCartney Solo, Wings, and the Beatles. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more information, visit paulmccartneygotback.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Connors. Went to Mark Patrick's hypnosis seminar February 6, 2019. Nothing worked before. Left there and never smoked again. Amazing. Easy, affordable, and guaranteed. A year later, with my wife Michelle, attended Mark Patrick's weight loss seminar. She lost 18 pounds, and I lost 43 in 8 weeks.
It's true. He smoked 2 packs a day, and nothing worked until Mark Patrick hypnosis. Now we're losing weight together, eating healthy, full on half the food, crazy, enjoying exercising. Who would have believed Mark Patrick hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again. My blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, Weston Green Tree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
The Black Friday in July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Buccos are back from their day off yesterday. Travel day from Kansas City to Minnesota. Short trip as the Pirates will stay in the American League Central, where they are currently 0-3 on this trip after getting swept in Seattle in the AL West. They got swept by the Kansas City Royals and will send Paul Skeens to the mound, trying to break the 6-game losing streak. It's an 8:10 first pitch. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 7:15, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know that music. Everybody knows that music. Only an idiot wouldn't know that that is Ray Fittipaldo's music from Everybody Loves Raymond. Ray's brought to you by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years. LGKG.com. I'm, of course, making fun of myself. I didn't recognize that music. Ray, good Friday afternoon. Good morning. What's going on?
Good morning, Jason. How are you?
Doing great, man. Doing great. Thanks for hopping on. I appreciate it. It's actually, I'm excited that we get to talk today because I have a question that you would know better than anybody, and one that I struggled answering a little bit in my chat yesterday. Somebody was asking me about an offensive line gelling. We hear that a lot, and what goes into that, where it plays out. So I'm going to ask this first. What does it take for an offensive line to quote-unquote gel when you hear like that group needing to come together? What is required to make that happen?
I think reps, and I think more importantly, reps in games. And I think that's one advantage, really, the Steelers' offensive line should have this year. If you take Troy Fautanu out of it, all of those guys who are going to be starting, are coming back and play together for an entire year. And then you put Fautanu back in there, who got reps with all those guys last summer, and it should be a pretty seamless transition. So, that offensive line should be much better than it was last year. I think there were some some hope at the end of the season that things were getting better, but they need to be consistent for an entire season. And I think the fact that they played together pretty much for an entire season last year should help out a lot this year.
Now, when you have an offensive line that is gelled, do you notice that more pre-snap and how you identify things and set up, or is that once the ball is snapped and sort of reacting to the guy next to you?
Yeah,
Maybe it's
everything.
Okay.
Yeah, and listen, it's going to be a little bit different this year because you got Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be, setting the protection along with Zach Frazier. And I thought Zach did a really good job last year. But, in Zach's own words, he didn't feel comfortable or completely comfortable, I don't think, until about halfway or 3/4 of the way through the season. So the pre-snap stuff should be really good this year with Zach having that year under his belt. And then, of course, the chemistry, once the snap goes, double teams, up the linebackers, things like that. That's the type of stuff that you really have to get reps for. And, I think all those guys playing together last year, that should be much, much better in 2025.
Pomp and Joe Show. The guys are out. Jason Mackey in for both of them. Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette joining us right now. You can obviously read his stuff at post-gazette.com. Follow him on Twitter or X at RayFit1. Ray, so ESPN put out its off-season grades. You probably have seen this. They're stealing your thunder, by the way. That's your report card, but that's a separate conversation. If you would put a grade on the Steelers off-season as a whole, what would it be?
Man, I'd have to go B- or C+, just because, Jason, I don't have any idea about how some of these acquisitions are going to work. How is Aaron Rodgers at age 1 turning 42 during the season? How is that going to pan out? How is basically trading Jalen Ramsey for Minkah Fitzpatrick going to work out for that defense? And that defense was bad at the end of the season. But if you look at the defense on the whole over the course of the entire 2024 season, Jason, statistically it was really good. So you have to have some concerns that Jalen's going to be ready to hop in there and gel with that defense, so that defense can help them win some games early in the season. So they added some star power, but I'm not entirely sure how that star power is going to coalesce, into a team in 2025. That's the big question as we get set to enter training camp here in about 12 days or so.
I can't believe it's that close. My goodness. So Jalen Ramsey, ask a follow-up on that. How is he going to work out? What's your expectation in terms of role? Is it TBD? Is that something they're going to have to figure out during training camp? Like, what's your assumption at this point?
I'm sure they discussed that, during the trade talks, and, Mike and Terrell Austin and, Gerald Alexander probably all had those discussions. But we do know that his versatility was key for the Steelers when they decided to pull the trigger on this deal. So I got to think, Jason, that they are going to move him around the secondary. He'll be somewhat of a chess piece for them as they try to match up with offenses. He's an all-pro corner, or at least at one time in his career he was, but he has experience in the slot, and he's got the skill set to drop back and play safety as well. So, talk about question marks on defense. Do we know right now that Juan Thornhill can step in and be a starter? I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Do we know that Beanie Bishop can walk in there and be a competent starter? We saw that for the first half of last season, but Jason, what was the reason they went to Cam Sutton a lot in the second half of the season? So there's a question mark there. So there's still some pieces that they got to figure out in that secondary, but that's what training camp's for. We're going to see how all those guys fit, and I think Jalen Ramsey, obviously, you're paying him $20 million for this season. He's going to be a big part of that, no matter how it shapes up.
No doubt. And before we get into some superlatives on their offseason, Ray, what is their biggest remaining hole in your mind? Is it safety, somebody to supplement Thornhill? Is it wide receiver? What's the biggest remaining hole here?
Yeah, Jason, I wish I had more familiarity with Juan Thornhill. I know he had some good years with Kansas City, and, there's a lot of talk that his play dropped off in Cleveland. He wasn't out there a whole heck of a lot in the spring, so I honestly don't know what he's going to bring to the table. So I think safety could be something that's really they're going to have to address at some point before September. But there's also number 2 receiver. I think the acquisition of Jonnu Smith, maybe lessens the likelihood that that's, a prime concern of theirs right now. But when you just look at their receiving core on the whole, do not include tight ends in this discussion, it's DK Metcalf, undisputed number 1. And then you got Calvin Austin, number 2. And Calvin Austin had a good year last year, but he still only had, I think, 550 yards and 4 touchdowns. And then right now, Roman Wilson would be your number 3, and this guy's never caught a pass in the NFL. So just in terms of receiver depth, I think that's lacking. So, we'll have that discussion in late July, early August. I think it's either free safety or number 2 receiver, and we'll see how it all shakes out.
So 3 of the categories that ESPN listed were the biggest move, the move you liked, and the move you disliked. I went through this in a column earlier this week, Ray, about the most impactful and the most surprising. I think there's a little bit of redundancy there, so maybe if we get to that, we can scrap the last 2. But what do you think the biggest move of the offseason was?
And anytime it's involving a quarterback and a quarterback of Aaron Rodgers' stature, to me, that has to be it. I don't care if he's 41 years old. That guy has been around the block a time or 2, and I think there is belief in that building, and that's why they were willing to wait 2.5, 3 months for his decision. There is belief in that building that he can help them get over the top in the playoffs. Now, maybe that's a big leap of faith, and maybe a lot of things are going to have to work out in their favor for that to happen, Jason. But that is the belief in the building. That's the guy they wanted after all that stuff with Justin Fields fell through, second week of March.
What about a move you disliked? Or let's go, a move you liked, Ray.
I like the acquisition of DK Metcalf, and I like getting rid of George Pickens. I think anyone, and you were in that locker room quite a bit, Jason. The whole Pickens dynamic.
It got old, man.
I don't think was, kind of a cancer in that locker room. I think that's addition by subtraction. We'll see how they make up for the numbers, but I think getting DK in here, a guy who's a pro, A guy who is probably more of a team player. I think I like that move, but because you also look at how long they've been trying to get that number one receiver in place. They had the whole dance with Brandon Ayuk last year. They couldn't close the deal on that. So finally, they at least have their number one receiver. And, we'll see who steps up as number two. But, for right now, I think the acquisition of DK Metcalf, and that was the first thing they did. So they thought it was important. I think that's at the top of my list.
Yeah, it seems about 4.5 years ago right now that they got DK Metcalf the way this offseason has gone. What about one you disliked?
It's hard, Jason, without, seeing how this plays out. And let's not go with dislike. Let's just go with big question mark for me.
Sure.
Jalen Ramsey. Listen, he's on his fourth team now. He likes to talk a little bit. He brings an edge. He brings an attitude. I think that can be good for a defense. But, there's probably a reason why he is on his fourth team as well. So to me, and we've seen this with Mike in the past, acquiring guys who were high draft picks, 5, 7, 8 years before. Mike always keeps an eye on them and, wants to coach them, and they come at the latter stages of their career. So clearly the whole Minkah thing wasn't working out. I'm fine moving on from Minkah, but I just don't know how this Jalen Ramsey thing is going to work out. It's basically a one-year deal. They could walk away from it. And sometimes when that happens, when you're just working on a one-year deal and you're not committed to it long-term, and maybe they will be, Jason, by the time training camp starts, maybe there'll be a new contract or whatever in place. But to me, that's just a little bit of an unknown right now, and I'm not quite sure how it's all going to turn out.
What do you think will be the most impactful move that they made, Ray?
If I had to project through the season, this might be a little bit of a surprise because again, it's a leap of faith on my part that the offensive line is going to get better than it was last season. But I think Caleb Johnson, and sometimes it's not the biggest move or, the splashiest move, but getting that guy in the third round, as productive as he was at Iowa. And this is important, a guy who fits into your offense. Naji Harris wasn't really a great fit for Arthur Smith's offense, but Caleb Johnson is. So when you add that element of him knowing how to run the outside zone, Arthur Smith knowing how to call it for him, the production at Iowa, I think he's got a chance to come in and, if not be RB1 by the middle of the season, share the workload and have a really nice rookie year.
Last question for Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette, and I love the Caleb Johnson pick. We're going to talk about that more in a little bit here. But so we're talking about the celebrity softball game, which fan host would win in a home run derby. O'Neal Cruz is going to participate in the MLB home run derby on Monday. Ray, have you ever participated in a home run derby, and how did it go?
Not good, because AB used to have that softball game out at Wild Thing Stadium way back when, and I got roped into doing it. And I might have had 5 pitches, Jason, and I think all of them were ground balls in the infield. So that's what happens when you don't swing it in 20 years, I guess.
You could get to some cages or something, Ray. Come on, just get some lift on that thing.
I probably should have. I wouldn't have embarrassed myself like I did.
Ray Fittipaldo, thanks so much, Ray. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend, man.
All right, Jason, you too.
All right, take care. It's Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette. Read his work, of course, at post-gazette.com. Follow Ray on Twitter or X at RayFit1. I'm a little surprised by Ray not faring better in the home run derby. Former offensive lineman at Holy Cross.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
He's an athlete. Yeah, I'm not asking him to go first to third on a ground ball to right field. I'm just asking him to hit some slow pitch softballs out there.
Yeah, maybe get some mark on the ball and hit one out.
That's
or at
all
least
right.
Hit one to the gap.
Man, it's also the pot calling the kettle black. I would do the exact same thing.
Really, as a former baseball guy,
I stunk at softball limits. Well, I was okay. I wasn't as good as I should have been. I know that much. As a former baseball guy, and I always disappointed myself playing. So I could never wait.
Yeah,
I could never wait. I was always jumping out in front. Like, if I would play wiffle ball with you, I bet I'd be the worst player on the field because I couldn't. I'd be out in front. I would just, my timing would be a mess.
Yeah, I pull pretty much everything at this point. I used to hit the ball the other way a lot, but the way that I've compacted my swing to be able to get more power, I've pulled just about everything. I've hit the ball up the middle a decent amount this year, too. But I haven't really gone the other way outside of maybe once or twice.
So did people in wiffle ball go? Like, do you have all fields hitters? Do you have home run hitters versus, like, contact guys, that sort of thing?
My league's different because we use baseball training balls that have holes on either side, and it's a firmer plastic, and we use big barrel bats. So it's crazy because there's a national tournament that's actually coming to Washington next weekend, the NWA tournament that a bunch of my buddies run. And there's also a tournament in Vermont that we're going to. There's multiple different leagues and everything. Not one league that I've ever seen or talked to, and I've talked to about 20 of them, 15, 20 of them, none of them have the same rules. None of them. Like, everybody has a different rule on something, whether it's their bats, the balls they use, if they run the bases, stuff like that. But back to your question, most people pull the ball. Some people do hit it the other way if they're late on a pitch, mostly if it's just an outside pitch, but most people do pull it.
Okay. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A lot of our discussion with Ray Fittipaldo centered around ESPN grading every NFL offseason. I want to tell you a little bit about what that article included, and then Limits and I are going to get into some of our own thoughts on all of this, as well as a fairly substantial statement here that ESPN had about the Steelers offseason. So let's get into that. The grade that the Steelers got here, it was about what Ray was thinking. ESPN gave the Steelers a C. I might have gone with a B-, just a little bit higher, but I understand why it's in that range. ESPN credited the Steelers' biggest move as being Aaron Rodgers. Fairly on board with that. Move they liked, I should say, earning 4 projected compensatory picks. An interesting selection. I don't necessarily disagree. A move they disliked was trading Minkah Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. I disagree with that. I disagree with their dislike.
Yeah, I would say that that's ultimately a win.
I think so, too.
Now, I do point to something that a texter just sent in to us, saying, I'm a Miami fan for some reason, the texter says.
For some reason.
Yeah, and I listen to the show a lot. Jalen Ramsey was a cancer in the locker room. Hope Tomlin can rein him in. Think Miami got the better deal, but really we look at the trade as Minkah for Jonnu Smith, and Ramsey is trouble. Another Pickens for the Steelers. So is this
that texter in the locker room a lot? Was that texter part of the team? You don't have that intel.
Right, but we did know that Pickens was trouble. So if we know that Pickens was trouble and we follow the team, I'm sure this guy, I mean, I don't know how much he follows the Dolphins, but if he's saying he's a Miami fan and he keeps up with the team, I would imagine that he knows at least a couple of things more than we do about how.
I mean, Ramsey wasn't racking up ridiculous fines week after week. Ramsey wasn't continually putting his team in disadvantageous situations. Ramsey wasn't making national headlines for having the F word on his eye black.
Right.
Ramsey wasn't openly quitting on plays, at least not as far as I saw.
No, he wasn't showing up to Christmas Day games late.
Right.
And
at least that we know.
That we know of. He is an ego. There's no doubt about that. He is a big personality, and he is somebody that I don't know if Tomlin's going to be able to fully rein in, but he's also super talented, and he's more talented than George Pickens at his position.
Yep.
And he's a better player than George Pickens at his position.
Doubt.
So, ideally, it works out, and they can move him around a little bit so that if they don't add a safety, it kind of takes away that hole that is left by Minkah.
I mean, show me an NFL cornerback who does not have an ego, right? Like, you have to have an ego to play that position.
Right, but I think it's how large is the ego and where is the ego centered? You know?
The ego should be centered on him. The ego should be centered on him thinking that he is the best player in football. I want that out of a quarterback.
Right, but you also don't want to see your star corner getting into arguments with the head coach. You know, Joey Porter Jr. doesn't do that. Darius Slay hasn't done that. Ramsey and Mike McDaniel.
I don't think Ramsey's going to do that with Mike Tomlin. I mean, that's a blessing that I think exists here that we don't even realize. Guys won't do that for Mike Tomlin. I'm not saying all is well. I'm not saying Mike Tomlin's the best coach in the NFL. I'm not Dom. But, just kidding, Dom. We love you. I do think that's something that, players walk into that locker room with an instant respect for Mike Tomlin and a want to do things the right way. I'll take the ego. George Pickens, I don't even know if I would call that an ego. I mean, that's a lot of just immaturity, doing stupid stuff. I want somebody that is me. You can't beat me. Somebody's going to be yapping at the guy across the field, even if it's in practice, challenging somebody. Great. I want somebody who wants that. I have some doubts whether the Steelers are going to properly utilize Jalen Ramsey. I mean, one of my takeaways or thoughts relative to the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade is he was basically expendable because of how poorly they were using him anyway.
Yeah.
You're going to play somebody 50 yards off the ball and pay him $20-some million a year to do that. That's stupid business.
Okay, let me ask you this, though, Jason. You said that Jalen Ramsey's not going to do that for Mike Tomlin.
Not at the start. No, I don't think so.
Not at the start. But, I mean, at some point, I think it's very possible. Like, Pickens did. All the wide receivers here have. James Harrison at the end of his career.
Sure.
Like, we are, I think.
But what do those teams have in common, Austin? They didn't win. There wasn't a good culture created. Like, if this works, if they're able to create a positive culture, Jalen Ramsey's ego is not a problem. It's only a problem when you're a mediocre team. If you're a good team, an ego's a good thing.
Yeah, but do you think this is a good team?
I think it could be. I think it could be a team where egos aren't a problem.
What's a good team?
That's an existential question, but I mean like double-digit wins, a team that thinks it's in it, a team that has things going positively and people aren't ticked off going to work.
Like, was last year's team that? Because even with that, George
last
Pickens
year's
was still
team had a weird
up.
trajectory. You know, if you would give me that sum total, like without the really good start and then the really terrible finish, you might say that they sort of met expectations.
Right. Well, Pickens,
but we're not saying that because of how poorly they finished.
Pickens, regardless of what time of year it was still acting like a problem, whether it was the Browns game in the snow or grabbing the face mask of Jordan Lewis.
Oh, no doubt.
And I'm not saying that George Pickens and Jalen Ramsey are the exact same player and the exact same character. I'm not saying that. But I do think that when you bring in someone with the big bravado personality of a Jalen Ramsey, who also does back it up on the field, I'm not going to leave that out at all.
Sure.
Then I do wonder what that could mean for a locker room, because he's also bounced around the league a little bit. And if it wasn't an issue, I feel like he'd stay in one place or at least in two places.
Totally fair.
That team would want to keep him around.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
That's why Pickens is somewhere else.
I'm not saying it's not a concern. I'm not saying that this guy's not just going to be, pumping everybody's tires and be everybody's favorite teammate from the first day all the way through the end of his Steelers tenure.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, you have somebody with a bit of an edge to him, and that can be a good thing if you've got a positive team culture and you're winning. It can be a bad thing if it's not. All right, so I want to get to this. What I wrote down in my notes is a really damning sentence for the Steelers, and I'm going to read you a passage from this ESPN piece. The most likely outcome of the Rodgers signing is by far is disappointment and a wasted season. The most likely outcome of the Rodgers signing by far is disappointment and a wasted season. How about that? The most likely outcome is disappointment and a wasted season. That's a lot.
That's the most likely outcome.
The most likely outcome. I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm going to continue just for the time being. But the upside remains, and there's more of it with Rodgers than with any of the Steelers' other realistic quarterback options, which is why the signing made some sense, especially at the extremely cheap cost of Rodgers. But Pittsburgh could have coupled the Rodgers signing with a stronger investment than a sixth-rounder in Will Howard in the draft, especially considering how far Shedeur Sanders fell. What?
So
the Steelers could have taken Shedeur Sanders higher? So that's what we're nitpicking here?
Fifth-round pick Shedeur Sanders is supposed to be the one that saves the day here.
According to ESPN, I don't know if Mel Kiper wrote this.
Well, ESPN is out of his mind. It's out of its mind with that. Really? Shedeur Sanders, the fifth-round quarterback? At that point, why not say that Will Howard will just be able to save the day? I think Will Howard's going to end up – how about this take?
Will Howard's going to have a better career than Shedeur Sanders?
Will Howard will have a better career than Shedeur Sanders. I think he will.
I'm sure not going to say that the Steelers aired because they didn't draft Shedeur Sanders in the fifth round and turn things over to him. That sounds like what ESPN's trying to say here.
Ludicrous.
I mean, absolutely not. ESPN goes on to say that one of the criticisms of the Steelers, they lack receivers beyond DK Metcalf.
Well, yeah.
I agree with that. I think that's a completely fair criticism. And they tried to kind of temper expectations with Jonnu Smith, saying he's coming off a career season. He's a good yak guy, but he also had a bunch of mediocre years before with Arthur Smith as his offensive coordinator. I think that's fair, too. I also don't think they're counting on Jonnu Smith to be the guy.
No.
Like, he might be their secondary tight end receiving option. He's going to be a lot different than Pat Freiermuth. He's still going to be a part of the offense, don't get me wrong, but, DK Metcalf should be your primary playmaker. You're going to have Pat Freiermuth. Calvin Austin's going to be in there somewhere. Jonnu Smith's going to play an important part. He's not the only guy.
No, and him and Pat they're different types of tight ends, too. They're different types of receivers and just how they're able to stretch the field.
No doubt. No doubt. So, listener question, we'll put this out to you all. What grade would you give the Steelers offseason? And what are your favorite and least favorite moves? 412-928-9370 as we look to keep the conversation going a little bit. Have one call in there. We'll get a few more, I'm sure. My own take, I had some thoughts on this in a column earlier this week. I said the most impactful move is probably Aaron Rodgers, but one that I think is kind of underlying, and Ray Fittipaldo said Caleb Johnson. I really, really like that, so I expanded mine to cheat a little bit, and I said Derek Harmon and the rest of the top of the most recent draft because I do think Derek Harmon's going to play a very important role for the Steelers, and Caleb Johnson looked excellent in rookie minicamp and OTAs and mandatory minicamp. I also think Jack Sawyer and maybe Will Howard, I don't know, Y.A. Black could do some things along the defensive line. I think the Steelers had a very strong draft, and I think that was an important and will be impactful part of their offseason. The most surprising move for me was certainly Minka for Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. I didn't see that coming. If you said you saw that coming, you were lying. You might have seen Jonnu Smith coming. Maybe they try to pick up Jalen Ramsey some other way. I didn't see him dealing Minka for those two, though, limits. Absolutely not.
Not a chance.
No. And if you're saying that they did, no. But one last thing before we get to the phones on how the Steelers are perceived.
Yeah.
This is from ESPN again. Pittsburgh's entire offseason has resulted in an old team trying to take one last swing. It probably won't work. Next year will be the time for a true rebuild. If so, one piece of good news, the Steelers' offseason resulted in projected compensatory picks in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds per overthecap.com. So what they're telling me is we could have another Steelers team rebuilding, according to ESPN, or we could have another Pittsburgh team rebuilding. We could have the Steelers, the Penguins, and who knows what the Pirates, what you want to call what the Pirates are doing. The Penguins are certainly rebuilding. We're saying the Steelers could be rebuilding too. I can't handle it.
No, that's a lot of rebuilding at the same time.
Stop rebuilding.
You would hope with 3 teams in the city that one would be really good, at least, while the other 2 are rebuilding. You would hope.
All right, let's knock off one phone call again. If you want to weigh in on your favorite moves of the offseason or what grade you would give the Steelers offseason, 412-928-9370. In the meantime, let's go out to Martin in Uniontown. Let's talk about Naji Harris. What's up, Martin?
Hey, good morning, my friend. Good morning, guys. Hey, did you hear about Naji Harris? He has an eye injury from a firework. That's what they said on Channel 2.
Yes, we heard about it. What's your point?
Well, the point is, do you think it's going to affect him? He might not be able to run or something. Or
no, he's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine?
That's all of the reported information and what it says, yes.
Yeah, I hope he's going to be all right. Because, buddy, I want to tell you something. When you play around with a firework, you don't know what it's going to do, and I think he's going to be pretty lucky. If after that heals, he's got to be pretty lucky, that's for sure.
All right, man. We got Jason Pierre-Paul 2.0 on our hands with Naji Harris. It's not as serious. I was reading about this morning, and thank you very much for the call, Martin. Appreciate it. He's going to be all right. They're projecting him to be completely ready for week 1. It's not going to be a concern. I mean, obviously hope Naji Harris is okay. I didn't like the fit. I was fine with the Steelers letting him walk. I didn't have a problem with them not picking up his 5th-year option. I don't think it was the best fit possible. I admire a lot of things about Naji Harris. Obviously, you don't want anybody getting hit in the eye with a fireworks incident. Sounded fairly scary reading about it. It was near his hometown of Antioch, California. And there were multiple people injured in the incident. Happened a little after midnight on July 5th. It was a superficial eye injury is what it was called. So, I mean, I'll be rooting for Naji Harris of the Chargers. I don't have any ill will toward him, but I am happy with the direction the Steelers have gone. I think Caleb Johnson is a much better fit. I'm curious to see what Jaylen Warren can do. I think their backfield can be a lot better this upcoming season than it was in the last. I think it's a better fit, as Ray Fittipaldo was saying. More guys who are familiar running zone scheme concepts, which is what Arthur Smith wants. And Caleb Johnson wouldn't shock me at all if he wound up being an integral part of this offense. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more of your calls next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
How about this one, Jason? 10 years ago today, the anniversary of the Andrew McCutchen 14th inning walk-off home run against the St. Louis Cardinals. Can Andrew McCutchen do anything similar in Minnesota tonight? Back with the Pirates for his third year, as the Pirates will try to end a 6-game losing streak and send Paul Skeens to the mound. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin tonight at 7:15. First pitch, 8:10. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tom Brady's summer is turning into a full-blown media tour. From Fanatics Fest to Jeff Bezos' wedding in Europe, the once private quarterback is suddenly tabloid gold. He's broadcasting, buying into the Raiders, launching a trading card company, and now he's the star of a new Amazon documentary about buying a soccer team. For a guy who once hid behind Belichick's hoodie, it's a wild shift. So here's the question. Is Brady building a brand or burning it out? I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Each year, UPMC performs the highest number of heart catheterization procedures in the region.
UPMC is doing amazing things with catheter-based therapies. There's a lot of technology out there that has really transformed medicine and can really benefit our patients. We have a variety of procedures to treat the most complex diseases, to help patients feel better and regain their quality of life.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Would you like to win $1 million this summer? Get to Live Casino in Greensburg for our Summer Fun Collect and Win. Every Saturday from July 12th through August 30th, earn 500 tier credits for a chance to win tons of prizes, including $100,000 cash or $1 million cash dollars. Make Live Casino your Saturday destination this summer and you could become a millionaire. Only at Live Casino, Route 30 at Westmoreland Mall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend,
It would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-649-2626. That's 800-649-2626. Again, 800-649-2626.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden Inn, Pittsburgh, Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Green Tree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar at 8 p.m.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 85.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pop and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Moving right along here on a Friday morning. Great discussion about the Steelers and their offseason. What grade would you give it? Surprise moves, moves that you like, moves that you dislike. We'll get out to the phone lines in just a second. Was back in the producer's booth during the break talking to Austin about the Bechtold Breakdown, which is coming up at 12:30. You'll want to stay tuned for that. Some great Steelers discussion on what they how would you frame this, Austin? Somebody with some intimate knowledge of what the Steelers are thinking had some interesting words to say about what their goals are for this upcoming season and beyond. We'll get to that in the Bechtold Breakdown at 12:30. Bob Walk, Pirates broadcaster, will join us at 1 o'clock. Have some thoughts on the Penguins and their direction relative to Gavin McKenna. I want to get into that as well. The Home Run Derby, O'Neill Cruz. Major League Baseball business is about to pick up over the weekend, and it'll involve the Pirates, sort of. It's not the sort of business or decision-maker change that a lot of people around here have sought, but it'll pick up nonetheless. In the meantime, let's go out to the phones. PJ in Coriopolis wants to talk, I'm guessing, about the Steelers. What's up, PJ?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show.
Sure, what's going on?
I think I would give the Steelers a D, mainly, and that is kind of fair, mainly because they let Justin Fields go, who is a surefire starter. He was the future. They let him go. I wasn't happy about that. And they let Naji go. I was not happy about that. Then they trade George Pickens to away. Like, that's three players right there that could easily turn the team around. And, they just let them all go.
PJ, it sounds like you're somebody who's against change.
No, I'm not really against it. I actually like it. I just don't think they made the right moves.
Why would you keep George Pickens?
He was the best receiver on the roster. Despite the off-season or in-season issues that they had, but I still think he was a really good wide receiver.
Okay, what was your favorite move that they made?
Favorite move, I would probably say, would be picking up the wide receiver.
Metcalf.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, PJ. Appreciate the call, man.
All right.
I don't agree with that.
No, I don't either.
I don't. And I appreciate the call. I'm not trying to shame PJ. I mean,
there are some
certainly
people
allowed to have your opinions. I just don't agree with it.
There are some people that think that the Naji Harris move is a bad move. Like, I would have been okay if they signed back Naji on like a $5 million deal. But, I mean, the course was run out on Naji here.
Yeah.
Like, his time was over.
And you get 9 1/4, man, Godspeed. Good luck. I'm not matching that.
No, I'm not paying that at all. Not for somebody who I liked as a running back, but was not nearly the type of player that ended up paying off as a first-round pick.
Honestly, Limits, I'm surprised he got that from the Chargers.
And then they go and draft the running
Hampton.
back.
Yeah.
I don't know what the Chargers are doing there.
I don't either, but you know what? Like, Jim Harbaugh's a wacko, but he's kind of a good coach.
Harbaugh likes to run the ball. He likes to run the ball. I mean, he drafted Blake Corum from Michigan. They ran Edwards and Corum, 2 backs at Michigan. So I'm a little surprised that with Corum still on the roster, they ended up signing Naji and picking Hampton, where maybe it would be.
But if you want to
Corum
run the
and
ball,
Najee.
you've got the horses, right? Like,
Yeah, and
I
it
don't
seems
know.
like
I'll hear
Corum's
him
kind
out.
of falling out of favor there too.
If you have an offensive line, a quarterback, receivers, a pretty good defense, they have all of those things, and you say, you know what, we're really going to lean into having an identity of running the football, and you do it, who am I to judge, man? Jim Harbaugh's done it at other places. He had some pretty good improvement with the Chargers last year, and I don't totally understand it, but I am glad the Steelers didn't get into a bidding war for Naji Harris. I know that much. Rob in West Mifflin, you're on the Fan. What's up, Rob?
What's up, folks? How y'all doing, man?
Doing great. How are you?
Oh, man. Loving the show, man. Y'all hit a lot of topics today, man. Love the show, man. You need to be on there more, man. I ain't saying get rid of Bob and...
Oh, we're not getting rid of anybody. We're good.
No. I just said you need to be on there more. You in City Limits, y'all got a nice vibe going. But I really, I love T.J. Watt, man. But we can't. All this, he got to get more than Myles Garrett or 1 cent more. I'm not no big fan of that. And plus, we can't pay him $40 million a year, man. We can't do that.
I know. I'm with you, Rob.
I don't know anybody's take on it, but I mean, I watch a lot of football and study what's going on. Like, I don't know if this comes up in when the negotiations. Like, the last 5 or 6 games, man, he was Casper.
He was Casper.
I mean, don't pay him for what he did before. Pay him for what he's doing. We can't give him $40 million a year. We cannot do that. We can spend that in other places, man, like another receiver and possibly another safety. Like, that's my take on that, man. And one more take about the Pirates. I'm just not understanding why Mitch Keller's name keeps coming up to be getting traded. Like, he's an innings eater. If you're talking about you want to win, he should be a part of what we're trying to do in the future. Bubba Chandler's good. All these other guys are good. We don't know what they're going to be when they come up here in the major leagues. We don't know what they're going to be. You know what you're getting out of Mitch. You're going to get 5 solid, maybe 6, and that's it, man. I don't know why his name keeps coming up. Mitch Keller for a bat. You're going to probably end up trading for 6 prospects, man. We need some guys up here major league ready.
Yeah.
Some bats ready. If they trade him, they got to get some guys that's going to come in out the plane and be able to play. Other than that, they got to keep Mitch, man. They got to keep him, man. Love the show, man. Have a nice weekend, fellas.
All right, Rob. Thanks, man. Just to hit on a couple points that Rob made, I agree with him on T.J. Watt. I don't like paying an edge rusher $40 million a year. It doesn't matter. They're going to. They're going to make him a one-helmet guy. I mean, the next bit of intel that I get from over there that indicates otherwise will be the first. I think you can maybe play with the yearly money. I don't think that matters as much to Watt as the guaranteed money. But, I mean, they're going to pay him a lot of money to remain a Steeler. And I don't think it's the smartest move they could make. I've made this point a bunch of times before. You look at the teams that pay defensive players an inordinate amount of money, you're not going to find a lot of team success there. You're just not. And I don't think there's a ton of trade value there. Honestly, what I would look at, and this isn't going to be popular among Steelers fans, I don't care, I would exercise my rights as a team. Say, you're under contract. We can also franchise you. And that's what we're going to do. If you want to sign an extension for less than $40 million a year, we'll entertain those conversations. Certainly have nothing against keeping T.J. Watt around. I'm just not going to feel pressured that I have to pay him more than Myles Garrett. I just don't. Like, the Browns historically do so much that is stupid. Do not try to out-Browns the Browns. That doesn't make any sense. Limits, am I wrong here? Why should I feel bullied into, like, paying a contract that exceeds what the Browns do?
The Browns is the Browns.
Thank you.
I agree. And one correction, Corum actually plays for the Rams, not the Chargers, so the other LA team. I agree with you. Like, I would not cater to what the Browns did because just because a business makes a bad decision
doesn't mean you have to one-up it.
Does not mean that you have to one-up the decision and do the exact same thing as them. Now, it does change perspective for TJ Watt being, hey, I'm better than this player. I know I'm better than this player. The numbers back it up, even if the national media cannot see it and is blind to it. TJ Watt is the better player than Myles Garrett. The sentiment is different in Cleveland. The sentiment is different in Pittsburgh. I feel like the national media, for whatever reason, is just off base. Maybe because Myles Garrett plays for an awful organization in Cleveland, and he's able to excel there, and he's one of a limited amount of people that are able to excel there. That still doesn't mean that I would pay TJ Watt $40 million. I don't want to pay TJ Watt $40 million. I still think that they will. I would try to get it more down to 37, 38 and play around with the guarantees.
Sure.
But if that ends up not being the case, I would at least listen on what a trade is. I don't know if I would deal him because I would want a first-round pick, but I would at least listen. I think you have to be open to it.
I think absolutely. I think it's good business. And if you get a first-round pick, I wouldn't be against dealing him at all. I mean, it would stink, and I think T.J. Watt's going to be productive elsewhere. But, yeah, that's a bridge too far for me, man. That's a lot of money. And to just tie up the other loose end on Rob's comment about Mitch Keller, I mean, his name keeps coming up in trade rumors for a couple reasons. One, he's a good pitcher, so people are going to want him. People see the Pirates in the mode that they're at. They're sellers. They're naturally going to call on them. The Pirates are going to listen. They need offense. They can deal from a position of strength, which means starting pitching. So you can potentially deal Mitch Keller and replace him with Bubba Chandler, Thomas Harrington, whomever, Braxton Ashcraft, Hunter Barco. You know, at least in their minds, they think they can probably do that. Now, when push comes to shove, and we're going to get into this in a little bit, I don't think Ben Cherington will be authorized to make a trade of Mitch Keller. I think if the right deal came along for Ke'Bryan Hayes, I think that's different. But franchise-altering trades, I don't think that's something that Ben Cherington is going to have the authority to do. No, Ben Cherington might not know that. Ben Cherington might be operating, I'm going to try to make some sort of big swing, attempt some sort of Hail Mary because I think I'm on my way out. No. I mean, Bob Nutting is looking at this thing, and I can guarantee you Bob Nutting is not looking at this thinking Ben Cherington's going to be here in perpetuity. And I don't know how or why you would allow a lame duck GM to make a trade that's that substantial. But like Limits was saying with TJ Watt, you got to listen. There's no reason to not take the call or to not have the conversation. Somebody might overpay, and if that happens, hey, that's a different discussion. But, I don't expect that to happen. Let's go to Vince in Wilkins. Let's talk about Pirates. What's up, Vince?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I was trying to say to Limits, I kind of needed his help on this one for looking stuff up because I'm driving and I'm working. I'm up in Indiana, so if the reception goes.
Well, what are you doing calling us? Pay attention. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm sitting at the get-go. I just finished them off. I deliver sunglasses.
All right, good.
So here's my thing. You brought up the hypothetical about if they would have changed a manager beginning of the season, but you can never prove on how many more wins that would have got us. That's a hypothetical with we'll never find an answer. But I'm going to give you something more concrete, a hypothetical where we can maybe get to an answer here. Brownie came on the radio, I guess, about 6 weeks ago, and, he was defending the Pirates like he does. And I'm like, oh, here we go again. But he made some good points. He said the career OPS of everybody on that starting team that's a hitter is basically lower, or their OPS this year is lower than their career OPS. And I throw in batting average, and I can't do that. If we could come up with that, I'd like to see it now. I bet all 9 starting guys, their OPS is actually lower than their career. And if it was just even, if they would have just hit their average OPS this year, we'd have to look at that, break it all down, and see what it is. But I bet we could actually come up with some runs per game out of that, and how many more wins with that pitching staff we had if these guys would have just done their average OPS and then maybe add their average, since that would take care of the top 3 things we look at: average, on-base percentage, and slugging. And you could probably get a pretty good answer there. And so what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a way to do that. It's Pythagorean win-loss. That's a version of it. I'm pulling it up now as we talk, and it's kind of
It's these guys, but it's just under average OPS, and then maybe add their average.
Can you turn your radio down, Vince?
Care of the top three things we look at: average, on base.
All right, we're going to move along. Yeah, I mean, what Vince is saying is they could be better than where they're at, and I agree with that. Pythagorean win total, win percentage, whatever you want to say, their Pythagorean record, basically what it should be is 41-53 versus 38-56. So 3 wins better. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, again, this is a hypothetical. You could say if O'Neal Cruz had reached his potential, if Brian Reynolds was playing up to his, if Joey Bart matched what he did last season, if Ke'Bryan Hayes gave you absolutely anything, if Spencer Horwitz delivered on expectations, although he's been better lately, if Jack Sawinski, I mean, ifs and buts, candy and nuts.
Candy and nuts.
Yep.
What a life it'd be.
I know. So I'll go there a little bit. I mean, they've underperformed, but I'm certainly not going to go there to the extent of like, oh, the players have underperformed, so that makes me think differently about Ben Cherington or Derek Shelton. Absolutely not.
No, because he's the one that brought in the majority of them, or at least have stuck by them.
Right, and they've also created the climate where these guys consistently underperform. And they've also brought in guys who they've been outside players. They come to the Pirates, and they're not able to figure it out, whether that's Rowdy Tellez, Tommy Pham early. Pham's been better lately, but it was a big contributing part to a lost season. Yasmani Grandal, Michael A. Taylor, etc. Guys have come in here, and they've thought that they've fixed the offensive problems, and they haven't done it. So I don't know how far down the road I can go with all the hypotheticals there. Let's go to Art in Des Moines, Iowa. Wants to talk about Caleb Johnson. What's up, Art?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, doing great. How are you?
Great. Moved to Iowa the same year Kirk Ferentz started there, so I've been following the Hawks for quite a long time. Sent 2 kids there. Couple things on the Iowa draft picks. You're right on with Caleb Johnson. He's a stud. He did some great things in the Big Ten. He'll break some tackles. He'll break off some long runs that Naji couldn't even dream of. Yaya Block, don't get your hopes up too much. He's a big guy, but he's kind of slow, and he was handled pretty well against top Big Ten competition. The guy that they didn't draft but signed as an undrafted free agent, Sebastian Castro, watch him. He is an excellent football player, great mind for the game. Reminds me a lot of Geno Stone, another Iowa product who had a pretty good career in Baltimore and now is in Cincinnati, so competed well in the AFC North.
Okay. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, guys.
All right. Take care. That was nowhere near our discussion point, but good intel nonetheless. Excited about the Iowa guys. I think Y.A. Black can be more than a bit part contributor. What do you think, Limits?
I don't know. I want to see how he performs. Well, I mean, I want to see what he does in the preseason, especially with defensive linemen that they drafted in middle rounds.
Yeah, it hasn't been great lately.
No, I think Keanu Benton, I mean, he was a third-round pick, but he still has some upside. I'm curious to see. But the Dan McCullers of the world, the Mo Adams of the world.
Sure.
Mo Adams, they signed him, but Louder Milks of the world.
Yeah.
Those types of guys, they have not really hit on depth defensive linemen. So we'll see.
Yeah, they haven't. That's fair. I do think there's an opportunity, though. I mean, you need somebody to play nose. He can do that. I don't know if you're going to see him play more than 30, 40% of the snaps, but, I look at Cam. I'm going to try to build in some rest for him. I look at Derek Harmon. He's a rookie. He's going to need a break. Keanu Benton, does he play nose or do they move him outside? Not sure. Can probably be a little bit flexible there, but there's a job to be won anyway. Curious to see what Y.A. Black can bring. He's a gigantic human being. I saw him at the South Side a couple times for off-season stuff. I don't think he is he's not easily movable. We'll put it that way. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM and AM, 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for Pittsburgh for PPS at Pittsburgh for PPS Back Drive Easy for me to say, huh? You can support by purchasing backpacks and dropping them at a location near you. Just visit 937thefan.com to drop off your donation and learn more about that. Weather, cloudy today, a high of Hines Ward, 86, sunny and a high of 90 on Saturday. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We have the Bechtold breakdown coming up in 30 minutes. We'll get into some comments by somebody pretty closely involved, not directly affiliated with the Steelers, but this person should absolutely know, talking about the direction of where they're going and what the expectations are, that sort of thing. When we come back, though, I want to talk about the Home Run Derby. I want to talk about O'Neal Cruz. What are we expecting from this weekend? The MLB draft is coming up. The Home Run Derby's coming up. All-Star game. I don't believe we know the starting pitcher yet, although I wouldn't be surprised if it's Paul Skeens. But I want to talk specifically about O'Neal Cruz and some different opinions people have on him, how he might fare, and we'll get into some of the Pirates trade talk as well. What should they do? What should they be allowed to do in all of that? It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin Bechtold in for the guys on a Friday here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have announced this week the official numbers that Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith will wear. Ramsey is going with number 5. So the Steelers, with their newer players like Patrick Queen and Jalen Ramsey and DK Metcalf, embracing the single digits. Metcalf is 4, Ramsey 5. Jonnu Smith will wear number 81. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here in the heart and the heat of summertime, which is why I want to talk to you about West Shore Home. When it is the summer season, when it gets hot, you know what it means? Well, number one, it means you can save the most money on your home improvement project, and number two, you can beat the fall rush and enjoy your new project by Labor Day. There's so many reasons why you should call West Shore Home if you need really any type of home improvement, whether it be a new bath, new windows, new door, full house flooring improvement, it doesn't matter. West Shore Home will help you save big. If you're still in the planning phase, don't worry about that either, because West Shore's free, no obligation design consultation makes it easy to get a price that's good for an entire year. You heard that right. Go to westshorehome.com right now and schedule in a matter of seconds. Again, you can save 20% on the entire project. No payments, no interest until 2027, and you can even get more savings by going to westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500, but you must go to westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Home.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn, payment starting at $399 for 42 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Join Independence Health System at one of 3 convenient job fair locations to learn about open positions, clinical and non-clinical. Recruiters will be available to answer questions and conduct on-site interviews. Job fairs will be held on Thursday, July 31st at Butler Memorial Hospital, Clarion Hospital, and Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg. Competitive salary and flexible scheduling offered. Visit www.independence.health/careers for complete details. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden Inn, Cranberry in Cranberry Township, or 8 p.m. on Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Greentree. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Happy Paul Skeens Day, everyone. It's the last one before the All-Star break as Skeens will take them out against the Minnesota Twins tonight. Buccos are 38-56. That is last in the Central. The Twins in the American League Central, they're in third. They are 3 under at 45 and 48. Really good pitching matchup. Skeens will go up against Joe Ryan. Ryan's 8-4 on the year, a 2.76 ERA and a whip of .89. That whip is better than Skeens, who has a .92 whip and 123 strikeouts compared to just 30 walks. Ryan, 116 strikeouts, just 21 walks. So could be in for a quick baseball game with a lot of strikeouts. More headlines, 937thefan.com, and our headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. You can listen tonight, starting with the pregame show beginning at 7:15, 8:10 first pitch, and is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin Bechtold in for the guys on a Friday. 2 hours in past the midpoint. Thanks so much for finding us and making us a part of your daily, weekly listening schedule. Next week is an event that, I'll be honest, as a former baseball writer, I never found that intriguing. I am guilty of going to the Home Run Derby and not staying for the entire thing. Maybe I'm a bad sports fan. I don't know. But covering the Pirates, it was not really relevant to me, and there was often a lot of other things going on around that time. I will not be going to Atlanta for the All-Star game, but darn it, Monday night I'm going to be glued to my television because of one O'Neal Cruz. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. You can disagree with his placement in it. He's not an All-Star. He's just a Home Run Derby participant. I don't care. And here's why. I've spent so many times around batting cages watching O'Neal Cruz. I went to Akron when he was in AA. I went to Altoona when he was in AA. I saw him in Indianapolis, saw him in Bradenton, saw him countless times at the Pirates. I don't care when it has been. It is always appointment viewing to see O'Neal Cruz take batting practice. And I don't understand why that's not encouraged more in Major League ballparks, specifically PNC Park. Hey, come on in early, see O'Neal Cruz take batting practice. It is a sight to behold. And it's not an assessment of O'Neal Cruz, the baseball player. It's an assessment of O'Neal Cruz, the batting practice taker. And the fact that the entire baseball world is going to get a chance to see that on Monday night, I'm not going to get mad. It's pretty cool. It's going to be fun. I guarantee you will be in front of your TV watching that, and you're going to be highly entertained. I've already gotten jokes, some personally, some professionally. A friend of mine texted that O'Neal Cruz is going to be the first player ever to strike out in the Home Run Derby.
It's possible.
He's not going to strike out in the Home Run Derby.
No, he's not.
He might hit the ball 500 feet.
For the jokes. He'll probably hit one. I could see 480, him topping out at, like, dude, legitimately.
I'm not making a joke when I say this. They probably shouldn't have kids in the outfield.
No.
That makes me nervous as a dad every time anyway.
Yeah.
Because all you need is one not paying attention for something to go wrong.
He's going to hit a liner like 118 miles an hour off a kid.
Dude, I mean, they're professionals that have trouble with that. O'Neal Cruz is going to be appointment viewing. I also think it's worth discussing a little bit why we feel the way we feel about O'Neal Cruz. Because I don't understand it. I don't understand the vitriol. And I want you to understand me. I'm not saying that I don't understand why somebody can get mad about O'Neal Cruz. That's not what I'm saying. It might sound like what I'm saying. We are extremely hard on O'Neal Cruz. Extremely hard on him. And I don't know why. I have some theories, and one of them is because we see his enormous potential, and he hasn't lived up to it, and for whatever reason, as fans, that offends us. I don't know. I think another one could be the lack of hustle, the lack of having his head in the game, the most controllable things he does not do a good job at. And I've gone on this rant before about players who grow up in the DR or other Latin American countries. They're often very toolsy players. They do things like, run fast, throw hard, hit the ball really far. They're really strong. The understanding of baseball, they haven't had the same access to coaching that we have in the United States. And it's also true that O'Neal Cruz is an unfinished product. That's just fact. He does a lot of things that are really good. He also does things that are bad. And I don't know why we can't have a more honest assessment of where he's at as a player. I want to praise and celebrate all of the things that O'Neal Cruz does well. He is a joy a lot of times to watch play baseball because he's such a freak. He also drives me crazy sometimes. And there are certain things in the driving craziness that I can live with. And there are certain things that I can't. And I don't understand why it's uncool or impossible to point those out. Like O'Neal Cruz, and this happened the other night. I think the Pirates were in Kansas City. He goes back for a ball at the wall and becomes sort of befuddled by the wall in the warning track and loses where he's at in space. The ball drops. Cruz looks silly trying to field it, whatever. I can live with that 100 times out of 100. I have no problem with that. You know why? Because the guy hasn't spent a lot of his career going back trying to negotiate a wall at full speed. He doesn't understand that. He's not a career outfielder. He's learning. Sometimes he might throw to the wrong base. Sometimes, and this is a little bit more controllable, but not long ago he fielded a ball flat-footed when he should have been having his momentum go toward home plate. Yeah, you'd like to see it. Sometimes it doesn't work out. He also threw a ball 105 miles an hour. I've heard things, and maybe these are just a couple callers to this station. I also get it in chats and emails and stuff. People who are fed up with O'Neal Cruz and they want the Pirates to trade him. No. No. A billion times over, no. He is not the kind of guy you cut bait on. He's the type of guy that you try to back and also have an honest assessment of. And I'm not absolving Cruz by any stretch. He's a player. First and foremost, he's responsible for his performance on the field. He's certainly responsible for his effort and how plugged in he is to things, and that doesn't always happen. And again, I'm more than willing, I'm thrilled to celebrate the good, and I'm going to criticize the bad. You need to know how many outs there are in an inning. Ball hit in front of you or on second base, there's one out, you don't run to third. At least not until the throw's made across the infield, depending on how much they check you. Don't make the first or last out of an inning at third base. 2 strikes have some semblance of an approach. Guy in front of you makes an out on a first pitch, take one. Simple baseball things. They don't always register with O'Neal. At the same time, I'm going to look at what his capabilities are and some of the numbers that he's produced. I'm going to give him some grace. I am. I'm also going to take a step back and think about where he's at in his career. And that's something I did earlier this week. I was looking for a good comparable. And I stumbled on, well, I don't know if it's a good comparable. And I'm not saying they're the same players because they're not. But I tweeted something to this effect. And anybody who follows me on Twitter, this is maybe old news, but I thought it was interesting to compare O'Neal Cruz and Neil Walker. And for no other reason than they just had some similar numbers. Like if you look at Neil Walker's OPS around the same time that Cruz has been in the big leagues, he's at 761. O'Neal Cruz right now, career 754. Neil had played 286 games. I think that was his first 4 seasons. O'Neal has played 326 games. So we have to adjust a little bit, which we will. OPS plus, for any of the uninitiated, you want that to be at least 100. That's considered league average. Neil Walker at 110, O'Neal Cruz at 109. So in some metrics, they're fairly similar. If you look at WAR, I was using Baseball Reference for my computation. O'Neal was at 6.0. Neil Walker was at 4.1 through fewer games. If you adjust for games, Neil gets to about 4.7. So what you're basically telling me is that O'Neal Cruz has been worth more than 1 win above replacement compared to Neil Walker. Similar OPS plus numbers. And then I'm going to look at homers and steals. Neil Walker, 24 home runs. O'Neal Cruz, 56. Neil Walker, 12 steals. O'Neal Cruz, 63. I like Neil Walker a lot. I think he's a fantastic broadcaster, fantastic person, a great baseball resource in the city, a friend. I mean, he couldn't out-hit me in high school, but other than that, I think he's a really good person. It's in no way a shot at Neil Walker. But that's where O'Neal is and then some. Why are we getting mad? Why are we getting mad about O'Neal Cruz? Nobody was screaming to trade Neil Walker at that time. Nobody was getting mad at Neil Walker. And you're going to say, yeah, Neil had a better baseball IQ. Maybe he did. I don't know. He certainly didn't make the type of mistakes that O'Neal did. Neil also didn't do some of the freakish things that O'Neal does. Why don't we hear about those? Again, I wish we could have more of an honest assessment of where we're at with O'Neal Cruz. And I don't know about you. On Monday night, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to celebrate it. And I think it's going to be must-watch TV. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'm excited about this. The Pomp and Joe Show means a Bechtold breakdown. That's coming up at 12:30. Some interesting comments about the Steelers and their long-term goals with our good friend Austin Bechtold behind the glass. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason and Austin in for those guys on a Friday here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates will play tonight against the Minnesota Twins. It's the first of a three-game series. It's the last series before the All-Star break. Paul Skeens, the lone Pirates representative in the All-Star game, will pitch today for the Pirates against Joe Ryan. Jeff Athorn will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:15. It's an 8:10 first pitch. And Cruz will be in the Home Run Derby that will take place at 8 o'clock on Monday from Atlanta. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And also the Fan Hotline. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Amanda Anisimova just did the unthinkable. Took down world number one Aryna Sabalenka in the Wimbledon semis. 2 years ago, she was burned out, stepped away from tennis, dropped out of the top 400 in the world rankings, and started painting to cope with mental health struggles. A year ago, she returned to the tour, and now she's in her first Grand Slam final. No one saw this coming, not even her. So here's the question. Is this a Cinderella run or the next big thing in women's tennis? I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Steining has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates, all that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com. Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program. And for the month of July, Mount Pleasant Windows is offering 10% off of all roofing jobs.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Jason, let's get into it. It's the Bechtold Breakdown for this Friday, July 11th, 2025. And the Bechtold Breakdown is brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating. Before we get into the heart of what we're going to talk about on the breakdown, you mentioned something that I thought was pretty fascinating off air that we were talking about, that the Penguins drafted Mario Lemieux in 1984, first overall. 21 years later, they drafted Sidney Crosby first overall in 2005. 21 years later, could they draft Gavin McKenna first overall?
Limits. It is poetic, my friend.
Storybook it might be.
Oh, be still my heart. I'm changing my opinion, man. I am. I feel differently about this. I've been banging the drum of thinking that the Penguins could have enough to get to the playoffs they wanted to this year. And I still feel that way, to be clear. But it doesn't seem like they have any interest whatsoever. And if you're going to listen on Brian Rust and Ricard Raquel, if you're going to trade Erik Karlsson, which I think they very well might do after this Matt Dumba trade, and they might have wanted to do it before. I think they did. But if you're going to gut the team and embrace the tank, embrace the darn tank. And let's just do it. Get Gavin McKenna here. Get him with Sid. That's the way you pass the baton. No, he didn't pass the baton to Claude Giroux. Sid still has the baton. He can pass to Gavin McKenna. I love it, dude. I love it.
It's the Gavin McKenna train.
There was no doubt about it.
The Trubisky train is gone. I love it. And the Gavin McKenna train has entered the station. Jason, I think it just makes too much sense. I've been on this that, look, they missed the playoffs 3 years in a row. The guys are older. This is the Evgeny Malkin farewell tour. They're not going to make the playoffs this year. And by the moves that they're making, Kyle Dubas is admitting it to us all, where they're taking on Matt Dumba and getting a second-round pick back in 28. Sure, fine, whatever. They are detracting from the roster, adding on contracts to take on draft picks, and they're probably going to trade Raquel. Tyler Kennedy thinks that Brian Rust is a future captain of this team whenever Sidney Crosby retires. I would be okay if they don't trade Rust, but I felt that Raquel should have been out the door at the deadline. Find a way to get rid of Tristan Jarry, even if you have to package one of the picks that you've gotten back. Like that Dumba pick that they got in 2028 second-round pick. You want to trade that just to get rid of Tristan Jarry? Fine by me.
No, Limits, I don't. Tristan Jarry is now an integral part of the operation.
Of the tank.
Of the tank.
Well, that's true. But
he
I just don't
might be the LVP of the tank at this point.
I just don't want to watch Tristan Jarry play. I just don't.
Don't. Just pretend there's a garbage can in goal. I don't know.
Wow. But, I mean, Tristan Jarry did have a numerous amount of shutouts last year, too. As much as we rail on Tristan Jarry, he does still have moments where he looks pretty good.
Embrace the tank, man. Just give me Gavin McKenna.
That's what I was trying to convince you of. You joined my side to embrace the tank for Gavin McKenna.
When were you trying to convince me of this?
Monday? Or maybe it was a show prior to that?
I think you're just plucking things out of thin air.
I don't know.
Because
we had the discussion, like, would you trade these guys? And I would be okay with it. Because I don't think that you can go 4 years and not add any talent. In free agency, they were clearly not signing anybody of note. So, yeah, I think they're just all on board the tank commanding right now.
Okay. In defense of the people who have not been aboard the train for as long as maybe you or others have been, in terms of, like, sinking to the bottom in the tank, the calculus seems to change quite a bit with the Penguins. Like, not a year ago, Kyle Dubas was talking about this being like a quick reset. He's referencing the Kings and other teams about getting back into the postseason. I don't hear that anymore. Like, I do think they're extending the timeline here, which, if you're going to extend the timeline, let's just do it all the way. Let's just trade Raquel, trade Rust, leave no stone unturned, bring me your Kevin Hayes, bring me your Matt Dumba, I'll take the picks, and then in 2026, get the best odds possible for Gavin McKenna. It's how the Penguins win. It's a proven formula, and boy, would that be some great theater.
It makes a lot of sense if you're able to win the lottery. Now, was the lottery rigged for the New York Islanders? What was the NBA draft lottery rigged for the Dallas Mavericks? Is the draft lottery in sports rigged?
I don't know, but the NHL couldn't rig a lottery if it tried.
No, the NHL didn't know what it was doing when it did its draft lottery. At least I was very confused. I think Charlie Borges and very hardcore NHL fans like Jeff in South Park were the only ones that knew what was going on during the NHL draft lottery.
Yeah, I was lost. I mean, they're so bad at that stuff. Seriously, they could try to rig the draft, and there's like a 50-50 chance the NHL would screw it up.
How would they go about doing that?
I don't know. Just pick the wrong ball or put it somewhere incorrectly on the list or something like that. I don't know. Put too many ping pong balls in for the wrong team.
So
any number.
Pat Rooney, he is the grandson of Art Rooney. So he made a guest appearance on the Palm Beach Kennel Club Picks podcast. Have you ever listened to that before, Jason?
Yes, I get it on Apple Podcasts and Spotify all the time.
Numerous
Thank you very
times. Much. Very frequent on my listening habits. He says that the Steelers' plan is, very bad that currently his family is running.
There's been this narrative around the Steelers like we're going to go all in this year. Like that, that's why you're getting Aaron Rodgers. You're making some of these other moves that they're making. We're going all in this year, quote unquote. I'm like, what does that mean? Do you think even if you had Aaron Rodgers from 10 years ago, I'll give that a little bit, that you're going to be able to compete with Joe Burrow and you're going to be able to compete with Lamar Jackson? The whole key to the NFL is winning your division. That at least gives you a modicum of chance to get to the Super Bowl because you're playing one less game and you're playing at home at least one game. That's how you get to the Super Bowl. That's how New England did it for all those years because the rest of that division was terrible. They won divisions for 15 straight years, and that's how they got to the Super Bowl. So the thinking is, all right, we're going to go in all in for this year. What in God's name does it make you think that you're going to be able to compete with Baltimore and Cincinnati? Cincinnati's defense is terrible, I'll give you that. But their offense is light years ahead of us. And Baltimore is just a better team. And I think they finally realized it by kicking the crap out of us in the playoff game last year. They are going to steamroll us this year, unless something happens injury-wise with somebody. If you're gambling on Lamar and Joe Burrow getting injured, all right, then you can go all in this year. But that doesn't make any sense to me.
Wow. Now,
some comments there.
Patrick Rooney does not have a direct affiliation to the organization. He does not work for the organization. But that is still somebody that has a Rooney as their last name. And so he lives in Florida. And he's somebody that, again, he's not an employee of the Steeler organization. But still, like, how would you feel, Jason, if, like, your uncle went on the fan and said, you know what, I think that story that Jason wrote was awful. Like, what the hell was he thinking? His use of punctuation is awful. He needs to interview people better. He has to ask better questions. Or that Limits. My grandfather said, Limits, he is an awful person on the radio. You know, my grandson has to be better. He needs to be able to speak more poetically and sing more songs with Joe Starkey or something like that. I think that would at least... That would hurt. That would sting. And I would imagine that there's some credence to what's being said there. Like, I'm sure he speaks to his relatives, I would hope.
Well, unless I'm missing something, too, I think that it's down.
Yeah.
I think that appearance by Patrick Rooney is no longer on the PBKC Picks podcast. I'm looking at it now.
No.
I meant to look at...
Was it taken down?
Yes.
Well, don't
Yes.
worry. I have it. I see it on Twitter here that it's up. But
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't imagine it's truly nothing ever disappears on the internet, but
it was said.
It was said. It was said. Now, okay, that's one way of looking at it, that some relative shouldn't criticize something that's happening in-house. And I can't imagine that Art Rooney II is thrilled with Patrick Rooney Jr.'s comments.
Not at all.
At the same time, who cares? Who cares? Like, if I had a family member come on this station and start criticizing me, but that family member didn't have anything to do with my career, why do I care? You don't know what I put into this. You don't know what it took for me to write this story or what was going through my head or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't alter what I do or how I do it based on comments of people I've never met or don't know what my path is. I don't mean that to sound arrogant. Right. I say this to people all the time. Like, I listen to my editors, I listen to my wife, I listen to my parents and loved ones. Like, they know what I go through. If I would, and this is the same thing for the Rooneys. This isn't about me, but like, if you would go through soliciting opinion from people who don't know the inside workings of your organization, boy, you're in a sorry spot. So Patrick Rooney could say whatever he wants. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, Patrick Rooney talking about this is probably like you and I discussing it. So yeah. Just because he's not really affiliated with the organization, he's giving his own opinion. It is interesting, though, that he's ripping family in the media, in the public eye.
It is.
Like, that is,
if I'm Art, I'm definitely saying, like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing?
And that after...
Shut up.
That even comes after Jim Rooney, on his book tour, was speaking about the Steelers and not the most glowing endorsements either. So...
It's been an offseason for the Steelers.
I don't know. It's been an offseason. What's going on there with the Rooneys. But Paul Skeens was asked about O'Neal Cruz being in the home run derby. This is what he said.
My pick is O'Neal to win it. The BP that he takes every day, it's the most impressive batting practice I've ever seen in my life. Just some of the balls he hits. He mishits balls and they go into the fifth row and, the second deck at some of these stadiums. I think he hit a ball over the chop house when we were in Atlanta last year, so he's going to be doing that a lot. I think I'm as excited about that as I am for the actual All-Star games. It's going to be pretty dang cool.
That was on Sirius XM radio, but I agree with you, Jason. Like, I wish that the Pirates opened up the ballpark to see batting practice for the home team. Like, if you get there right when the gates open, you could see it for the visitors.
Yep.
I do want to see, well, I guess I can go, but just an O'Neal Cruz experience of watching him take batting practice on like a consistent basis and just how far the ball flies out. Because we see videos of beat writers, O'Neal Cruz just hit a ball here. Like, I remember, I think it was like Alex Stump earlier this year, and there was a truck at whatever ballpark it was. Yeah, O'Neal Cruz just hit over this truck in Milwaukee. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, American Family Field, formerly Miller Park.
Yeah, I call it the Miller Family American Field Park.
Yeah.
To try to combine a little We Are the Millers.
I just call it Milwaukee.
Yes. Good.
I can't keep track of.
And now I'm second-guessing whether it was Milwaukee or not, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I think it was.
I mean, he hits balls, and I was that beat writer. Like, you're trying to capture what he's doing, and you're like, oh, man, I got to delete this video. It's not good enough because it doesn't do that hit justice.
Yeah.
Like, it is ridiculous. And here's another take on this, Limits, that I have, and it's sort of a concern more than a take. What if O'Neal, like, just crushes it in BP and, like, the Steelers, the Pirates are like the talk of the town after the home run derby. And then here comes Skeens, starts the All-Star game.
Yep.
And mows people down. And then they look at the Pirates on pace for like 100 losses. Like, what the heck is going on? Like, you've got these two guys who are absolute athletic freaks. And you guys, we don't know what you're doing. You fired your manager, but not your GM. Your offense stinks. It doesn't look like you're trying. Like, what's going on in Pittsburgh? That's what I worry about.
What will probably happen is we'll get more Jeff Passan on McAfee talking about how the organization still is not putting a winning team around Skeens, and there'll be more heightened talk about Skeens as we get closer to the deadline, and then it might turn into, will anybody trade for O'Neal Cruz? Look at the power that this guy has. So you're going to get a lot of good, you're going to get a lot of bad, depending on if all that success happens.
Yep.
Next up, on this date in 2006, from Jimmy Tredinich putting it out there, the Pirates and Pittsburgh hosted the All-Star game at PNC Park. How about that? So
the last one.
That was the last one that was here, 2006. Wow. When do you think the All-Star game will come back? Because I was 5 years old at the time. I was not there. I was not conscious enough to understand the All-Star game. I want to go to an All-Star game in Pittsburgh.
I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten back to it.
Really?
Yeah. Because of the quality of ballpark, because of the facilities and what Pittsburgh could offer in that setting, I think it would be really good. And because of Pittsburgh's lack of position on a greater stage, right? Like, Pittsburgh's not, the talk of the baseball world very often. So you try to get an event like this. And just the sheer number of years. Like, I'm just surprised. It would be a really cool event. Not sure why limits.
Right, like they're not going to Sacramento for an All-Star game,
right.
the minor league stadium for the
It's
A's.
been long enough. Like, they should be back.
They're not
and I don't
going.
have a good reason why they're not.
No, they're not going to Tampa. I'm sure at some point they're going to go to the new ballpark that's in Vegas.
Sure. But I mean, that has to get built first.
Right.
There's going to be a few All-Star games between now and then.
So the future locations that are taking place, this year it's in Atlanta after it was supposed to be there a couple years ago but got moved. It'll be in Philadelphia. This is, I think, pretty cool. For the 250th birthday of America, it'll be in Philly.
That's fair.
Like, I'm fine with that. But again, like, when is Pittsburgh going to host again? Could we see 2027? Can we see Paul Skeens start the All-Star game in 2027
and then get traded,
at the deadline?
A couple weeks.
Is that a realistic possibility?
I mean, yes, the way you're laying that out. Does Paul Skeens to get traded at the 27th deadline?
Might be before that. Well, I think he'll pitch here in part of 27.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think we're as close to trading. Maybe they should. Like, if you look at Skeens and what his value is, like having a fixed salary and what another team might value that, and maybe they give you more for it.
Yeah.
I understand the logic there. I'm just going to explain from where the owner sits, which, again, this is incongruent with keeping the general manager. I certainly understand that. But I think there is an urgency, I'll put that in air quotes, from Nutting to try to do something. Like, I think he wants Skeens to stay here, and he wants to have a winning team around Skeens. Have they done enough to do that? No. Have they done the right things around that? No. Have they spent enough money? No. I'm not defending any of that.
Well,
I'm just saying I think that's going to keep Skeens here longer than, midway through next season.
He better be willing to pay $500 million to make it last if they want to keep him for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's a non-starter.
Pittsburgh's hosted the All-Star game 5 times. After Pittsburgh, it's been San Francisco, Yankee Stadium, old Yankee Stadium, Busch Stadium, then the Angels, the Diamondbacks, Kansas City, the Mets, Minnesota, Cincinnati, San Diego, the Marlins, Nationals, Cleveland. They've hosted it twice at Progressive Field. Then the Rockies, the Dodgers, Seattle, the Texas Rangers, and now Atlanta. That's 18 different teams that have hosted the game since the Pirates. So if they're just going to go every single team and just run through everybody to host the game because Philadelphia is next, I'd imagine that we're not going to get the All-Star game back here again until like 2036.
By the way, the picture you referenced by Jimmy T is it's so good.
Yeah.
Did you look at it up close?
I'm looking at it right now.
Jimmy T's got a flip phone on his right hip.
Yeah, that is fascinating.
He's got like the Verizon Samsung flip phone. There's a walkie-talkie.
Freddie Sanchez, Jason Bay is in it.
So good.
How about Chuck Tanner in the picture?
I know. Oh, it's glorious. Dan Hart looks basically the same as he does right now. He may or may not still have that outfit in his rotation. The notorious, ritualistic, and habitual Dan Hart.
Yeah.
Good people.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that a lot. So Mahomes, he isn't a fan of playing 18 games in the NFL and says if and when it happens, he'd like to see a second bye. I think what will probably end up happening is 18th game, second bye, move the season back. Super Bowl that used to be played in like the middle of January, the beginning of January, will now be the weekend of the holiday weekend in February. That'll end up being what? Martin Luther King Day?
Yeah,
the day after the Super Bowl?
They could play that'll be the day after the Super Bowl under that. Yeah.
That would be fascinating.
Man, I don't have any
Day
problem
off
with that. I
after?
get where Mahomes is coming from on that one. I get the NFL's position. You want to play 18 games. There's a lot of money to be made. If you're a player, that's a lot. That's a lot, man. And what's wrong with that? You're going to stretch the season a little bit further, have a little bit more intrigue and chatter around your league, give players an extra bye, but you're going to make another week's worth of money?
Yeah.
I'll make that trade-off. Absolutely.
I would, and I would definitely, if I was the players, want that extra bye. They added the 17th game and really didn't get anything for it.
Yep.
If they are going to do 18
One fewer
games.
preseason.
Right. And, I mean, a lot of those guys don't play in the preseason anyway.
Right.
We've gotten to the point where, like the Rams with Sean McVay, they don't play anybody in the preseason. So with 3 preseason games now, Aaron Rodgers probably won't play until the 3rd preseason game, and he'll probably play like 3 series and then be done.
Yep.
And then they'll just go into the season somewhat cold, but
well, and you're telling a lot of these players, too, limits that, like, you got to go to Ireland. You got to go play in Spain. You got to play in Brazil or, whatever it is, in London. And I understand why. Again, the NFL's doing this stuff. Like, there's money to be made. They're going to do it. But you do need to give the players, give their bodies, give their it's funny that we're talking about 2 buys in a season, though, coming off the stretch of 3 football games in 11 days. Yeah. Like, can't we just normalize this a little bit here?
So, it would be President's Day. Of course, I don't have a concept of the calendar. President's Day, hypothetically, the Super Bowl, if it was being moved back, and it's February 9th this year, will be February 16th, and then you would have President's Day on February 17th. There you go.
You solved the problem.
You would have the day off, yes. I think that would work to perfection. I don't know why I thought MLK Day was in February instead of January. Pretty stupid on my part. It is, instead, President's Day that is in February.
All right.
I have a little bit of the idiot quotient in me for not knowing.
It's Friday.
Dates.
It's Friday. I just went with you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you,
Limits. That's the Bechtold Breakdown for this Friday, July 11th, brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating and our friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating.
93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. That's presented by Sheets. Parents and coaches, if you want the Fan to make an appearance at your game, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register, and the Fan may make a stop at your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. The 50-minute mark on the Fan's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And the Fan Hotline, that's how we'll hear from Bob Walk in just a few minutes, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Weather looks fantastic out our window today. Cloudy with the high of Hines Ward, 86. Sunny and a high of TJ Watt, 90 on Saturday. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, we'll get back into it and talk a little Buccos. I want to ask Bob about these home road splits. They're really wild. Bob has a great perspective and sometimes an explanation for our goofy questions, and we'll get into that next with Pirates broadcaster and former Pirates pitcher Bob Walk here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Home Run Derby is 8 o'clock on Monday as O'Neill Cruz will take part in the Derby from Atlanta with other notable contestants, including Cal Raleigh, who leads the majors in home runs. Ronald Acuna of the Braves will also take part in the Derby. No Ellie De La Cruz, no Aaron Judge, no Teoscar Hernandez, who won the event last year. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2, they made the playoffs. That doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The last encores. July 20th at Hines Hall. Reserved seats on sale now at HinesHall.org or Hines Hall box office.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000 square foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-Series and E-Series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights. Golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Greentree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment.
Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Last series before the All-Star break for the Pirates as they are in Minnesota to play against the Twins. It's an 8-10 first pitch tonight with Paul Skeens on the mound. Joe Ryan, he will pitch for Minnesota. Pirates currently on a 6-game losing streak after getting swept by Kansas City. Off day was yesterday. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn begins at 7:15. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Bob Locke joins us next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. It's a Friday. Jason Mackey and Austin Bechtold in for the guys. Thanks so much for listening to us. Start of hour number 4 together. Let's go out to the fan hotline where we find former Pirates pitcher and current Pirates broadcaster Bob Locke. Bob, how are you this afternoon?
Good, Jace. How you doing?
Doing great, man. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it as always. I want to start with the home-road splits, Bob. They're very pronounced. We're seeing this, such a great homestand, then the Pirates go on the road. Things obviously not going their way. Is there any logical reason for why things are so different at PNC Park and on the road?
No, not really. I mean, traditionally you play better at home. At least that's what most teams do. Not everybody, but most of them. And so, that explains some of it. But the whole thing, I really don't get it. I'm not sure exactly why that is, to be honest with you. Obviously we hit much better at home, but why that is, I don't know, because our ballpark, I think, is maybe neutral to maybe leaning a little bit toward the pitcher. But, it shouldn't. You sure shouldn't have, a much better time hitting the ball in our ballpark than especially some of the ballparks in our own division. You look at some of the places we play in our division, like Milwaukee and Cincinnati. And if you're lucky enough, at least if you're a hitter, if you're lucky enough to go into Chicago with the wind blowing out, there's another big plus place for you to hit in. So, logical reason? No, I have no idea why that is.
Yeah,
it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, especially not that pronounced. Like you're saying, you see some differences, but not that much. One of the differences that we saw against the Kansas City Royals, Bob, the Pirates pitching staff giving up more home runs than we've sort of been accustomed to with them. Just generally, what did you make out of the Royals series and how the Pirates played? And as far as pitching, is this any sort of trend that we need to be aware of, Pirates pitchers giving up more home runs?
No, I don't. I'm not really, worried about it. I think when you have just a series or even a road trip, where you're giving up maybe a homestand, here and there, where you give up some home runs, it has, maybe more to do with the hitters, where did you run into somebody, a team, even that's a little hot with the long ball, that could be. If you're going to be a team that tries to cut down on your walks and challenges and goes after hitters, you're going to risk giving up more home runs, but you're maybe going to stay away from bigger innings because you're not putting so many guys on base. So the best thing is just to make sure they're all solo shots, and if they are solo shots, then not really worry about them too much. 'Cause hopefully, if you're doing a good job on offense, then the solo home runs aren't going to be this thing that beats you, at least in a consistent basis. I think our problem is solo home runs are kind of like when you make a mistake on the bases or when you make a mistake on offense. When you're not scoring runs, the opposition solo home run sticks out like a sore thumb because more often than not, it's an important run that you can afford to give up, and there it is, and so you notice it a little bit more. But I think, this is like this. It seems like such an easy thing to say, but I really believe this. A stronger offense makes a lot of these other things that we kind of dwell on go away. We just don't notice them that much. I believe with a decent offense, we're an above 500 team. We're probably about how we play when we're at home. Because we seem to do a little better on offense at home, and our pitchers are we're like middle of the pack of the upper half, something like that in pitching. So if you got a decent offense, you're going to win a whole lot of ball games. But if your offense is really struggling, every mistake you make, whether it's out on the pitching mound or trying to field a ground ball or trying to go from first to third, you make a mistake doing one of those things, and it could cost you a ball game, and then it sticks out, and then you're talking about it for the next couple of days. But job one, and I know I sound like a broken record. I've been talking about this really since first road trip of the year. We need to score more runs, and we're just not really doing it on a consistent basis. A little bit better at home, but we still even got to get better there.
Pump and Joe Show. We're chatting with Pirates broadcaster, former Pirates pitcher Bob Walk. Bob, I look at this road trip, this ongoing road trip, and they're 0-6 so far, and got a series starting tonight against the Twins. Paul Skeens opposite Joe Ryan. Obviously not an easy place to play. The Twins are very good at home. If I'm the Pirates, man, I really want to try to get 2 or 3 here or go into the break with some sort of positive feeling. Just curious, your importance, how much importance you place on this series and doing that and being able to sort of snap this skid with a few days to step back and kind of reassess where they stand.
Well, it's not this series. I think that horse is out of the barn on this one. Last Friday I talked about how important the road trip it is after that great homestand to now don't go out and, fall on your face on the road trip. You got to keep some of this good feeling going. And
that didn't happen, Bob.
No, it didn't happen. And you take 2 out of 3 in Minnesota. I'm not jumping up and down and saying Yahoo. This has been a terrible road trip at a time where you felt like you really, for the first time all year, you have something going, something you can build off of. And then to have this happen is not good. I don't care what happens in Minnesota as far as I'm concerned. That's just my opinion. Other people have different opinions.
Little lighter topic for you, Bob. The Home Run Derby on Monday. We were talking last segment about O'Neal Cruz. I'm personally very excited for it. That doesn't mean he's a complete player. Obviously, that's a separate discussion to have altogether. But You've watched him take a lot of batting practice. I've watched him take a lot of batting practice. I'm guessing you're pretty excited to watch him do it on a pretty big stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be exciting for him. I'm not a big home run competition guy. I mean, I've
former pitcher in you.
I'm from well, I've seen pitchers win home run contests. That we've had
That's
over
how much
the years.
stock.
It used to not be a big deal on TV. It used to be like, little things like we'd go and play exhibition games on the road, and the big league team would play a home run contest against the minor league team, and you'd pick a couple of your good hitting pitchers, guys like a Don Robinson or a Rick Rhoden. Those guys would go out there and they would compete, and they'd hit more home runs than anybody. So it means nothing as what kind of a hitter you are. All it is, I mean, there's guys off the street that are great softball home run hitters that could put on a show. So to me, it's just a show. It's nothing more than that. With Cruz, it'll be an interesting show because of how far he's going to hit the balls. That's what I think is why he's going to be interesting to have in there. But a lot of guys don't even like doing it because they're afraid it's going to mess up their swing, things like that. I don't know. I'm not a hitter, so I don't know if that's even a possibility, or they're just using that not to have to go out there and do that. But it's just it's like a long driving competition that. The guys that could never make a cut in their life, those are the guys that a lot of times win those long driving competitions. It's the same thing with this. It's just something fun for the fans to come and watch, and that's all I see it as.
I normally wouldn't get that excited over it, but I'm just excited that Cruz is going to be in it. I think it could be entertaining for what you're saying. The distance.
Well, yeah, he might hit some. He's going to hit some 450s and maybe even a 470 thrown in there somewhere. I think. Who was it that last somebody hit 472 in Three Rivers? So that
Frank Thomas?
Yes, Frank Thomas.
Big hurt.
I could think of Chicago White Sox, but I couldn't think of Frank Thomas. He hit one off the upper deck to dead center field, which I don't know if you can remember that.
And they kept the star there for the chair.
Oh yeah, for the All-Star, yeah, they kept it up there, which was kind of neat for the rest of the time. But that's the kind of stuff that I think Cruz could do in this contest is just hit some mammothly long home runs, and that would be exciting for all the fans there to witness that.
Bob, last one is kind of a fun one. I've got an ongoing project at the Post-Gazette I'm doing on the best nicknames in Pittsburgh sports, and it started when the Cobra passed. I like the nickname, but the Whirly Bird, your nickname, where did this come from?
Well, that is really a Philly thing.
Okay.
And then I think somebody put it on the back of a baseball card. But nobody ever really called me Whirlybird other than people in Philadelphia. I think Harry Callis maybe gave me that nickname. I was young rookie with a bunch of veteran superstar, soon to be Hall of Famers. I mean, that's how that team was. And so I was a young rookie, and I made some really dumb little things like, back then we this was my first time hitting really since high school, and so I wasn't really anxious. This is just gives you an example of what things I did to help that gave me that. They were yelling at me, you got to get on the on-deck circle. I didn't realize I was up next. And, I had a coat on. It was in Chicago, Wrigley. And I jumped up on the on-deck circle really fast, and I grabbed a weighted bat, and I picked it up and was giving it a couple little swings. And whoever was up, because I was late getting up there, now puts the ball in play. He's out, and now I drop the weighted bat, and I start walking up to the plate, and I get, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 steps toward the plate, and I realize, oh crap, I don't have a bat. I have no bat. So now I got to turn around, and all those older guys are just rolling on the bottom of the thing. And then the story, after a couple of days, went to where Whirlybird went to the plate with no bat. Well, okay, that's fine. I went with it, and everybody had a good laugh. And so a couple other things along that similar vein happened maybe in my first month or so in the big leagues. And so then Harry started calling me Whirlybird on the air. And that's for the rest of that season. I was known as Whirlybird. There you go.
I love it. That's a great story, man. Appreciate it, Bob. As always, thank you.
I'll see you at the ballpark.
All right, Bob.
Thanks
Sounds good, man. Take care.
All right.
Whirlybird.
Bye-bye.
Whirlybird. Little did we know. Of course, it was the real Harry Callis.
From Harry Callis.
It was not Nicholas Harry Callis.
I immediately thought, why would Harry Callis give him that nickname? And then I realized, no. It was the former Phillies broadcaster.
Right,
Harry
the
Callis.
actual Harry Callis.
The actual Harry Callis.
But a good Harry Callis reference nonetheless. You can clip that.
Do you think they were related?
No, I don't. More fan headlines? I love when Harry says more fan headlines.
More
sounds
fan
like
headlines?
He's saying more fun.
fan.com.
More fun headlines. That's what it sounds like. The Whirlybird. I love it. I'm excited. I'm halfway through this project, and I'm digging into some of the best nicknames. What sport do you think, or what team, I should say, Limits, do you think has the best set of nicknames in Pittsburgh sports?
Ooh.
I don't have an answer to this. I'm going through it myself, and I'm asking a bunch of people older and more experienced than myself. I'm between the Pirates and the Steelers right now.
Really? Because there's a lot of hockey nicknames.
There are, but I think the caliber of player, and it depends on what kind of line you draw. Like, I can't count Sid. Even Le Magnifique.
Right.
I don't know if you can count that as a real nickname.
What about
that's
these
samey?
What about these pirate nicknames?
Izzy Z, Peggy Tree.
Do you remember Izzy Z, Peggy and Tree?
Izzy Z, Peggy Tree.
Right. Yeah. No.
No. What about Paul in Washington commenting on nicknames?
But let's stop sugarcoating everything. There's only one thing that Derek Shelton's good at, and that's giving his players nicknames. I don't want to hear about Chappie and this one and Scotty Too Hottie or whatever the hell else nickname he has. He has blown more games with his managerial changes at pitching. Go over all the games that we've lost, that we've had leads because of Derek Shelton pitching changes. This is amateur hour.
Amateur hour.
Amateur hour.
On the nicknames.
It's amateur hour. I love it. But, I mean, okay, so Pirates, real quick. Spanky, Slick, Sluggo, The Hammer, Rubber Band Man, Hitman, Cobra, Scrap Iron, Muleface, El Toro, Dr. Strangeglove, Rock, Tony Plush, Pops, Candyman, Big Poison, Little Poison, and I'm omitting Kutch because I think it's invalid.
So do you think
too close?
Do you think Sid the Kid should be counting for the Penguins or no?
I say no.
Or Gino? So you say Gino doesn't count for Malkin?
And that's the difficulty because like if you count Sid the Kid, you have to count Big Ben, right?
Right. That's what a
you have to
texter
count
just pointed
Le
out,
Magnifique.
too. Yeah.
You have to count. I'm looking for originality. Like if I go over to Steelers, I look at the Bus.
Yeah, the Bus.
Slash. I think Mean Joe counts.
Why would Mean Joe count and
Because
Sid the Kid doesn't then?
Yeah,
it's the same
because-
concept.
I know, but there's a story for where Joe Green went to college. And it wasn't so much his demeanor as it was like when he was coming up. I mean, it was a mix with his demeanor. But they were the Mean Green.
Right, well, Big Ben was always bigger than everyone else. It's the same thing. He was always bigger than all the other kids. Joe Green might have been mean.
Don't get me on a
Big Ben
technicality here.
Big Ben was big. Sidney Crosby was a man amongst boys, but he was the kid playing with older players. So I think you'd have to count them all.
I might have to, and again, I have to consult with some experts on the matter, but some others like Rocky Blyer, Jack Splatt, Hollywood Bags, Iron Mike Webster, Frenchie Fuqua, Blonde Bomber, Hydroplane Delaplane, Fats Holmes, The Emperor, The Chief, Big Snack, Another Hammer, Ziggy Hood. That's my list. And then Wrecking Ball, Battleship Kelly, Real Deal James Neal, Flower, Bugsy Malone, Ramblin' Rick Kehoe, Slippery Rock Joe Mullen, Big Pete from Easy Street. Ironhead Hayward doesn't really have a category. I can't put him with the Steelers. I don't have enough with Pitt.
The Flying Dutchman, our friend Hoagie on Twitter points out.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman is a good addition. Noted. All right. So we have another fun activity. This is how we're going to finish the show. Limits and I are going to draft 5-on-5 basketball teams of national announcers.
Yes.
Now, the Caveat here is that we are not selecting local guys. So obviously in Pittsburgh, I would be remiss if I didn't have Bob Prince, Mike Lang, etc., Bill Hillgrove. So anybody listening to this, those guys are not in consideration. And this originated from Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan are going to be part of Amazon's NBA coverage. And I started thinking, I like both of those guys a lot. I think they're very good at what they do. Who are the best national announcers we've seen over the years, and how would we draft them if we have, basketball teams? I was thinking about doing the top 5 of the past 25 years. We'll do some basketball teams. It gives Limits and I each a top 5, and we'll see how we roll that way. And we'll do it draft style. Limits can have the first pick, and we'll alternate from there. We'll do that in our final segment. I also have some thoughts. I was talking about O'Neal Cruz earlier, and there's a second part of the O'Neal Cruz discussion that I didn't get to that I want to in our final little time together. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. You can visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll wrap it up next in one last segment before we go away for the weekend. It's Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin Bechtold in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
An NBA broadcasting note, so the NBA on Prime and the NBA on NBC will be having broadcast rights this year instead of the NBA on TNT, but Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan are going from TNT over to the Amazon on Prime. Stan Van Gundy also is going to be a part of their broadcasting crew. Brent Barry and Del Curry will be game analysts. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. If you just look at Cooper Flag's box score from his Summer League debut, it looks bad. The number 1 overall pick hit only 5 of 21 shots, but don't overreact. And for some reason, his opponent, the Lakers, seemed to focus all their attention on stopping Flag. There were positives. He's got a decent handle for a tall guy, and he could be elite on defense. Either way, we all have to wait a while to see what the Mavs really got in the player that everyone is watching. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st.
New customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now's the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 25 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $219 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. Visit dealer for details.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And welcome back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Jason Mackey and Austin Bechtold in for the guys on a Friday. Thank you so much for finding us. Thank you to Bob Walk for his usual Friday appearance. Always good stuff with Walkie. I enjoyed growing up here, knowing Walkie was called the Whirlybird. I never knew the origin of the nickname. I didn't know it was more Philadelphia-based. But, I mean, we still call him the Whirlybird in Pittsburgh. Most people would know Bob Walk as Whirlybird, I think.
Not me.
You didn't know Whirlybird?
Honestly, no, I did not.
Really?
Honestly, no.
You've also never seen Office Space, so get out of here.
Correct. And it's more of a Philadelphia thing. And I consider Harry Callis to be the producer of the morning show. more than so than I do the play-by-play guy in Philadelphia.
I mean, Harry Kalas is a legend in his own right, but he is not the OG Harry Kalas. Put it that way.
No, not to be confused with Harry. That would mean that Harry went into a time portal from the early 2000s to become the modern version of Harry Kalas.
If anybody can do it, it is our Harry Kalas.
Would Harry Kalas in Philly be proud of Harry Kalas in Pittsburgh?
Sure. How can you not be?
You think so?
I had a prank on Harry gone bad.
Oh.
So I texted Adam, Doran, and Harry, because I normally do 9 to 10 with them on Friday, and I said, hey, I'm in for Joe and Bob 10 to 2. Like, I'm not going to do the 9 to 10 appearance. And I said also, and I don't want to talk to Kalas because I'm mad at him.
Wow.
And Doran's like, wait, you're mad at Kalas? And I texted him separately. I'm like, I'm just messing around. Like, I'm not actually mad at Kalas. Like, it's okay. But
you can't do that with Harry. He took it personally.
I'm gonna see if he'll believe me. And I don't know if he didn't check his phone or didn't say anything. Harry didn't react to it. And I was trying to and then Crowley said, why are you mad at Harry? I'm like, no, it's too damaging. I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm mad.
Oh, wow. So you really played it up.
I played it up. I tried. And then it just flopped because Harry didn't bite. Harry he didn't have any time for my nonsense.
Do you think Harry didn't bite because he didn't care? Or do you think that Harry was very busy and just never got to it?
I think he's probably very, very busy. Or he's like, I don't know what Mackey's up to. He's a weirdo. I'm just going to let him go. If I just don't react to anything, he'll move on and forget about me. I don't know.
Interesting. Now, Jason, weren't you supposed to play in a baseball game with Harry?
I was.
What happened there? You didn't end up playing.
I didn't play. I was worried that I would embarrass. Well, I was worried that I would be in the way.
Be in the way?
Yeah, I have not had any time to do anything baseball-wise. I can barely throw, 100 feet anymore. I don't play all that much. I don't do anything. And Harry was working out every day, getting ready for it, going to cages and stuff.
He was putting in the work.
I don't, to me, that's insulting to the guys doing that. They're trying to get a look. And Tony, I love him with the Wild Things. He's going to go put me in the game and give me a spot. Tony!
Anytime any Tony is mentioned, that needs to be played.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And, I don't deserve to have a spot ahead of people who are, really trying for this thing and have the opportunity to do it. And I wish I did, but, I work full-time at the Post-Gazette. I work a lot there. I have 2 kids. I'm here. I don't have a lot of free time to go work on baseball stuff. I wish I did. And I thought I was going to waste their time and embarrass myself. And so I said, I don't feel comfortable doing this.
And we got to see our guy, Tony, today.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
He was in here. I shook his hand. He's a good man.
He was on with the morning show.
Absolutely. And they do great stuff. And I appreciate them including me. And I was probably overzealous because, I want to do it.
So you were like, yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I can't.
And then to be fair,
would embarrass myself too much.
I thought when I initially got the ask that it was going to be a little lower level baseball. And then Tony told me it was Division II or low minor league caliber. I'm like, oh, that's not where I'm at.
So you thought it was like a rec league pickup game?
Yeah, I thought being bad was going to be okay.
Oh,
and then I found out
okay.
No, these are guys actually preparing for something substantial. They're trying to put on an event that challenges these guys, and there's going to be a lot of people there that have really they work out and they do this either for a living or because their schedule allows.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take innings away from them against a team that is looking for this opportunity to get better and prove themselves. I'm wasting everybody's time.
So what do you think that says about Harry Kalas and his willingness to go out there and
it's awesome.
Regardless of what happens, even if Harry would be embarrassed out there, Harry was with
Harry's
Bubba, the manager. Harry was not afraid to go out there and turn one around, and he did to third.
I love it. I love it, man. I love it. If I was, dude, I'll tell you this. If I was in Harry's stage of life, if I was in my 20s, what is Harry? 28, 29?
Harry's 2 years older than me, so he's right around 26, 27.
Okay. Yeah, believe me, if I was 26, 27, I'd be all over that. I'm 41. And And again, I wish I had the opportunity or the time in my day to go play that amount of baseball, and I just don't.
When does life go all downhill, Jason? What year is it? What age? Like when Crowley said, did it all go downhill for Tyler Kennedy after the tic-tac-toe goal in the Stanley Cup final? When does it go all downhill?
Why are you asking me this? Why are you assuming that I know when life goes downhill, Limits?
I'm not. I'm just wondering because you said you're 41.
Well, it doesn't go downhill. It just changes.
And you said
my life
if you were
is very
still
much
27,
uphill. I'm thrilled
28.
with my life. I'm just saying that you don't have as much time in your day to do everything that you want to do.
So there's not going to be a point where I feel bad for myself or sad, like, oh, man, I can't do this anymore. Oh, man, I wish I was 22, 24 again.
I don't know. I mean, I would say when you get additional responsibilities, then your priorities change, right? Like,
yeah,
I'd rather play with my kids and be a dad and be home, and like that doesn't include high-level baseball work. You know,
Fair.
If I can sneak away to play 9 holes right now, like that's my athletic endeavor. That's what I've got time to do. That's at my level. Or I'm going to go on a bike ride with my kids or go for a run or something like that, and that's great. I love it, but that doesn't afford much time for golf. And I mean, if you're working 2 jobs, do you work anywhere away from here?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Where do you work away from here?
So
you don't have to say on the air if you don't want.
I write for a couple other places, and I do a lot of play-by-play, and
okay, all right.
I do all kind of stuff like that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, so I mean, we're all busy as all get out. Like I don't know how people can fit that, or you don't have 2 kids. Not that I'm.
The wiffle ball league is my kids.
There you go.
That is my kids.
All right. Not that I'm, the dad of the millennium or anything like that. It's just you want to spend time with your kids.
Yeah. And I want to spend time at the field.
That's right.
Hitting home runs.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And make sure to listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. So, all right. The news peg here was Kevin Harlan and Ian Eagle will be part of the NBA's coverage on Amazon, which I'm excited to see. I like those 2 guys as broadcasters a lot. I think they did a fantastic job with the NFL. Honestly, I'm unclear whether they're going to continue any NFL duties or not. Regardless, I thought in all of the, with all the talk about, the top 5 of this past 25 years or whatever, I wonder who the top broadcasters are, basically in Limit's lifetime or, in the past 25-ish years of the 2000 era. And so I originally thought we would try to craft the top 5, and then I decided on a draft and said Limits and I will draft 2 teams, each composed of 5 announcers, and see who can come up with the better set of announcers, and we'll compare them. So here we go with that exercise. Limits, you have the first overall pick. Fire away when you're ready.
Oh, man, this puts me under a lot of pressure. I didn't realize I was going to have the first pick.
I said that last segment that you would have the first pick.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't paying good enough attention,
all right.
I guess. This might be my own personal bias because I think this announcer is just absolutely incredible, and he's still going at it. So he has been around for all 25 years, doing it at a high level, is starting to slip a little bit, but has done all the sports, maybe not so much in these last 25 years. With the first pick in the announcer draft, your friend Limits selects Al Michaels. Al Michaels is
That's a strong selection.
Number 1 pick in the Limits draft.
That is a strong selection.
I think Al is very good at what he does. Elite for so many years, calling games on NBC. I wish we could include Miracle in this, but that was not last 25 years. But Al Michaels is just so versatile and can do it all.
I have no problem with that. He was very high on my draft board. Worthy pick, my friend. My first one is easy, though. I'll be curious if I can get my top 2 past you. We'll see. My first one is the greatest baseball announcer all time. I'm not sure there's any debate.
Okay,
he spent a lot of his career this decade and a lot of other decades. Vin Scully.
Okay, that's a really good pick. He was high on my board as well. He was probably somebody that I was going to take very soon, but I feel like you are going to take my next pick.
And that is?
Say it.
Doc Emmerich.
Of course. Why are you picking Doc Emmerich?
Oh, are we doing wraparound? I was just going to give you the second.
Oh.
I was just going to let you go.
Sure, I'll take Doc Emmerich. I'd love
you
to. I thought we were doing 1, 2, 1. I thought we were going to loop around, but if you want to do it that way, I will very happily take Doc Emmerich.
Okay. Well, darn, I should have shut up. I could have wound up with Doc. All right, so Doc's off the board. Al Michaels was the number 1 overall pick. My first pick was Vin Scully. Again, these are the national broadcasters of the past 25 years. We're discounting local, so Mike Lang is not a part of this conversation. Bill Hillgrove, not a part of this conversation. Not because we don't love them. They do. We're just doing it a little bit different. All right, my next pick, I could go a couple different directions, but I do want to have somebody who's a little bit more versatile. Vin Scully obviously is the best ever at what he does.
Yes.
But somebody who has become synonymous with March Madness, who's become synonymous with golf, who's become synonymous with football.
Yes.
Does it all, a man of all seasons.
Yes.
A good friend of the man who normally sits in this chair.
Yes.
Bob Pompiani. I'm going with, hello, friends, Jim Nantz.
Hello, friends, and we welcome you to coverage on CBS of the Masters from Augusta, where the patrons are continuing to file into the 18th hole. That would have been my next pick, Jason. That's a very good pick. Nance is obviously just so versatile and so good. With my third pick, bang! Mike Breen in the NBA. Mike Breen, very underrated, has called the NBA Finals for a while, is still going strong, and is still very good at it. I think that he is just such a captivating announcer, whether it's Steph's greatest moments, LeBron's greatest moments. He carried the Doris Burke and Richard Jefferson broadcast crew. I hope they replace that crew. Doris Burke, I thought, did a pretty decent job, but Richard Jefferson is boring. They need to find they need a different crew with Mike Breen. When they had like him, Mark Jackson, and Van Gundy, it was entertaining. Mike Breen is number 3 for me. He's my next pick.
All right. I'm going back to the baseball well with this one. My favorite sport. Not afraid. And no, he's done other sports. He's done Olympic sports. One of the most recognized sportscasters, national broadcasters of our time. And I'm surprised he fell this far in our draft limits. Maybe not big in stature, but big in notoriety. I'm going with Bob Costas.
Wow. Yeah, Costas is a really good pick. I was thinking more so of just the guys that are still active right now, but Costas, man, that was an oversight by me. I'm not going to make the same mistake here, though, with my next pick. And I thought there are a couple different directions that I thought about going, but I feel like the versatility of this man, who will be calling the NBA on NBC, they used to do Monday Night Football, now does Sunday Night Football, has done the Olympics. Mike Tirico deserves to be on the list.
I don't hate it.
I was not the biggest Tirico fan at ESPN. I think NBC does an absolutely incredible job with their Sunday Night Football broadcast. Ever since he's gone over there, maybe it's just the presentation of the broadcast that made me think that with Tirico. He's really good at his job. And now doing the NBA and also him guiding the Olympic coverage where there's so much going on.
Yes.
He's done a terrific job.
He's also really good on golf.
Yes.
I don't know if you mentioned that, but Tirico's golf stuff is excellent.
I think Nance is better.
I do, too.
But Tirico also can hold his own.
Tirico does not sound or look out of place at all. All right. Pressure's on me now.
Next pick.
4th round pick. I have a couple different directions I want to go here. Can I ask you for a ruling first off?
Sure.
So I have John Madden and Pat Summerall.
Do you want them together?
Can they be selected together?
I will give you them together.
Then that is my 4th round pick. I would still probably take one or the other if they were individual.
Yeah.
But the Madden Summerall,
you might win just based on Madden.
Like if I could only have one, I would take Madden, to be fair. But if I get Summerall as a throw-in, that is very easy for me.
Well, Summerall actually, I don't know if we should do it as a throw-in because Summerall can stand on his own in this list as his own top 7. You know what? I'll be nice. Your call if you want both, or you'll just take Madden.
I'll just take Madden.
Just take Madden.
That's fine. I mean, he's got a video game franchise named after him.
Yeah,
he's the most popular color commentator of all time. It's nothing against Pat Summerall. Like you said, he can absolutely stand on his own. But iconic announcers of the past 25 years, I'm pretty confident saying John Madden deserves to be on that list.
All right, final one for me. I had a couple of different ways that I could go with this. I thought about Vern Lundquist. I thought about Gary Danielson in the college football realm. But instead, let's go with Keith Jackson. Iconic voice of college football. The man that was behind the mic for 13-9, right? Keith Jackson?
Yes, sir.
So he had so many great college football calls in the early 2000s. Keith Jackson is my final selection.
All right, so my last pick, boy, am I torn, because there are a few announcers here in American sports that absolutely deserve to be on the list.
Do we want to do an honorable mention as well?
We can.
All right.
We can do a 6-man. That'll save me a little bit. I was still going to pick this guy, though, because of my time over at hockey, and I don't have a hockey announcer, so this would help me. Bob Cole.
Okay.
And a lot of people might not know who Bob Cole is in America, but if you go to Canada, everybody knows who Bob Cole is. He's essentially the Canadian Doc Emmerich. He's been the voice of he tragically passed away a couple of years ago. But Bob Cole is an absolute legend in announcing hockey games, the idol of one Sidney Crosby. And so I'm going with Bob Cole for my 5th pick.
My honorable mention is difficult. There are a lot of people that I'm thinking of because, again, we're not going with local guys, so we're not going like Myron Cope. We're not going with Bill Hillgrove. We're not going with Mike Lang, anything like that. I've thrown out names like whether man, this is really difficult. Whether Kevin Harlan should be the pick or if I should ultimately go with Marv Albert as the pick, the voice of the NBA for so many years. I'm going to go with Kevin Harlan for just how versatile he is. He's still doing it, whether it's the NFL and Westwood 1, whether he's calling the NBA. Kevin Harlan, my selection.
All right. That's a very solid team, Limits.
Yeah.
I'll recap Limits' team in a second. My last pick is Brent Musburger.
Very good pick.
Again, the versatility adds a little bit of the gambling background in there. I think of Brent Musburger. I think of college football. I think of the NFL.
I think of
big
you
deal
are
games.
looking live.
Right. Just an absolute legendary announcer. You know what other takeaway I have looking at this draft and this list, Limits? As sports fans, we've been so blessed.
We
man.
have. And we even left off like Ian Eagle, who I think's pretty good at college basketball and he's good at the NFL.
Right. So Ian Eagle did not get drafted
Vern
in
Lundquist.
our exercise. Vern Lundquist did not get drafted. Pat Summerall may or may not have been drafted. Gary Thorne, John Miller, also names on my board.
Gary Thorne was on mine, too.
Sam Rosen, who I go back and forth on whether we should consider him a local broadcaster or a national. It's probably fair to consider him a national, but still a broadcasting legend. Kevin Harlan, Joe Buck could have been taken. Vern Lundquist, Ian Eagle among those not taken. So, all right, to recap, Limits team is very, very good. Al Michaels was the number 1 overall pick. He then went with Doc Emmerich, Mike Breen. I can't read my writing. Mike Tirico, Keith Jackson, and Kevin Harlan. Vin Scully was my number 1 pick. Jim Nantz, Bob Costas, John Madden, Bob Cole, and Brent Musburger. So we'll have to put this out on Twitter and see how we did.
All right, we'll see what the Pompulus has to say.
The Pompulus. Pompin' ain't easy. All right. Couple more things. The fan hotline, I don't know if I did this already. I'll do it again for the heck of it. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Couple minutes early, but the 50-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. And What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hester.
Cloudy today for the weather. A high of Hines Ward, 86. Sunny and a high of 90 degrees on Saturday. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. I wanted to just finish up a point that I made earlier on O'Neal Cruz. I was talking about the, disparate ways of looking at O'Neal Cruz. Sometimes people get upset by him. I understand why. I wish there was a little bit of a market for an honest appraisal with where he's at. Let's praise the good. We can criticize the bad. One thing that I think is true with O'Neal Cruz is that the Pirates have not handled him in the best way. I'm not placing all of the blame on the Pirates. I'm not absolving O'Neal Cruz from blame. He's his own player. He's his own man. He's responsible for his own decisions. But only now have the Pirates really held him accountable for anything. And I think that's an error on their part. I think they've been too deferential to Cruz, whether it's been trying to keep his spirits high or not, make him sad or create an issue in the clubhouse or something like that. Forget about it. If you shortchange your team on effort or hustle or focus or something like that, there's a standard to uphold. And unfortunately in Pittsburgh, too often that standard has not been upheld, and things have been permitted that shouldn't be permitted. The fact that O'Neal Cruz was benched for not knowing how many outs there were in an inning, for not running out a double play, and it took this long to get there, is abhorrent. And a lot of that was on Derek Shelton. I don't think Derek Shelton took a hard enough stance. I don't think that's been the case for a lot of Pittsburgh. And I liken it sometimes to parenting. You know, if you want to have a player-centric approach, if you want to have a kid-centric approach, that doesn't always mean telling your kids what they want to hear or being the fun parent. Sometimes it means being a jerk. Sometimes it means setting boundaries. Sometimes it means there are consequences for your actions. And the Pirates long ago should have explained to O'Neal Cruz that there are consequences for your actions. And that doesn't mean that we don't love you. That doesn't mean that there's not a part of you on this team or that you're a very important part of what we're going to do. Those are absolutely true. But I wish the Pirates would have taken a little bit more of an aggressive stance with O'Neal Cruz, and I think he might be at a different point in his development. And also, even something as simple as, you know, yes, you have to walk the line with allowing him to play shortstop, but he hasn't been a major league shortstop. And then you move him to center field. I don't think the development has been as robust as maybe they would hope. I mean, there's something there, but just overall stuff that has been tolerated, I wish would not have been tolerated. And I think some of the responsibility is shared by the team. It's not just O'Neal Cruz. But nonetheless, I am excited for the home run derby. I'm excited. This is always, it's an absolute train wreck of a weekend. And I'm going to pour one out for Noah Hiles and Colin Beasley, my friends on the Post-Gazette baseball beat. I'll be having my nose in it from Pittsburgh, of course, with the draft and writing about it. I'll actually be hosting the evening show on Monday and Tuesday, so talking about it from here. But it is a bear to cover when you've got the draft, the futures game, the All-Star game, the home run derby, availability. Rob Manfred talks at these things. There's always a lot of that discussion. And so it's not an easy stretch of time in the calendar, but it's also very important. And no, I don't understand why Ben Cherington is being allowed to oversee the draft, but he is. I think he's also going to be allowed to oversee the trade deadline. Don't understand that either. Doesn't make them any less important. We'll see what they do. We'll talk about it a lot along the way. Limits, this has been a lot of fun, man. Always appreciate your help, appreciate your company, appreciate the conversation.
A lot of fun, Jason. Have a good weekend.
All right, brother. You too. PM Team is next here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates are playing against the Minnesota Twins today in Minnesota, not at PNC Park. They'll be back at PNC Park after the All-Star break against the Chicago White Sox, as O'Neal Cruz will be in the home run derby on Monday at 8, All-Star game on Tuesday with Paul Skeens representing the Pirates. Skeens will pitch today at 8:10. 7:15 is when the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show will begin with Jeff Hathorn. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Blue Jays on the money line tonight against the Athletics. The Jays are one of the hottest teams in baseball, winning 9 of their last 10. But this is more about fading A's pitcher Luis Severino. 0-8 with an ERA over 7 when playing in Sacramento. He is facing Max Scherzer for the Blue Jays. The Jays have everything in their favor, so we are taking them on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
From the back roads of Washington to the heart of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania drivers expect more, and Spitzer Acura delivers. Acura isn't just luxury, it's engineered excellence. Proudly built right here in America. And every new Acura from Spitzer comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge, along with complimentary service loaners. Designed with passion. Built in America, driving Pennsylvania forward. Get yours today at Spitzer Acura in Monroeville. Online at spitzeracura.com. Not available in select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Live music is back at Shooters Golf in Wexford. Join us every Wednesday from 7 to 9 and Fridays from 7 to 10 for great local artists, cold drinks, and good vibes on our outdoor patio. Bring your crew and make it a night, or upgrade to the VIP experience with a private cabana hut for up to 15 guests. Don't miss a single beat this summer at Shooters Golf. You can also shoot a couple golf balls, of course, all the time. It's the best place around for that. Reserve your cabana now at info@shootersgolf.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S, all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX, all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant people in the military have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower August 16th at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you are pregnant and you or your partner are an active reserve or veteran status service member, please call 412-506-8614. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food. made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
Oh my, what are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd at the Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. And Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Pittsburgh, West and Greentree. Weight loss seminar, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar, 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a Paul Skeens night in Minnesota. The Pirates and Twins. It's Skeens' task to end the 6-game losing streak against Joe Ryan of the Twinkies. 7:40 first pitch here. Nelly will perform a concert in Target Field after the game. I think that's what they still call the stadium there. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Speaking of sailing, way back, and Oneil Cruz has added to his resume a home run into the fountains in Kansas City. The farthest reaches of the fountains, almost to the walkway beyond it. A distant home run for Cruz, number 16. We're tied at 1.
All right. Hello, everybody. Another Summer Friday. Love Summer Fridays, especially ones without Malsey. Just kidding. He's off again golfing. Donnie is here. Mark Caballi will be in studio for a whole hour. Later in the program, we have a special guest who will be ranking in our top 25 in the last 25 series. The top 25 Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia players. All bunched into one, not 3 separate lists of 25 players. Those 3 colleges' best players combined. It's an open phone Friday day. It's a Paul Skeens night. All of those things will be talked about. I have a family reunion I'm driving to when the show ends. Donnie, do you guys do a big Chedrick family reunion where like 100 Chedricks get together? Does that happen?
Oh, no. I mean, I couldn't even tell you the last time I saw like the outskirts of my dad's side of the family. I was probably a little kid.
The second and third cousin Chedricks?
Yeah, which actually one of his cousins called into Bucko Talk a few weeks ago.
And you haven't talked to the guy or seen the guy in years?
No. I knew who he was. Like, I remembered, like,
what if you land-basted him on the air and you're like, you know what? F off. I never liked your side of the family anyways. Terrible take. Goodbye. Yeah. So I got that going for me after the show today. Oneil Cruz. I want to start there because the field for the home run derby came out, and he's in it, and he's only got 16 home runs. And this week on the station, this has been a place for a lot of debate because O'Neal Cruz is not a popular player here. He's not someone that fans will, I think, tune in Monday night to root for or root on. It's not like last year in the All-Star game, all of Pittsburgh wanted to watch our guy Paul Skeens face Juan Soto and Aaron Judge in the All-Star game. And so I'm going to say something to start here. I'm going to put an opinion out there. And I want to know if Pirates fans agree with this or disagree with this. I want to know if Pirates fans think that this is like a hater opinion or you're not a true fan for feeling this way, one of those takes. I don't want O'Neal Cruz to win the home run derby. I don't want him to have this moment. I'm not pulling for him. He's not someone I want to see get the $1 million payday and get the accolades of winning baseball's annual slugfest. The other guys who have been in this event for the Pirates, I legitimately, since I've been in Pittsburgh in 2010, wanted to see them represent the Pirates well on a national stage and hit tater after tater after tater, like tons of home runs. Josh Bell, Malsey, and I don't know if you knew this, Donnie, we did a show in Cleveland for him in the home run derby. We got sent there for that day. We were at a brewery near Progressive Field, and we had Josh Bell's personal hitting coach and his dad, and Josh called in. Kevin Young called in. Like, we did a 4-hour show getting hyped for him in the home run derby because he was red hot at the end of that first half.
And then did you go to the actual derby?
No, I drove home immediately after the show. Do you think Chris stayed?
No, absolutely not.
So that I was really jazzed up for. When McCutchen and Pedro Alvarez were in the derbies. Pirates were having a great year in 2013. Pedro was going back to New York where he grew up. I wanted to see him win it. I don't feel that way about Cruz. He's hitting .204. He's got a lower WAR than Caleb Ferguson. It's not all his fault. I want the Pirates to have more players as talented as Cruz. But when you compare the talent to the production, he's one of the most disappointing players in Major League Baseball. He has the talent to be, I think, one of the best players in the entire sport. He should be the Pirates' best hitter right now. Not a 38-year-old Andrew McCutchen who's hitting 55 batting average points better and has a better on-base percentage, doesn't have a better slugging because O'Neal Cruz hits the ball harder and farther when he makes contact, but the dude's 26 years old now. He's not a baby anymore. He's not a baseball puppy. The Pirates are regressing this year in part because number one, they don't have enough good players. They don't have enough good hitters. But he's not Jack Storenzik used to use this term all the time, the former Pirate scouting director who did pre- and post-game shows on our station for a while. He's not an aircraft carrier player. He's not Dave Parker. He's not Willie Stargell. He's not Barry Bonds. He's not Bobby Bonilla. He's not Andrew McCutchen. He probably has more talent than Andrew McCutchen, but he can't put it together. And I just have a really hard time rooting for an underachiever to win the home run derby, even though he's a Pirate. And I don't think I'm alone in feeling that way because the last time we talked about O'Neal Cruz, the first guy that called in said he had just as much talent as Cruz, called him a bum, and we had other people saying that they should cut him and get rid of him. So he's not exactly everyone's favorite baseball son here. He's probably closer to persona non grata. He is how about this? My friends at FanDuel looked this up for me today. He's the second favorite to win the Home Run Derby, and he's the most bet-on guy to win it. People love this guy to win an event that's a glorified batting practice. So I'd love to get your thoughts here on how you feel about Cruz now that the field is set, now that he's one of the odds-on favorites. I am saying as a Pirate fan that I don't want him to win. And I want to know if you agree or disagree with that at 412-928-9370 and how you feel about Cruz at 412-928-9370 in general. And the call that I deem the most interesting or entertaining is going to win 2 tickets to see Pantera at the Pavilion at Star Lake on July 15th. Are they a band, or when they come on, Donnie, they just go,
No, I don't.
They don't do that?
No, they're not quite that. I mean, they're a metal band, but they're not like Screamo. I can't understand a single word. You've definitely heard a Pantera song over the course of your life.
I like the band that Chris Berman introduced before the 2005 Home Run Derby. This is what a nerd I am. When Jason Bay put up a big goose egg, and they had a band on the field, and Johnny Damon sang in the band, and Mike Piazza played the drums.
Who was it, like the Dropkick Murphys?
It's a song that goes, if you open your eyes and realize...
Oh, I know the song. I can't think
They're
of who
like
does
a
it.
Creed knockoff. Your guys. They're one of those bands from the early 2000s with like long hair and like a touch of grunge that used to get after it. Yeah, I wanted Jason Bay to win. Actually, no, did I at that point? Probably not. I wasn't in Pittsburgh yet, but Jason Bay's an unbelievably nice guy, likable player who had won the Rookie of the Year before. O'Neal Cruz is in this game because he is a StatCast All-Star. He is not a real All-Star. Someone who works for the Pirates said this to me about Cruz not too long ago, and I think it's the most honest assessment of him as a player. He'd rather be cool than great. So this is a night that's all about cool, so that's probably why he is one of the favorites to win it, because he'll treat this like it's the biggest night of his life. And financially it is, because if he wins it, he gets $1 million. 412-928-9370. So I'm not going to be sitting there with my Pillbox Pirates cap on Monday in an O'Neal Cruz jersey on saying, let's go out there and represent Pittsburgh. The guy does extraordinary things, but also gets on my nerves all the time. And for the last month or so, Tommy Pham has been a much better hitter. 412-928-9370. Let's start with Daryl in Houston. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, Andrew. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm really confused by your position as to why you are so vehement against him winning. I mean, yeah, he's struggling. We can all agree on that. But to trade him and, hey, this is how many years has he played in the big league? Not even 2 whole years?
I don't know. How many years did Fred Lynn play in the big leagues before he won the MVP? None. My
point being, that has nothing to do with what I'm driving to, Dad. What I'm driving to is
what I'm driving at is this is one of the most talented players in the league, and he can't figure it out, and it drives me nuts.
Well, yeah, because he's not being coached and mentored properly. They just don't. They have not been able to, like you just said earlier in your take, that there was, or somebody said there was a lot of things he got away with. And that's on the coaching staff. That's on the managerial staff. That's on the Pirate organization. He has the tools. He has the talent. He just needs a little time, and he needs some.
So you think it would be a slam dunk if he were a Tampa Bay Ray instead of a Pittsburgh Pirate? He would be an actual All-Star and not just a guy who's in the home run derby because he hits it 500 feet.
I would lean on the plus side of that. Absolutely, I would absolutely lean on the plus side of that because they have shown that they have the ability. The Tampa Bay Rays, They have the ability to evaluate, to coach, and to mentor and grow. Sure. They've shown that ability. The Pirates have shown none of that.
I agree.
I mean, absolutely none of that. So let's give him an opportunity to mature a little bit, get him a little time. And I think a lot of this nonsense is driven by Charrington and his metrics and all his analytics. I think if you got Donnie Kelly, a good general manager that's about baseball and not all this other whiz bang stuff, he would get he would get the best out of O'Neal Cruz, and he would be a 5-tool player, which he is. You're talking about trading the 5-tool player because
no, I didn't say trade him.
Not you.
I didn't say. I know. I didn't say trade him. I just said he is an unbelievably frustrating player, and I do think there has to be some personal accountability here. Yes,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
The Pirates,
yes,
the Pirates probably have not put him in the best position to succeed, but that doesn't excuse, a ball goes underneath my glove and I don't feel like running back to get it.
Well, because you know why? There's no penalty to that. There's no punitive damage to that in terms of how they treat him. He should have been yanked as soon as he got out. Don't go out in the field and get him. That's a little bit extreme. But as soon as he got in the dugout, hey, your day is over.
Yeah, you don't have to Billy Martin, Reggie Jackson him. I get what you're saying. So you're going to tune in Monday night and treat him like he's Andrew McCutchen and hope he wins it because he's a Pirate.
I hope he hits like 500 balls and wins it.
Yeah,
yes, I do.
That's only going to make me more mad because he can't do that on a consistent basis for the Pirates. Vinny's next. Hello, Vinny.
Oh, Pony, how are you today?
I'm always good now that you called, Vin.
I know. I love seeing you down the ballpark. But, Pony, that guy's smoking some serious dope. Because I'm on the opposite. That guy just dope? No, I'm with you on this. That guy just called you.
Yeah.
He wants to baby this kid, 26 years old. This guy wants to baby him. Where's this guy's responsibility to go out? Pirates put him in a position. They put him on the field. They give him a glove. They put him in the batting order. Do your job. He can't because you know why? Because he doesn't have the mentality of a McCutchen or a Bonilla, Van Slyke. This guy just thinks the world's given to him, and he's going to take advantage of it. Don Kelly is not a better manager, in my opinion, than Shelty, because I don't see Don Kelly doing anything to correct him.
Yeah.
And you're right. Tommy Pham has been a better hitter over the last 6 weeks than O'Neal Cruz has all year.
So it sounds like you agree with me. You're not going to be rooting for him to win the home run derby.
I will. Oh, my gosh. If he wins that home run derby, I'm going to flip out and probably not go to a Pirate game because I don't want to see him.
See, I knew I was tapping into something. This is a very unusual circumstance. The Pirates have a player in one of baseball's most signature events. More people will watch the home run derby than watch the first couple of games of the World Series. The ratings back that up. And the guy that's representing the Pirates in the festivities is not someone that people really like right now. And I said flat out, I'm not going to root for him. Do you agree with me? 412-928-9370. The first two callers disagree. The best call is going to win 2 tickets to see Pantera at the Pavilion. Come back with your calls. Sean Gentili later this hour, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Twins as the Buccos begin their final series before the All-Star break tonight. 8:10 first pitch. Paul Skeens on the mound for Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Yeah, if you're wanting to watch the big guy, number 30, pitch tonight. Place to do it with your friends is over at Mike's Beer Bar. 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. Summer beers from all over the place, but so many of them from right here in Pittsburgh are available at Mike's Beer Bar. It is Shandy season, and Mike's has pulled out all the stops. They will have the game on tonight. They will have the Derby on Monday night, and they will have the All-Star game on Tuesday night. So get your buddies together and have them meet you at Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Canlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. It's still hot outside, but NFL football is closer than you might think. The Chargers rookies report to camp tomorrow. A week from now, most of the league will already have opened up. That means hype around young quarterbacks, injuries, awkward press conferences. Get ready for updates on Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland, contract drama in Dallas with Micah Parsons. Pretty soon, a lot of our lives is going to be spent on the couch watching America's favorite sport, football. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Panda, start your engine. It's hot deals on cool wheels at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Go! Get to Spitzer now to shop one of the largest inventories of hybrid trucks in Western PA. Save on Tundras and Tacomas. Plus, get a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty and an additional $1,000 for your trade. Hot deals, cool wheels, and one fast dog. Join us in the winner's circle.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 7/31/2025.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Cruz belts one to right and deep and gone. A line drive home run for Cruz. Like it was shot out of a cannon. Cruz with his 14th home run just like that. 4-0 Pirates.
Up to 16 on the year. Still nowhere close to the big dumper Cal Raleigh, who's the favorite to win the home run derby. O'Neal Cruz is second, despite the pedestrian home run total. And the odds makers are saying he's the most bet-on guy to win it because the StatCast numbers, Paul Skeens said no one puts on a show in batting practice like Paul Skeens. Don, you know I did AAA baseball. You know it was the best batting practice I ever saw in person? And I saw McCutcheon at AAA, Niger Morgan when he was there, Joey Votto with Louisville. He was the Reds AAA guy. Willie Mo Pena. Do you remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Reds, Red Sox.
Oh, my
he was
God.
a big dude.
Just, I want to say something about, like, the people I worked for in one of these situations, but I don't, even after the fact, like, want to disparage them. Well, I guess I can. One of the teams I worked for was the type where, like, if a ball got hit out of the ballpark, they wanted you to go get the balls because they wanted the balls to get used again. That kind of penny pinching thing. Yeah.
What if there was somebody out there who happened to catch it? It's theirs at that point.
This ballpark didn't really not have bleachers in it. So you hit a home run over the wall, it was basically just in the woods.
So there was not like a street or like a housing plan or anything?
No. They wanted those balls back.
So they made you go get it?
No, I didn't have to, but I'm just thinking about Willie Mo Pena. There were probably 100 balls that got hit over the wall. I mean, it was incredible. It's the worst translation of batting practice skill that never equated into in-game skill I've ever seen. Because he was like barely a major league hitter, right? I would say.
Mm-hmm. The guy I can remember, this was in like my prize wheel era, and the Pirates had good teams at that time because it was like the little playoff stretch they had.
The prize wheel.
How long did they have Michael Morse? You remember that guy?
Yeah, of course, from the Nationals and Giants. He was here for a half year.
He probably hit the furthest home run I'd ever seen anybody hit
batting
during BP.
Practice.
Yeah. Now that was, that's just a small sample size in comparison, but he hit one that I remember almost reaching the Jumbotron.
He was a big dude.
He hit it very high up that second set of bleachers.
Large human. I think he's doing broadcasting work now for the Nationals. Anyways, O'Neill Cruz in the home run derby. I said I'm not really rooting for the guy to win it. That make me a bad Pirate fan? I can't get behind a guy who's been such an underachiever. He's not Josh Bell. He's not Andrew McCutchen. He's not Pedro Alvarez. These guys that were having great years who I wanted to see on a national stage show out, impress everybody. I feel like that's only going to frustrate me more about Cruz if he does it. And Skeens thinks he'll win it. 412-928-9370. Sean Gentilian a little bit. The Penguins trade Gavin McKenna and the top 25 Penguins of the last 25 years. Here is Owen on the fan. Hello, Owen.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Here's why I think Cruz should be in it, because it'll help his draft stock. And I want him to go. He's gone. I think some of the better teams, if he wins the home run derby, they'll look at his draft stock and be like, oh, if we can, do fundamentally like practice him better, he could be like a really better player, and then we could trade and get more out of him.
You think his trade stock is going to go up if he wins the home run derby?
I think so, yeah.
No way. Come on now. These GMs are not going to think, because they already see how hard he hits the ball when he makes contact. I don't think what he does what happens in an exhibition is not going to cause people to want to trade for him. Who's the nerdy dude that wins the slam dunk contest every year?
McClung.
Yeah, no GM after the slam dunk contest every year is like, we need to do, let's get this guy on the team. You want him to win because you think that's going to raise his trade value. No way. Absolutely not. You want to talk about rolling doobies, which is something I used to do back in the day. That is not happening. That is unbelievably wishful thinking if you want to get him traded out of here for big pieces. Bob in Newcastle is next. Hello, Bob.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
Yeah, I think Cruz is going to do very well tonight. I think you can bet the house on him, and I'll tell you why. If you watch him night after night after night, there is only one thing wrong with this kid. He doesn't know when to swing and when not to swing. His coaches say
that's a pretty big problem. That's a pretty big issue.
But again, I have a solution to it. There's a guy in the organization. All you got to do is get Kevin Young out of the booth, get him down there and talk to this kid for 1 hour, and I swear this kid will tear up the league. He needs an approach that allows him to swing at elevated strikes plus a ball. The kid's a big kid, so he shouldn't be worrying if the ball's a half a ball in or out. Elevated plus one ball swing, and this kid will be a Hall of Famer. Look at Kevin Young down in the booth. I think they can fix this kid.
So what? Should he show up at AT&T or Sportsnet Pittsburgh too and have McHenry put him through a hitting drill?
I'm just saying, Kevin Young is a great If you listen to Kevin Young talk, he knows this stuff.
So does John Wayner. Should he have a consultation with John, too? I mean, what are we talking about here? A broadcaster's going to turn a guy into a Hall of Famer?
I believe this kid, all he needs is to get out of this in-between pitches thing and figure out when to swing the bat. And that's why I think he's going to do great tonight, because he has to swing.
It's actually Monday night, but come on now. A broadcaster's going to turn a guy into a Hall of Famer. Another ridiculous comment. Any struggling pitchers we can have Bob Walk talk to? I mean, I respect those guys like crazy, but I don't think an hour conversation is going to take. O'Neal Cruz is hitting 100 against left-handed pitching. Think of the worst hitting pitcher you can possibly imagine. That's what he is against lefties. I don't think 45 minutes with Kevin Young is going to turn him into Bill Madlock here. What are we talking about? Eddie is next. Hello, Eddie.
Yeah, those last two callers were totally ridiculous. I don't want O'Neal Cruz to win because I think it'll go to his head, and his head's not on straight as it is, and I think it'll make him a worse player.
That's a great. You know what? I like that point. I think that's another one. He's going to get too big for his britches. He's going to think
Absolutely.
He's a superstar when he's not even close to one. He's hitting for a lower batting average than Tommy Pham.
Yeah.
He'd rather be cool than great.
Cool. Exactly. That's the final word.
Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate you. Kurt is next. Hello, Kurt.
Totally ridiculous.
Kurt, turn your radio down.
I don't want O'Neal Cruz to win.
Kurt, that's the radio talking back to me. Josiah is next. Hello, Josiah.
Hey, I agree with a lot of some of the things that people have said before.
That Kevin Young is going to turn O'Neal Cruz into a Hall of Famer. You agree with that?
No, not that. Like, the stuff that people say about, like, he would rather be cool than great. I don't agree. Like, I was a Cruz apologist really up until, like, about last month, I would say, because the guy was doing really, really good to start the season. In April, I mean, his OPS was over 900.
Right.
And it's really frustrating to me because you have a guy he has talent. He has the talent to be a 40-40, if not 40-70 player.
I agree, and you're right about that, but we can't get – as far as like months or 2-month stretches go, Zach Duke looked like he was Tom Glavine his first year. Garrett Jones came up and hit home runs and looked like he was Babe Ruth. I mean, guys get figured out. The book gets out on guys. It's up to players to adapt and evolve, and this guy just hasn't done it consistently enough. I'm going to put you on hold because I want to give you the Pantera tickets, Josiah. So thank you for that, for calling in. And, I'm not rooting for him to win. I think Eddie Spaghetti is the guy's name who called in who said – I think it'll go to his head and make him a worse player. I think that's totally possible. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Something on Paul Skeens, who pitches tonight later this hour, plus Sean Gentili on the Penguins' latest trade next. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Former Steelers running back Naji Harris involved in a fireworks incident on the 4th of July, suffering a, quote, superficial eye injury, but he is expected to be ready for the season. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, Mulsey here. It's a big Friday in the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. You've got the Bucks. They are in Minnesota. And when it comes to baseball, you can bet game props on the BetParx app. You can also bet player performances like pitcher strikeouts, who will hit homers, how about hits too? That's another one, and more. Live betting, it's better on the BetParx app. But whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win with BetParx. You can check out brand new casino games like Huff and More Puff. You can play blackjack, craps, poker, and more. You can also play hot online slots that are based on your favorite streaming shows like Squid Game, for example, plus Peaky Blinders. How about this? New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparx.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParx. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Rays Here's the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Monday Night Celebrity Softball presented by the Corey Firm at EQT Park July 14th. Catch Steelers star Cameron Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and more smashing softballs to benefit the Hayward House. Tickets at WashingtonWildThings.com.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit EdgarSnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1274. That's 800-587-1274 today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Can listen to the PM team anywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Hockey Talk theme. Sean Gentili from The Athletic. There he is, joining us right now. No Mulsey, which is always a good thing. Penguins trade for Matt Dumba. Sean, by the way, Sean Gentili, Pittsburgh's NHL National Insider with The Athletic. They trade for Dumba. This would have been great 8 years ago. We have a Stars expert at the station who actually does a Stars podcast who said the Stars were hurt on the blue line in the playoffs, and they still made Dumba a healthy scratch.
He hurt his shoulder when he was playing for Minnesota. I think it was during the COVID bubble, maybe.
Yeah.
And he was just never the same. Like, the physicality left, some of the shutdown ability left. And, yeah, you can see why Dallas got him, because you thought maybe he could help out on a second power play unit. There was they thought there might have been a little bit of meat left on the bone, but they found out the hard way, just like Tampa Bay found out something similar right before that. Yeah, he's pretty pretty cooked, man.
So why is he here?
You know why he's here. We've talked about it so many times over the last month or 6 weeks or 6 months.
The SS Tank?
Tanking, bro.
Yeah.
Matt Dumba is the definition of a player you roll out there if you're not particularly interested in winning games in 2025. Again, he was a really good player for a long time with Minnesota, but the past 2 teams he's been on, Dallas and like I said, Tampa before that, they added on. They're contenders. They're legit contenders, and they added him because they thought he would bring something, and they found out the hard way that he didn't. He's a minute muncher, I think, on the right side, which brings up another really interesting question as far as Erik Karlsson's concerned. But just of his own volition and based on his own merit, he's not a guy you throw out there if you're actually all that interested.
Do you put 2 and 2 together, and does it make you think that Karlsson is more likely to be traded now?
That was my first thought as soon as I heard that deal was going down. That I thought there was already a pretty good chance that Karlsson would be headed elsewhere at some point during the summer. And Dumba, showing up again. He's capable of at least playing a lot, right? If you have a hole on the right side of your defense, and you just want some dude who's capable of coming in and playing 20 minutes a night, he's your guy, right? And I think it does. Yeah, it definitely opens up that possibility. And I have no particularly insider knowledge on that, but it's not too hard to add 2 and 2 and get 4 on that one.
Sean, this is all in service of Gavin McKenna, who's now going to play at Penn State. How good is he?
It's I wish I knew more about prospects. That's the one thing that I just outsource and let the experts tell me. And thankfully at The Athletic, I work with 2 of the best. It's Corey Prom and Scott Wheeler. Both of them love him. Wheeler likes him a lot more. He looks at him as potentially, with superstar potential is the term Wheeler used. Now, is that his ceiling? Yeah, probably. And you can say that about a lot of number 1 picks. But clearly, man, you watch him play, the speeds are there, the hands are there, the playmaking's there, which is interesting because he played a lot on the wing. I mean, he's a super interesting player, right? Is he Macklin Celebrini level or Connor Bedard level? I think that's kind of the $1 billion question at this point, and that's something we're going to get a front row seat for, honestly, within State College. So it is pretty cool. We're going to learn more about him this year for sure, because we see more and more players of his ilk and more prospects like that leaving Canada to play in the NCAA now, because there's a lot of people will tell you that that's the best league that isn't the NHL at this point. So that's why it's happening. I think we're going to learn something more about him. But definitely, man, people who are in the know, if not in the Bedard class, he's pretty close to it.
So our hardest of hardcore Penguins fans, Jeff in South Park, ranked the top 25 Penguins of the last 25 years for us yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so he went Sid and Malkin 1-2, obviously. Here's where the list got sketchy, in my opinion. Marc-Andre Fleury 3, Mario Lemieux 4, Chris Letang 5.
Letang's 3.
I agree. Has to be. He's the best defenseman in team history. Mario played chunks of 5 seasons with the Penguins in the 2000s. And Fleury's, probably the greatest goaltender in team history too, but he wasn't the last goalie on the ice in 2 of those 3 Stanley Cup wins.
When we're talking about lists like this, and it's going to sound like I'm slagging Marc-Andre Fleury, and I don't want to do that. I've made that mistake before. This is not what my intention is.
Yep.
When you're making lists like this, and you're talking about top 3 of the last 25 years, you have to take in consideration the way he played in the playoffs from 2010 to 2013, let's say 2014. That's when things really went sideways. That's when we saw Tomas Vokoun come in and steal his job for the playoffs. And I think that, if you really look at his career in totality, I think that pushes him to at least 4 behind Letang. And then to me, the interesting conversation is Lemieux versus Fleury, at least as far as Jeff's list is concerned.
All right, here's 6 through 10. Kunitz 6, Stahl 7, Gensel 8, Kessel 9, Gonchar 10.
I think Stahl's too high. And I don't want to, again, I love Jeff from South Park, legendary caller. I love listening to him talk to you guys, but Stahl is high. He wasn't here long enough.
I agree.
I think
Gensel's too low, man.
I agree with that, man. I agree. And I've always been not against apologists because he doesn't need anybody to make apologies for him. But I seeing how he's played in Tampa and Carolina after the deadline last year, couldn't be less surprised by that. He's fantastic. And I think there were always too many people that looked at him as a little bit of a Crosby creation. And I think what we've seen over the last year and a half is that that's not even close. That dude is just he's a great hockey player, and they're stuck on 2 cups without him at the absolute max. The third, the back-to-back, the second leg of the back-to-back against Nashville, it doesn't happen without him in the mix.
I'll give you a few more names where I throw out a name and just you blindly tell me where you think ballpark you would rank him in the top 25. Mm-hmm. Matt Murray.
13.
Jeff had him 12. Jaromir Jagr.
Oh man, he
only
got traded
2 years.
I think today's the anniversary of that trade. So
yep.
I saw Jesse Marshall post about that.
Yeah,
a dark day for me when I was 14 years old.
Where would you put 2 years of Jagr?
They were so the playoff series against the Devils when he came out and won it on one leg. That was incredible, and that was 2000 or 99.
That was 99 because the Devils won the cup in 2000.
Jaromir Jagr is my favorite hockey player of all time. So I'm not whatever. I'm coming at it from a point of bias, but I don't think you can have him in the top 20 because the last 2 seasons here, but before they shipped him off to Washington, were brutal.
Yes, they were. He was 16th on Jeff's list. I'll give you one more. Where would you put Alexei Kovalev?
Oh, I love Kovalev. I have a Kovalev at 11.
Jeff had him 21st.
Hater.
Criminally low.
Hater.
I agree. He put
anti-Russian bias from Jeff.
He put him one spot ahead of Mark Recchi, who played like 2 years here in the 2000s. One of them was like undermining Sid, and the other was a half a season before he got traded to Carolina and won a Stanley Cup there. Brutal job. Sorry, Jeff.
Listen, if we're talking about greatest Penguins, soup to nuts, like if we're just going based on careers, you can.
Yeah, we're not though. We're just doing what they did here in the 2000s. Exactly. Yeah.
Also, Recchi wasn't here for that long in the early 90s either. So.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have counted anyways. All right, Sean.
Exactly.
Good stuff. Hopefully your fireworks fun went better than Naji Harris's.
You want to know what I'm doing right now?
Buying more?
Correct. No, I'm installing a window AC unit, and I am miserable. I bought a new one. It was a bad idea. I almost missed Donnie's text because I was cursing my decision loudly and profanely in my living room. So.
I'm getting ready for a family reunion that I'm going to right after this. Do they do a Gentili family reunion? You made a noise. I'm guessing they don't.
My dad was one of 7, so every birthday party is like a family reunion. We don't need to expand the scope anymore.
How about your mom's side, Donnie? We did Chedricks. How about your mom's side of the family, Mrs. Football? Do they get together for big shindigs?
Mother Football?
I guess those would be more common, but we didn't have like an actual family reunion anytime after, again, I was like a little kid. Because my on my Graham's side, my mom's side, her mom, like she had family in Massachusetts.
Whose side of the family is the old lady that used to drink like from the old jug of wine that you could get at the liquor store?
Oh, that was my Bubba. That was my dad's mom.
Yeah. She was a legend.
Is it Carlo Rossi or something with like the loop,
the old man,
the loop handle? Oh, we love it. We love it.
I lived with her for a couple of summers in college after my parents moved, so it was like Happy Gilmore. She would just have like little glasses of wine all over the house because she like forgot where the last one was.
And isn't she the lady that loved when the football got stuck in the ground in the Steelers-Dolphins game?
No, so that was my Graham on my mom's side.
Okay.
I remember where I was when that happened. I can like visualize visualize the apartment I was in when that went down.
Donnie's lost track because he's probably gone back and watched that game about 5 times. So he's been at 5 different points in his life when he's done that.
He's a sicko. I hear the Donnie football recalls of divisional games against
his girlfriend walked in on him watching 1996 Steelers Dolphins yesterday, and he said it would have been more embarrassing if she caught me watching porn.
100%. You slammed the laptop door shut like you were you were on a site that you really wouldn't want to be on.
And it was right as Tom Zach found Ernie Mills for the game winner.
Listen to him. Yep.
The money shot. That's what we can call that.
Thank you, Sean. We'll talk again soon.
All right, boys.
Sean Gentili. Yeah. What a line on Matt Dumba. He's exactly the kind of player you trade for if you're trying to tank. Because that's what the Penguins are doing, folks. All right. 15-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. It is a Paul Skeens night in Pittsburgh. Noah Hiles went viral for what he said about Skeens yesterday in the Post-Gazette. 2026, Hiles guess Skeens' last full year in Pittsburgh. He said something else, I think, even more provocative with Donnie last night when I was driving home. Something about Skeens has changed this week. We'll tell you what that is. And where Skeens might rank on a not-so-great list. All coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-649-2626. That's 800-649-2626. Again, 800-649-2626.
Do you want to get back? Paul McCartney got back live. PPG Paint Arena, November 11th. Paul McCartney, live in concert. The greatest moments that have soundtracked our lives. From McCartney Solo, Wings, and the Beatles. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more information, visit paulmccartneygotback.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with ZeroRes and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get one free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at MetzPlumbingandSewerLining.com.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back. Early bird special, only $49.99. That's right. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. Also lose all the weight and let Mark Patrick hypnosis destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh West in Greentree. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Few teams in the MLB have reached 50 wins so far this season, but 2 of them will be facing off in a weekend series. New York will host Chicago as the team from the north side of Chicago heads to the Bronx in a battle of 2 of the biggest franchises in baseball. Both teams are looking to hold tight to the division lead, but the task won't be easy in this series. Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only, actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7, range for miles.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again.
Oh, look how little you were.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds.
Wow, I haven't seen this in years.
Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's a Paul Skeens night in Pittsburgh. He toes the rubber against the Minnesota Twins in Minneapolis. 7:40 first pitch. We'll have pregame on the Fan at 6:45, the leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think his greatest contribution to the long-term success of this franchise will be netting a huge trade return and making them a championship contender because of it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Noah Hiles, Pirates beat man, talking to Donnie Football and saying Paul Skeens' greatest contribution to the Pirates will not be winning Cy Young awards or getting them to the playoffs again. It'll be what he brings back in a trade. Donnie, how did it feel hearing that last night? Did you like that comment from Noah's Ark?
I did not. I was disappointed. Because it feels like saying that is already like punting on the situation that you have and the opportunity that you have.
Pretty defeatist, pessimistic mindset, but who can argue it? The guy's ERA's under 2 and they're in dead last. Just sucks hearing that out loud. It won't be the gift of watching Paul Skeens pitch every 5th day for the Pirates that brings us joy. It'll be what the Pirates potentially get back in a trade, and I'm underlining and putting potentially in bold print. Because who's to say that's even going to work? Did Noah bring up the Soto trade when talking about Skeens? I have a question for you. What's Washington's record? They made that great Soto trade.
I know they're not good.
They got all those guys back, yeah. Look it up for me when you get a chance. What has it done for them? The Pirates made the blunder of trading Archer, and Tampa got Tyler Glass now, and Shane Baz and a bunch of guys back in that trade, and they've turned Glass now into more players, and so they've sustained winning. But even if you make that trade and get good players back, no guarantee you win. What is Washington's record?
They're pretty much in the same spot as the Pirates. They're 38-55. They're in dead last of their division. They're 16 games back.
They're in the same spot as the Pirates, and they made this great trade. They turned Juan Soto into 3 really good players, and they still suck. And they fired everybody this week. The best contribution Paul Skeens will make to the Pirates is what he brings back in a trade. How about that for a nice Friday, chipper, upbeat thing to hear? Here's another one. You want to hear something even more depressing? John Parado is reporting that Ben Cherington's contract runs through 2028. That would be 2026. 2027, 2028. That's 3.5 years. Neil Huntington and Clint Hurdle got paid to go away. It was time with both of those guys, even though they did great things here. That's actually one of the things I give Pirates ownership credit for. They paid those guys not to work. You know who doesn't do that? The Steelers. And so they blew those guys out of there with years left, but is Pirates ownership going to do that if the reporting there is accurate? 3.5 years left on the contract? Which begs a question. When did Cherington get this contract? Why are we just now hearing about it? When Shelton got a contract extension, the Pirates took great pains to not tell us how many years it was for, how much money it was worth, but we at least knew about it. You're telling me surreptitiously and secretly the Pirates have extended Ben Cherington? When did they do it? When did Bob Nutting say, yes, the work you're doing here is fantastic, it's great. Let's make you feel better, let's make you more secure here, let's lock you up? Was it after the second of 2 consecutive 76-win seasons? Was it during one of the 100-loss seasons that he brought to Pittsburgh? Depressing news everywhere on the Pirates as they've lost 6 in a row after winning 6 in a row. Where is Paul Skeens if it really does go that way and Paul Skeens gets traded out of here and the best thing he ever does for the Pirates is bring them back a big trade return? If that's really his ultimate contribution to the Pirates, and they never win here and they never go to a playoff game, where would he rank among the best players across sports who never went to a playoff game, never won diddly squat with the team they played for?
Well, if it's just never went to a playoff game, like even Mike Trout went to a playoff game, but he's never won one. He feels like the big one in baseball.
Trout has never been to an ALCS, but he's been in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, but didn't they get swept? Like, I don't even think he won a game.
Boston beat him. Yeah. Ernie Banks never went to the playoffs. People say Barry Sanders a lot for this. Barry Sanders played in an NFC championship game.
I mean,
and they went to the playoffs a lot. They just didn't win a lot after that.
Right. I mean, the Steelers have a pretty notable one that has been to the playoffs but never won. We love bringing up that stat.
TJ Watt. Who else? 412-928-9370. What other? This is a horrible class and category of athlete to be in. And it's still early in Paul Skeens' career, but it's also getting late with the Pirates. If you talk to Noah Hiles and others, and especially when he comes on the air and says his greatest or biggest or best contribution will be what he brings back in a trade. 412-928-9370. Donnie, what's your reaction to the Charrington story?
That one would suck, too, if it's true.
I mean, John Parado has been a national baseball writer who's covered ball in this town for 40 years.
That's why I don't want to doubt it.
Me neither.
I don't doubt John's reporting on this. I'm just really hoping that he got some bad information somewhere along the line.
Here's the column. Ben Charrington gone at season's end, maybe not. John Parado. Many expect this is in Pittsburgh baseball now.
You think it had anything to do with him buying that new house?
Multiple sources inside and outside the Pirates organization have told him they believe he'll be back in 2026. Where is the line here about 2028 here? I got to find that. I'll work on that part. But that's what people were tweeting me, that John said 2028. Let's see if that's in this column or not. 412-928-9370. Another thing with Skeens that has become a reality, sadly. We've talked for weeks here about how Paul is the best pitcher in the National League, but he's 4-7. And that's going to hurt him in the Cy Young voting. Dan Zangrilli believes that the voters will not go for a guy with a losing record because it's never happened for a starting pitcher. He's on record as saying that. FanDuel finally put Zach Wheeler ahead of Skeens in the NL Cy Young race. Wheeler is 9-3. His ERA is worse than Skeens. It's 2.17. However, Wheeler has more strikeouts than Skeens, and he has a lower whip. So Wheeler has lower whip, more strikeouts, more wins. Skeens has the better ERA. And it looks like the Pirates are already doing things with Skeens to watch his innings, whereas the Phillies are going to run Zach Wheeler out there every fifth day until the wheels fall off. He's 35 years old. And so if Skeens had a better record than Wheeler, they'd be 2-2 in the major categories. Instead, Wheeler beats him in 3 out of 4. And so when it's this close between two guys, the way the Pirates have played for Skeens, the way they've hit for Skeens, I do think is going to hurt him. Wheeler's got a better whip, which is walks plus hits divided by innings pitched, and he's got more strikeouts, and it's 9 wins to 4. Their WAR is exactly the same, 4.8. WAR is a big predictive number when it comes to who's going to win awards now in baseball. A lot of the young voters look at that. So I've mistakenly said for a while that Skeens is going to break the mold here and make history. The odds makers don't think that way anymore. And if Skeens' record were better, he would have a much better shot at winning it. So that is where the horrible play of his teammates comes into effect. 412-928-9370. Here is Ian on the Fan. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Pony.
Hey, man.
So your cruise take was great rage bait here, but I'm calling about the Sherrington news. If that's the case, they're not going to pay him off as well. I mean, if they did Huntington and Hurdle that way, it's different, but that means he's going to be here for 3 years, and they're going to give him total control over this draft and probably trade away Keller. I hope that's not the case. But
I hope
3 years.
I hope it's not the case because I don't trust him to do it.
I agree. I don't think anybody here in this city trusts him to do it at all. But I'm gonna hang up now and let you take it from there. But I just don't think it should be happening whatsoever. But it looks like if that's the case for 3 more years, they're not going to pay him off.
All right, thanks, Ian. We'll get to. I might text John and see if that's because I'm looking for it in this article and I can't find it. But sometimes people tweet me stuff and it's crap, and sometimes they tweet me stuff and it's real. Like people tweeted me and said that Naji Harris got involved in a fireworks accident. And because it was all over Reddit, and then it ended up being true. So the internet usually shoots about 50%. Better than Shaq at the free throw line on these things. But I'm scrolling through the article, and I can't find that line here from John that it's through 2028. If it is, then he is not going to go anywhere. If he really has an extension for that long. 412-928-9370 is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person at your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. One of baseball's top insiders, Bob Nightingale, at 3:30. Does he think Mitch Keller's getting traded? Does he think Ke'Bryan Hayes is getting traded? Does he think Skeens is fighting an uphill battle for the Cy Young? Does he think Skeens is ticked off here at the way things are going? Does he think Charrington has a long-term deal in place? All things we'll talk to him about. If you want to weigh in, you can. 412-928-9370. But first, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Twins tonight, 8:10 first pitch in Minnesota. Paul Skeens gets the ball for Pittsburgh. Pre-game coverage starts at 7. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, working in an office and maybe looking for something fun to do for one of those team building days. Look no further than DriveBox. It's a mobile golf simulator that delivers golf right to you. You can do long drive, closest to the pin, and it is totally turnkey. They even provide the clubs at DriveBox. What are you waiting for? You want to make that next team building event an awesome one to remember? Just check them out on social media at DriveBox Pittsburgh. That's Drive with a Y. DriveBox Pittsburgh.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In less than 2 weeks, the champion Thunder have committed $822 million future dollars to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren. In a world of nonsensical salaries, NBA money might be king. Formulas spit out these 9-figure deals, then they mix in tax aprons, hard caps, and mid-level exceptions. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Paul McCartney got back live. PPG Paints Arena, November 11th. Paul McCartney, live in concert. The greatest moments that have soundtracked our lives. From McCartney Solo, Wings, and the Beatles. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more information, visit paulmccartneygotback.com.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
You're going to see slowdowns on the inbound side of the Parkway West from about the bottom of Green Tree Hill back up towards Green Tree. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
About winning here and believing you guys can win and you being happy here and enjoying your time in Pittsburgh. I know you've said versions of it before, but how do you look at the Pirates, the ability to win here, what this city can do, what it can mean for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't put much stock into losing games by one run. It's still a loss. You know, it still shows up as 0-1. You look at the roster, you look at the makeup of our team, and you look at some teams that are similar to us in years prior. We're losing a fair amount of games last year and this year by one run, which, you know, is just, hey, we're not doing enough to pull these games out. We're close. I really believe that. There's going to be some changes that have to happen for us to pull out those games, but you start winning 2, 3, 4, 5 one-run games, you know, in a 2-week span, the records start showing up a little bit different. Who knows? You know, come July, we're buyers, not sellers. And
well, that didn't happen. That was Paul Skeens from our Fan 5 Alarm event. It's July, and the Pirates are most definitely sellers, and they're in the basement. And Skeens goes tonight. He's no longer the favorite to win the NL Cy Young. Noah Hiles came on with Donnie and said, the biggest impact Paul Skeens will make on the Pirates is not what he does on the mound, but what he will bring back in a trade. And it's hard to argue that right now. I think he's right. Now, I don't necessarily think what they get back in a trade will kickstart a whole new era of winning baseball. But if I had to guess, is there a better chance the Pirates win with Paul Skeens and augment and supplement him with the moves they make, or somehow they make a trade where they get back multiple good players and that forms the nucleus of their next winning team? I mean, honestly, that seems more realistic and likely right now. Although this news that Ben Cherington might still be the guy calling the shots eventually on a deal like that is frightening. Getting texts and tweets from people saying John Parado is reporting that Ben Cherington is under contract through 2027. I just talked to John during the break, and he said that's not true. But he is under contract through 2027. So that's still 2.5 years from now. Donnie, can we look up how much money was left on Hurdle and Huntington's deals when they were fired? They were let go in September of 2019. So how much time was left on both of those deals? Now, here's the thing about that.
So Hurdle had 2 years left.
Hurdle had 2 years left, and we don't know about Huntington?
I got to look up his real quick, but
all right,
Hurdle had 2.
It doesn't matter anymore because that shelling out money to both guys would be more than what they would owe just one guy, Cherington, to go away after with 2.5 or with at this point with 2 years and let's say they wait until the end of the year. That means they got to pay him for 2 years, which is what they paid Hurdle to go away. And
Huntington also had 2.
Yeah, then you know what? Then they can do it. That's 4 years that Nutting ate there with those two guys. He paid out 4 total years for dudes not to work. So if Cherington gets fired at the end of the season, then it's probably not even half the cost of what he paid those two guys to leave, because Hurdle was making a lot of money by manager standards at that point. 412-928-9370. We're going to have Bob Nightingale join us in 10 minutes. I'll ask him if he thinks that the Yankees are really interested in trading for Brian Hayes, because that rumor keeps popping up. Here's David in the North Hills. Hello, Dave.
Hey, David. How we doing today?
Hey, man.
Hey, this decision about Bob Nutting keeping around Ben Cherington or whoever the higher up that is keeping him around tells me that the root of the problem still isn't in the GM or the manager. It's in the people running the show above them. If you give a guy a bottle of water and a bucket of dirt, all he's going to be able to make is is mud.
Yeah, we can't have you say that. Thanks, Dave. You tried. But that's what the Pirates do to people. It brings that out.
You got a whole 10 seconds in there.
Do you disagree with Hiles' main point, though? That it's more likely they win with the guys they get back from Skeens than winning with Skeens? I think he's right.
I know, but I don't think it's a guarantee that happens either.
It's
look
not.
at the Nationals.
It's not. It's definitely not. But is it also, do you also think it's within reason that we see them this offseason go on a spending spree because they still have Skeens for a cheap salary? No, I don't. Do I think they're good enough internally to make very few moves and just count on the guys that they have to win next year? Also, no.
The other thing that is fair to point out, I didn't do this last night in the moment with Noah, but the Nationals were able to sell that to their fans a little bit better because they were on the heels of a World Series. Like they were only, a couple of years removed at most of winning the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
If we so much as don't get a taste of winning, not even a playoff appearance, that's a completely different situation to me. The Nationals were able to trade their best player at such a young age, their star player, but they had just won a World Series.
I know. But it depends on the timing of the trade. If the Pirates haven't won anything with Skeens and everybody knows they're not going to re-sign him, then they're left no choice but to trade him. Like they're backed into a corner on it. And you can, they're still going to get called out for not surrounding him with better players while he was here. It's an effed up situation all the way around. I heard him say to you during that interview last night, he doesn't think Paul Skeens will ever start a playoff game for the Pirates. I agree with him on that. What is there to make us think that in the next couple of years, there's going to be some transformative moment where it clicks for them, and he's going to be the guy that's like leading the charge and is on the mound for game one of a playoff series? That seems like a total pipe dream. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't.
No.
It just sucks.
Yeah. It's a painful thing to hear, but I don't think that Noah's like being, controversial or just trying to say things to garner a reaction. I think he's being honest. Skeen said in that clip, they're close. It's one of the few things I disagree with him on. They've got one good hitter under the age of 26 in the entire organization, and he's at single A right now. A lot can happen. Connor Griffin. What happened to Tamar Johnson? What happened to that guy? What happened to him being like a future batting champion at second base? What happened to him being like the next Luis Arraez? Where'd that go? He's not on any top 100 lists anymore.
He's hitting 247.
247. And let me guess, he's not hitting for power. Is it 247 with like 20 bombs? I take that. 8. What's his OPS? 710?
712.
He's an average hitter at Double-A. And he was what, the 4th pick in the draft? Follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan or X. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Bob Nightingale, one of the best baseball insiders in America. Does he expect Keller to get traded? Does he think, as a siren goes off here, on my phone as well? I don't know what this is about. Okay. Thank you. Not sure
what does that
supposed
say?
to read that on
Mine
the
was
air.
going off too.
Yeah.
And there's something going across my little board in here.
It says Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency. Pennsylvania is experiencing a statewide intermittent 911 outage. Individuals experiencing issues contacting 911 are asked to contact their local 911 center on their non-emergency lines. Check your county's social media and website for more information. So that's why that went off. And you can't mute that on your phone. My phone...
No, like even if you have your sound off, it's going to go off like that.
All right, so Bob Nightingale next. We'll be right back. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Twins tonight, the final series before the All-Star break. Paul Skeens on the mound for Pittsburgh, 8:10 first pitch in Minnesota. Pre-game coverage on the Fan at 7, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey for Awaken 180 Weight Loss, and you might know by now I'm on vacation. I'm on a little fella's golf trip, and that means some drinks are going to be flowing, and there's going to be some very nice dinners involved. But that is one of the great benefits of losing 35 pounds with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. I don't sweat the drinks. I don't sweat the dinners. I eat and drink what I want because I know how to do it in reasonable moderation. But more importantly, my metabolism's firing, so a nice hearty meal for dinner and a drink or two afterwards, it's no big deal. I don't sweat it like I used to. Not at all, thanks to Awaken 180. Awaken 180 Weight Loss helped me lose 35 pounds that I honestly had kind of given up trying losing on my own. I just didn't think I could do it. But with Awaken 180's multifaceted approach, science, nutrition, support, and coaching, I lost the weight, and I've now kept it off for almost 3 years. What are you waiting for? Take control of your health and your life with Awaken 180. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Spring is in full swing, and warmer days mean one thing. Cooling season is here. Is your AC ready for the heat? Don't wait for a breakdown. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and schedule a tune-up for your cooling system today. The honest, licensed professionals at McVay are trained to repair and maintain any type and any brand of cooling system you may have. Don't wait. Appointments are filling up fast. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric or go to callmcvay.com to schedule your appointment.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's Monday Night Celebrity Softball presented by the Corey Firm at EQT Park, July 14th. Catch Steelers star Cameron Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and more, smashing softballs to benefit the Hayward House. Tickets at WashingtonWildThings.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Pirates have lost 6 in a row. Draft is this weekend. Ben Cherington still calling the shots here. Nationals blew everybody out of there. John Parada reporting Cherington still has 2.5 years left on his deal. Questions abound based on that information if he will remain Pirates GM after this year. Despite the team's struggles, last place, farther away from winning now than they were the year before Paul Skeens arrived when they won 76 games. On track to lose close to 100 games this year. And what direction they'll go in at the trade deadline. We know they're selling, but how much will they sell? All good topics and questions for our next guest, one of baseball's premier insiders, USA Today, Bob Nightingale on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Bob, one thing people want to keep telling me on Twitter is that the Yankees are interested in Ke'Bryan Hayes. Do you believe that to be true?
Well, yeah, I do. They need a third baseman. Plays obviously great defense. They wish the offense came around. But there's a few teams, dire need for a third baseman, but they're one of them for sure. He's underperformed to the contract, but to have him and have him for a few years would be right up the Yankees' alley.
Who are the other teams that you think might get into the Key Brian Hayes sweepstakes then?
I can see the Detroit Tigers certainly interested. They could use something like them. I wouldn't rule out a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks kind of buy and sell where they dump Suarez because he's going to be a free agent, and then then you have a guy like Hayes, to kind of build around for the next 4 or 5 years at least. You're going to have a third baseman, so they do have Lawler too. So it's more about probably more of a long shot. The Cubs, they're not. Matt Shaw has struggled there, but I don't know if they would. I don't know if the Pirates would pull a deal with the Cubs being the same division.
Man, what a change that would be for the D-backs. Suarez might hit 50 home runs this year. I don't think Hayes is going to hit 50 in his entire career, Bob.
Yeah, no, he's supposed to, everybody projected him to have bigger offensive numbers for sure. It hasn't happened. They do have a Jordan Lawler they can, plug in. But, teams, like him, the Pirates are probably better off holding on to him than trading him in the offseason. That way you could trade him to a team like the Dodgers, who could use him. Max Muncy, he's got a club option so they could walk away from Muncy and go from there as well.
Mitch Keller, do you anticipate he'll get traded between now and August 1st?
I do. Just so much smoke around him. Too many teams need starters. The fact you got him for a couple more years after this at low money. So, no, I think they can get quite a little haul for him for sure. So, no, I think he'll get moved.
Who is the team that would be at the top of your list of Mitch Keller suitors, Bob?
Well, I would certainly put him, East Coast teams for sure. Toronto Blue Jays, Yankees, Mets. All those teams should be all in on him. He's kind of the Mets' perfect type of guy because he's on the contract. They don't like paying, big-time money to starters. And the Blue Jays are desperate for a top 3 guy. So he'd fit in there as well.
There's been some discussion here that Ronnie Mauricio would be the player the Pirates would take back in that deal. Is he alone good enough, or do you think the Pirates would need more?
That would probably do it. Be close to it because you're taking on the money from the Pirates too. So, that would be close to doing enough for him for sure.
Interesting. We're talking to Bob Nightingale here from USA Today. Bob, what do people in baseball say about Paul Skeens and his situation with the Pirates right now in terms of when he'll leave and how he'll leave and things like that?
Well, just that he means so much to the franchise, generational talent, where I think people expect him to be there for at least the next 3-4 years. I don't think they can entertain any thoughts of trading him. Just means too much to the franchise, everything else. But, with the run support, it kind of reminds people of King Felix days when he pitched great and he just couldn't score runs, and it's a shame for this guy to have a losing record. It might come up at the end of the season like, can you have that bad of a record and still win the Cy Young Award?
Along those lines, FanDuel actually moved the odds here, and they have Zach Wheeler now favored to win the NL Cy Young. I don't know if you voted. You're obviously a voter, but what you vote on awards-wise changes year to year. Do you think that that's right at the moment, at the All-Star break? Do you think that Wheeler should be the front runner over Skeens?
I do. Yeah, I definitely do. And I think Wheeler would be the starting pitcher at the All-Star game as well, just for what he's done, being a veteran. Skeens started the All-Star game last year. So, no, I fully expect Wheeler to be the starting pitcher. And, if there's a Cy Young vote right now, I would think Wheeler, I'm not saying a runaway, but I think he'd be the heavy favorite.
O'Neal Cruz in the home run derby. Why is that? He only has 16 home runs, Bob.
They're just looking for names, kind of star power. I mean, why was Julio Rodriguez chosen from Seattle to make the All-Star team? There were guys having better years than him. It's Jazz Chisholm really a home run hitter? No. I just think they're trying to kind of get some international flavor and some kind of pizzazz. Because just on pure numbers, there's really no one in there that really belongs except for Raleigh. A lot of the big guys backed out. I know Suarez wanted to do it. It wasn't chosen. I'm not sure why that was.
He's got all those home runs in Arizona, like we mentioned before. One thing that people in Pittsburgh constantly wonder about is this looming standoff between the players and owners in a couple of years. I'm sure we'll see quotes from both sides here during the All-Star break this week. Would a salary cap floor give the Pirates a much better chance of competing, Bob, or do you think that's a myth?
Well, I mean, the owners proposed that last time. It was shot down from the union because the union thought if you have a floor, you're going to have a cap. They'll also argue that the Pirates aren't spending the money they got. That's why they're always, the union's always on the hot list as far.
All right, like we had talked about last segment, we've got a 911 issue here throughout the state, so we might have a few more of those throughout the show. People that are watching on YouTube wondered why there was dead air there, and that's because of the emergency alert system updates that are going to probably pump through here throughout the show until this issue gets resolved. Lot there from Nightingale. He gives a counterpoint to what Noah Hiles thinks and what I would think, that the Pirates eventually, very soon, would get to a point where Paul Skeens would be more valuable to them in a trade than on the team, saying that people within baseball think he'll be here for another 3 to 4 years. He also confirmed that the Yankees are indeed interested in Ke'Bryan Hayes. I am surprised by that, because why would any team want a guy that for the most part can't hit, and he doesn't play great defense at a premium position? If he were a shortstop and you wanted to improve your defense, that's one thing. But hey, a sucker's born every minute. If the Yankees want Ke'Bryan Hayes' contract, they can have him. And I don't even need much back. So I am heartened as a fan to hear that that's actually a true thing, that it's actually a real possibility. Because usually Pirates fans get very annoyed and ticked off when they dump salary. This is a salary dump I would sign up for, Donnie. I would actually applaud the Pirates if they just shed Ke'Bryan Hayes' contract.
And I just pulled up the Yankees prospects.
I don't think you're getting top prospects.
Well, no, I mean, you're not. They also only have one guy. Now, this is just MLB.com's rankings. They only have one guy in the top 100.
You're not getting him for Ke'Bryan Hayes.
Well,
yeah.
I don't even know if I would want that top guy.
Really?
I would try to go after their second guy, Spencer Jones, the outfielder. 6'7", 240. Now, he is 24, but he's in, I think he's in AAA. And he is hitting .297 this season with 21 home runs and 16 stolen bases.
Unless a team thought, and I'm not saying that he's going to turn into this guy, because it's like a near impossibility. Unless somebody thought Ke'Bryan Hayes had a glitch, like a hitting coach who you respected in your organization looked at him and said, I can fix this guy. All we need to do is get him here. And I was going to bring that up because that's pretty much what happened with Jose Bautista with the Blue Jays. It was a timing thing that they fixed, and then he went on to be a great home run hitter. Unless somebody thought that there was like a very easy fix with Ke'Bryan Hayes as a hitter, no team in their right minds should trade anything of value for him. He is a very slick defensive player. He is the best defensive third baseman in baseball. I just don't think defensive prowess at third base means very much. You know who's a great defensive first baseman? Doug Minkiewicz. Who gives a crap? You know what I'm saying? Like, he was an all-time great defensive first baseman.
Noah also wondered last night if Hayes would be part of like a package deal that either had
IKF
or one of the relievers, if it's Santana, Bednar, Ferguson.
So he's a throw-in in the deal, or
maybe even Keller. I don't know.
So he's the throw-in, or he's like the. Well, I guess with Keller, he would absolutely not be the main player. He would get thrown in the deal because the Pirates wanted to throw him in, or the other team wanted him back. Like the Pirates are saying, hey, if you want Mitch Keller, you need to do us a favor and take the Ke'Bryan Hayes contract. Is that the way he presented it?
No, not so much like that. Like it could still be a team that actually wants both players. Like they want relief help, let's say, and they want Santana or Bednar, and then they say, well, we have a pretty good offense, but if we could get a third baseman that we absolutely trust defensively and could toss in at number 9 in the batting order.
Yeah, I just don't. If we're talking about a guy that on a good team projects as a 9 hitter, their worst hitter, why would anybody give up something of value for that? For just third base defense? I don't get it.
That's where I think the Pirates could only get some value if they threw in another player.
Yeah. Well, the value to me is getting rid of the contract. All right. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Hey, if you missed it, you want something to watch over the weekend, Donnie's sit-down interview with Pat Fryermuth is up on our YouTube page. Breaking Bread, brought to you by Saloni's. It's there. It's free. It's fun. 93.7 The Fan on YouTube. Mark Cabali's big on YouTube. He's back from Hershey Park. He's going to sit down and talk T.J. Watt and some other Steelers stuff next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, the chance for isolated thunderstorms and temperatures near 90 degrees. Partly cloudy and patchy fog overnight with temperatures near 70. Tomorrow, another hot and humid day with mostly sunny skies and an isolated storm possible. Low 90s, and the chance of storms continue Saturday night with lows in the low 70s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Granger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
We're heading into the final weekend before the MLB All-Star break with the Cy Young candidate on the mound. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Tigers pitcher Tarek Skubal will face off against the Mariners today. Skubal's been electric in his last 2 starts with 0 earned runs and only 4 hits allowed while recording 23 strikeouts. Offensively, Detroit is the 3rd best run-scoring team across the first 5 innings, so consider backing them to cover that first 5 run line. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $3,099 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant people in the military have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower August 16th at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you are pregnant and you or your partner are an active reserve or veteran status service member, please call 412-506-8614. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
The Black Friday and July event from Dell Technologies is here with great offers on trusted technology. You'll also discover huge deals on new AI-ready laptops like the Dell 14 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors starting at $699.99. Save on top accessories, plus enjoy fast, free shipping and other benefits. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
You're going to see slowdowns on the inbound side of the Parkway West from about the bottom of Green Tree Hill back up towards Green Tree. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens on the mound tonight as the Pirates look to end a 6-game losing streak against the Twins. 7:40 first pitch. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. More Friday edition of the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. 80-degree temperatures in Minnesota tonight for Paul Skeens on the bump. That is your fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Mark Cabali can't figure out which headphones work. The Pat McAfee Steeler Insider. A man who's fallen asleep during Mike Tomlin Q&As. Fake news. A man that once ran around with a Rudy sub in his back pocket. Is that real news or fake news?
That's absolutely legit news.
So there was just a hoagie in your shorts? What happened there?
Well, the great Phil Maines came up and brought Rudy subs for everybody. So
where was this, at training camp?
Training camp, and it was probably 2 years ago that they weren't doing the morning practices yet.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the weather happened, and he pushed ahead, get in front of a Doppler. Is that what Tomlin said? Get in front of the Doppler? Is that what he said? But so Phil came up early, and he had a bag full of subs. He goes, here's Rudy's sub. It's 10 o'clock. Practice is just starting. I'm like, I'm not going to waste this, but I'm not going to eat it on the sidelines like he got the cargo shorts on, right in the pocket. And that was it.
So on a hot day, a cold hoagie was just chilling out in your shorts.
I went back to the room and threw it in the microwave, which apparently not a lot of people eat microwave sandwiches. Do you put sandwiches in the microwave?
No. Amanda will, if we're doing like an Italian sub, she will open it up and put it in the oven for a little bit to heat it up, like a Quizno style sub.
If you're just getting ham and cheese and a bun, you don't just throw it in to warm it up?
No.
Interesting.
I like cold hoagies more than I like hot ones, though.
I'm not even talking about a hoagie, just a sandwich.
No, I don't put sandwiches in the microwave. Mark, do you, Donnie?
I don't.
Maybe I just grew up on the microwave in the sandwich. I mean, the sandwich in the microwave. So I went back, threw it in the microwave. I had to remove some of the lettuce. It was getting a little wilted. So tossed the lettuce, heated it up, and had a good meal.
And this turned you into an icon because people were so amused by the fact that a sub was in your shorts for so long?
I'm not even quite sure how that happened, that anybody found out, because I don't know, but you should try it out. Hey, there's pockets there for a reason.
I think cargo shorts are starting to make a comeback. I don't know why they ever left.
Yeah. You know what? Way back in the day, was it 15, 20 years ago, with the old jorts, the cut-off jean shorts.
Yeah.
they took those away from you and made fun of you for wearing those. I will not let them do that to cargo shorts.
Speaking of making fun of, you got on Austin Bechtold's case for watching Big Brother, and you admitted a couple of weeks ago that you tried out for the real world. How do you reconcile
this is a little
that?
bit different. I'm not live tweeting Big Brother and say, boy, I can't believe Julie's on. This is going to be crazy. I mean, what are we doing here? And I'm like, Harry Callis hadn't even done something this bad, and Terry's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So you were judging him for watching a reality show.
I mean, you can watch it, but I'm not.
Commentary.
I am not live tweet. I am not live tweeting Big Brother.
But you live tweet wrestling. How is that
that's
different?
A sport and entertainment. This is just Big Brother. He should be embarrassed to say he needs to go down in his mama's basement and watch this.
Donnie,
and don't tell anybody that he watches it.
You've made the comparison before that wrestling is your version of reality TV. So how is that?
Well, no, I said it's like a comfort thing, like a comfort show. But I do think those shows have more in common than people want to admit.
Including Mark here, who's judging Austin, but is fine just tweeting out yeet and having 100,000 people think that it's Steelers TJ Watt related or something.
Maybe it was.
Was it?
If I had the eyeball emoji, I'd say that right now.
So was it or was it not?
It's maybe a little bit.
Okay. You're paid to give Steelers opinions by Pat. What is going on here?
But the problem is you get information that you just don't feel comfortable enough with going with it and attaching your name to it, so you just keep an eye on it.
Yes, but you're comfortable enough putting out these.
That's just trolling.
Yeah. Okay. So you are trolling about Watt right now because you know something and you don't want to share it.
I can't because I'm not 100% sure of the dynamics surrounding it. I've been trying to, but
how did this information make you feel about things?
I was kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised. But now I look at it, it's probably makes sense.
So what could
I am speaking in circles here.
So Donnie, what could surprise Mark about the TJ Watt thing? He gets TJ Watt information. He says this is surprising, and then he puts yeet out there.
I feel like if it surprises him,
it's got to be not contract extension related.
Oh, it's contract.
Well, I'm saying
I would think it's like bad news if you want him. Though.
What's that?
I would think it's bad news if you want the contract extension, though.
Surprising for you because you think it's a done deal. So you must have gotten information that made you feel like it's not a done deal anymore.
I was hell-bent, absolutely certain that he was going to not hold out of training camp. After a piece of information has been passed along, maybe I'm wavering on it a little bit now.
Okay. That's as far as you're going to go with this?
That's as far as I can go because I'm not going to – because I can't nail it down 100% yet. So that's why I hate to come on here because everybody's now listening to this saying, oh, I can't believe this. He's not saying anything. But
you opened up the can of worms by tweeting yeet, Mark.
Yes,
you brought this on yourself.
But yeet could also have meant – well, I would just like to see people lose their mind too. So that's part of it.
Yeah, but now you can understand.
My last yeet worked, right? My last yeet was Roger signed like an hour later, right?
So was that yeet about Roger? I can't believe we're having this conversation. That was about something wrestling related you're watching. Can you understand how people get confused that you tweet it when you're watching wrestling, but you also tweet it when you're on the brink of getting big Steelers news?
I don't even know how the yeet developed into that.
You should know because you started it.
Honestly,
this is your baby. This is your
I was always would tweet something like yeet with Jey Uso, right, Donnie? Then everybody's like, okay, what's happening? Who's signing? I'm like, what are we talking about here? I never knew yeet had a different dual
connotation,
meaning, right?
But now you've brought a new connotation to it, and you've just admitted in this conversation that it does have double meaning.
I'm keeping you on your toes. Maybe next time it will be because Jey Uso just came up on my screen.
It did fool Pony pretty easily one day, I remember, because they had one of those international Raws, so it was on at like 2 p.m.
And he put it out there.
You
I'm like,
tweeted it. Pony's
Mark's
like,
got
something big is happening.
I said, text Mark
and I
right
just said,
now
Pony,
and get to the bottom of this.
Raw is on right now.
Yeah.
And I guarantee it's about Jey Uso or something wrestling
But
related.
I should have like a Twitter alert that gets sent to my phone whenever you tweet yeet, because sometimes it is big Steelers news happening.
Well, got to keep you on your toes. Keep you thinking.
Fittipaldo was on with me. Had a lot of things to say, including his Hershey Park experience. He said he paid $50 a ticket, and then his kids went on 3 rides because they had to wait 2 hours in line.
Well, first of all, my wife purchased the tickets, so I'm still unaware of how much they cost.
Well, now you know they're at least $50 a pop.
Well, at least. I was in charge of the hotel, so I got a decent hotel. Nice pool, so the kids like the pool. I just quickly realized, if I didn't know already, is my amusement park days are over. It's just nothing interests me there. I mean, the $23 drinks that, all you can drink, to the $19, no, it was a $24 hamburger and fries. Not to mention, I'm not getting on any rides. I'm not going in any disgusting pools. So it's nice to watch the kids interact and play and with their cousins. But for me personally, I think I have rode my last ride. I'm trying to think what would. No,
the jersey's going up in the rafters, Donnie.
No,
sorry, Thunderbolt. Caballi's ass is never.
No, I did ride
again.
Not this year, but like a year or so ago, they did have the monorail. So I'm. Does that consider be a ride? The monorail.
It brings you from your hotel to the amusement park?
No, it just goes around the park. This monorail.
No, that's not a ride.
Okay,
that's transportation.
I did ride the Reese Cupalicious one though.
What's that?
I don't know. You just go into it's like you're shooting little Reese's Pieces or something in a game, but it's.
Was the wait 2 hours like it was?
Oh, it was a good hour, and I was not happy. You know what I wasn't happy about here is the Fast Pass. What do they call it there? They call it the whatever.
Well, Fittipaldo said the Fast Pass was so expensive it wasn't even worth it. They looked into it, but it wasn't even something they strongly
So I'm waiting
considered.
in line for this thing. It's like the first ride. Okay, I'll go on it. It's not a ride. It's just like an attraction, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You go in a circle or whatever. Then you're waiting half hour, 35 minutes. Oh, no, here comes an entire family reunion. 55 people, Fast Pass, right in front of you.
Yep.
I was like, oh, my. There's a couple words that I shouldn't have said came out of my mind. It was like 100-year-old dudes and stuff pulling up to their thing in their carts, jumping out, 50 of them, all in the same shirts. I was not happy about that.
I have a family reunion I'm actually going to once the show is over. Do they still do Caballi family reunions?
No.
I
don't think I've ever had a family reunion that formal.
Yeah, this is being like a Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, but a Facebook letter went out to everybody in the family to show up for this thing.
If you know Facebook, how do you know when you're going to have your...
Because I was contacted through text or phone calls to do it. So.
It's just like your high school class reunion, which I don't think I've had one in 15 years, and I didn't show up then.
Donnie, did you go back to yours? 10 years?
Yeah, and it was a light crowd, so I don't know if we will ever see one of those again.
You don't think 15 is in the cards?
Maybe 25. I don't know. That's normally a bigger deal, but I don't think 15
when was
or
10?
20.
When was this?
Last summer.
Oh, a little swelt Donnie showing up, big radio star.
Oh, yeah.
Of course
he was definitely the biggest celebrity there.
Of course he was doing the old Vinnie Mac walk into there.
All right, so back to Fittipaldo. So I asked him this question, Mark, and I'll let you hear his answer and then give yours. I said to him, what is more likely? The Steelers cave and give Watt more than Myles Garrett, more guaranteed money, more years guaranteed, more total money. They give in and say, you're better than Garrett, you're our guy, you're a one-helmet guy, here it is. Or Watt breaks down and takes less than Garrett.
Oh, I don't think he's going to take
less.
Well,
here's what Ray said.
I think the Steelers giving in. If you remember the last time, I want to say TJ was unhappy with the way that ended, but, TJ took the deal that was on the table, and I think that's part of the reason why there's a little bit more of a hardline stance this time. I think he wants to be recognized as the best defensive player in football, and I think you're right about one thing, Cody. I do think it's about the guaranteed money, and I think there's a way for the Steelers to get there. Garrett's full guarantees, I think, are what, 89, 90 million, somewhere in that range. For TJ's 30, you could structure that deal, basically guarantee him 2.5 years and hope that he's still a really good player at 32, 33. And then you could structure the back years of that contract and with void years or however they want to structure that, there's a way for them to do this. So it might not be that $40 million a year number. It might be that 90, 91 million that they have to get to with the full guarantees.
Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always been about the guarantees and always will be about the guaranteed money with Watt. So,
but the dramatic illustration last year or last time of Watt being like, you know what, I'm sick of this. I'll take what you're offering. Hey, agent, pipe down. I'm going to go in there and sign this because I'm sick of this baloney. Yeah. Ray doesn't see that happening this time. He thinks the Steelers would have to give in to him.
I think there will be a happy medium. I don't think either one will have to give – both the sides will have to give a little bit for them to get this thing because TJ probably wants too many years guaranteed, and they don't want to guarantee him that much amount of money, so they'll probably come to that happy medium. The question is when and if there's any feelings hurt leading up to that point. Does he show up to training camp? Does it get ugly? I mean, do they shop him? Or anybody interested? Can he get any returns? So a lot of things can happen over that span that could turn this ugly. But I think
wait a minute, you just brought up shopping him, which is something I thought was a non-starter because they're trying to do everything in their power to win this year.
Yeah. I mean, if you're shopping him just to see what the return might be, okay, you're probably not going to get as much as you think you're going to get, right? I mean, if you can get a second rounder, you'll probably be lucky, I think. I mean, it might be a George Pickens third rounder. He is 31.
But the Steelers gave up a second. The Steelers gave up a second and paid Metcalf. You don't think a team would give up a second? It's
probably where it would be, and I don't know if they would do that or not. I don't know if the Steelers view that worth going down that route.
Wait a minute. I'm shocked you're saying I don't know if they would. I thought for sure you would say they definitely wouldn't take back only a second-round pick because they're trying to win this year.
Should I say yeet?
Donnie, are you hearing him right now? I mean, he's sitting here saying that they'd actually ponder a second-round pick when they've got so many eggs in this year's basket. Look at this guy.
I'm not saying that. I'm just
You're not shooting it down. Are you noticing
just saying
that
they are obviously inquiring to see what that might be. If it gets to the point where it's a point of no return, maybe that second-round pick all of a sudden becomes very
Well, you just said something else interesting. Handsome. They're inquiring about what the price for him might be in a trade?
I'm sure that's due diligence there at this point, right?
No, because if you think you're going to sign him, why are you trying to figure out what his worth is?
Well, just in case you don't want to be cut, with your hand in the old sitting on your hands. I was going to say something else.
Donnie, he knows stuff, and he doesn't know.
I can't do it.
Exactly. He knows stuff.
Go to break, and I'll tell you.
He trusts it a decent amount, but he doesn't trust it completely where he's giving out all the information on the air.
He's waiting for that second or third source.
No, I just don't really.
Mark, you sound.
I'm not just going to throw stuff out there unless I'm 100% sure. That's the problem.
But people have heard you on this station on this topic for months. You sound very different today than you have for the last few weeks. You cannot deny that. Something has changed here in the way you're talking about this.
Maybe we have to look at it a different way too. I think Ray was on the right path. I think the guaranteed money, and what did he say? Who's he view himself against, right? Myles Garrett, right? He's 13, 14 months younger than him, a little bit better stats. I mean, what did he get? He got 4 years guaranteed?
Garrett?
I think he got 4 years guaranteed. And there's a couple other almost guaranteed years if he's on the roster by March 5th or something like that.
According to Spot Track, Garrett's guarantee all in is more than $120 million, is what it says.
Yeah, and he was guaranteed
4 years, It says here, 4 years, $160 million is the contract, but total guarantee is $123 million.
And if you're TJ Watt, and you already view yourself as that's your equal or not, you're better than him, why wouldn't you be demanding 4 years guarantee when you got 3 last time? I mean, they gave him 2 years of fully guaranteed, but they made that original year guaranteed as well.
Right. So as you're saying, it was really 3 years guaranteed.
Yeah, because they gave him all the bonus money's up front.
Well, why shouldn't they do it this time? Because he's older than he was last time. Would be the Steelers.
But by what? 14 months over Myles Garrett? 15 months?
No. I'm saying the last time they gave him 3 years guaranteed, he was younger.
I'm saying if you're looking at what's he viewing him against? He says Myles Garrett is, if not my equal, I'm better than him.
Yeah.
So I should at least get what he's getting, and he's getting 4 years guaranteed.
I agree
with
that.
2 possible guarantees on the back end of that, depending if I'm on the roster on March 5th. What are we doing
Garrett
here?
really has 3 years guaranteed, because if it's worth 160 and he's making $40 million a year, and it's 123 guaranteed, that's 3 years guaranteed. 40, 80, 120.
I think the salary's guaranteed, isn't it? And then that bonus is prorated over certain amount of years.
Now you're really getting in the weeds here. Maybe. Texas on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. I did not expect this version of Kabali today. This is wild. Where they say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More with Mark all this hour on The Fan. We'll be right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Twins tonight in Minnesota. 8:10 first pitch. Paul Skeens gets the ball for Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie for Bet Parks and the Bet Parks app, the only casino and sportsbook app I use, the only one I recommend. Go with your favorite sports. You got baseball every single day and night. Pittsburgh has lost 6 straight games. They're on the road again tonight, but the big fella is on the mound. Maybe that could sway you to go with the hometown team. Big tennis tournament going on that ends this weekend, down to the final round in both sides there. Not into that stuff. There's racing, MMA, golf, and more. Do a single bet, put a parlay together. The possibilities are endless with the Bet Parks app. And don't forget about the casino games: blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, games designed after some of your favorite TV shows. New user, get $1,000 back in casino bonus credit if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. You love to play. You play to win. You bet with Bet Parks. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. So Cooper Flagg had his summer league debut. And surprise, surprise, he wasn't very good. And already the he's a bust silliness has ramped up. Let me remind you, summer league has almost no historical bearing on being good in the NBA. Victor Wembanyama was awful at his summer league debut. I was there. Cooper Flagg is going to be a star, and everything else is just noise. I'm Bill Ryder.
Mainly clear and humid tonight, the low 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Outbound traffic on the Parkway West, slow from the county jail all the way back towards the top of Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Save big during Coit's sizzling July sale. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service. And save 40% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Save big and get your drapes and home Coit clean this summer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
TJ Watt, TJ's a great player, great stealer. Insane to pay him anything right now. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think so.
He's 31 years old. But again, if you're going all in this year, then you're going to have to re-sign him. But again, you're making moves right now that you're trying to do something for this year that, to me, based on anything you've seen in the last several years, it just doesn't make sense. And that's what's frustrating for me. If you have a plan and you're working it, fine. I think the fans can understand that. But if you're just like, all right, we're going to pick this guy, we're going to trade this guy, if you don't have a quarterback, none of that matters.
Mark, that's Patrick Rooney Jr. Are you familiar with his work?
Absolutely not. Is he the? How old is he?
He's in his 60s.
So he's
Art's cousin.
He was the.
He's the Chiefs' grandson.
Didn't he do something in Florida? Wasn't he?
He is.
Politics?
He was in politics there.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything to do at all with the organization whatsoever. And same with Dan's brother. Was that Jim? Was it Jim
Yeah,
that was
Jim.
talking about?
Jim was talking about the. They just got to outperform the mean, and they've done better than these teams, and they've been in the upper quarter of teams.
I don't know how much they even talked, but he was all over the place there.
Because people were wondering if your new WAP perspective was because you heard this Rooney guy say it was insane to pay him.
That's the first time I heard that.
No. Yeah. He went on a sports betting podcast in Florida.
Remember, I was on Choco World or something for a couple days, so I was mostly off the grid. Chocolate Factory.
What would have happened if the Steelers made a big trade when you were at Hershey Park? Would you have had to tell the family, like, hey, sorry, I need to go to Twitter and write an article about this? I need to do an emergency podcast with Chris Mack right now?
No. I did have to bring my computer because I had to finish some of my wrestling stuff while I was there. But that was like 8, 9 o'clock at night. No, I not at that point probably. I mean, my previous employments, the quicker you get it up, the better off it is. It's not quite like that this way. So I probably would have had to do something, but it didn't have to be immediate.
Here's just because this guy is not affiliated with the organization, but he's a Rooney who has hot takes. Here is another one from him about how the Steelers' plan right now sucks.
There's been this narrative around the Steelers, like we're going to go all in this year. Like that, that's why you're getting Aaron Rodgers. You're making some of these other moves that they're making. We're going all in this year, quote unquote. I'm like, what does that mean? Do you think even if you had Aaron Rodgers from 10 years ago, I'll give that a little bit, that you're going to be able to compete with Joe Burrow and you're going to be able to compete with Lamar Jackson? The whole key to the NFL is winning your division. That at least gives you a modicum of chance to get to the Super Bowl because you're playing one less game and you're playing at home at least one game. That's how you get to the Super Bowl. That's how New England did it for all those years because the rest of that division was terrible. They won divisions for 15 straight years, and that's how they got to the Super Bowl. So the thinking is, all right, we're going to go in all in for this year. What in God's name does it make you think that you're going to be able to compete with Baltimore and Cincinnati? Cincinnati's defense is terrible, I'll give you that. But their offense is light years ahead of us. And Baltimore is just a better team. And I think they finally realized it by kicking the crap out of us in the playoff game last year. They are going to steamroll us this year, unless something happens injury-wise with somebody. If you're gambling on Lamar and Joe Burrow getting injured, all right, then you can go all in this year. But that doesn't make any sense to me.
Any kernels of truth in there, in your opinion?
Wow. I don't think he's going to get invited to any family reunion anytime soon. I don't think so either. Wow. I mean, he's a very angry man.
He's saying
right there.
We and us as if he's still a part of the Steelers, but he's just slamming everything that they're doing.
Yeah, I totally don't agree that they're, just worried about this year and all in. I think that's proven otherwise. I think they're doing a nice happy medium of trying to win now and then building for the future as well. I think that's quite obvious if you just look at the roster.
Yeah, they haven't sacrificed draft picks or future assets to do this.
So I think that's not the case. I'm not quite sure if I agree with how great the Cincinnati Bengals are either. I mean, their offensive line is not the best. They're pretty bad.
Yep. But I'd rather have a team that starts with Joe Burrow than a team that starts with
and Burrow's been hurt
Aaron Rodgers.
At least twice, right, in his career.
Yep. His rookie year, he got hurt against the Steelers, and then you think people forget is 2 years ago he got hurt, and they went 9-8. They were actually a good team with Browning, even though they got beat by the Steelers.
What publication was this on? Was this a podcast?
It was a sports betting podcast based in Florida.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope you got some cash.
And they posted it to their Twitter because they knew it would be big numbers, and then an hour later they took the video down.
Ooh.
So somebody got a call.
Well,
from
obviously
inside the
Pat
Steelers.
Rooney got the call.
Yep.
From who? I would imagine it was his cousin. Cousin?
Maybe Bert makes that call. Maybe their media relations guy. No?
I
you think this would go higher than that?
I think Art would get on the phone and say, "What
are you doing here?
What are you doing, man? Just stop." But that's interesting that he was all in on it. But like I said, I don't think everything he said was true. Of course, you need a quarterback, but I think you're trying to. Not everybody has a quarterback. You have to find that your path to that quarterback, and until then, you hope you can still try to win. So
Florio was on with me this week, as he is every week, and I asked him, is the sentiment out there that one of the things, this has been said by other Steelers insiders, I don't know if you've said this, but others have, Mark, that one of the things that is causing to be an issue in the negotiation is that the Steelers are concerned about how Watt finished last year, that his numbers were so bad at the end of the year, that's something that's, been a hang-up for them. And Florio said, at least around the league, people that he talks to say yes, that is something that is weighing on the Steelers. Do we want to give all this guaranteed money to a guy in his 30s who, okay, maybe he was hurt, but when we needed him most, he was not productive. In the year before when we needed him most, he was injured.
Yeah, I think
stock in that.
I think there's probably some truth to that, because you think about it, they never gave guaranteed money away past a year to many people. They broke that rule last year, or what was that, 3 years ago, with Watt, and went to the 2 years. Now, if you're thinking this guy might not last the full 3 or 4 years, and this guy's saying, "Hey, I want 3 or 4 guaranteed years," so I can see where the disconnect is right there. But like Ray even said, there's ways to get around that. You can have roster being on the roster by certain days to trigger different type of monies as well. So
Isn't that the whole point of having Khan
yourself
as your GM, that he's good with that stuff?
I don't even know if he does much of that anymore.
Oh, he's passed that off to somebody else?
Well, it's a part of it. I don't know how much of that goes into, but I know Cole Marcoux is the next Omar.
Oh, they have Omar in waiting.
Well, yeah, he's been doing that for a while now. I don't know how it breaks down. Maybe Omar does do the bigger things. I'm not quite sure how that breaks down, but he's a pretty smart guy too. And I believe he was a tight end at Danny Rooney's school.
Dartmouth.
Dartmouth, yeah.
Colin wants to know on Twitter, not Dunlap, Donnie, if your grandmother, when she was walking around the house with this big jug of wine, if she was one of these grandmothers who would let you have a sip or your own glass when you were well below the legal drinking age. Was she offering you wine when you were 10 years old as part of dinner?
No, I didn't get any of that treatment. But I mean, I lived with her when I was already either on the doorstep of 21 or after 21.
Gotcha.
So at that point, it didn't really matter.
You just snuck it.
She's the one that lived 100 yards from the AMS club.
Yeah. Where I watched that Steelers-Packers game in 2013 in the snow at Lambeau when they beat Matt Flynn. Do you remember that game, Mark?
I remember the snow, but I don't remember the game. Was that the Le'Veon Bell game?
He had a big game, but that you're thinking of the Buffalo one.
Game.
No, I'm thinking. I mean, I thought that was his first true, legit.
Okay,
then this guy could be pretty good game, if I recall that.
Ben had a rushing touchdown. It looked like he pulled his hammy when he got into the end zone.
Did the great A.J. Hawk have an interception that day?
He did. Yes, he did.
Yep. It's coming back, Donnie.
He did.
I haven't lost it totally.
Bell, 26-124.
Yeah, that was the first time it's okay, this guy's looking like a play. He's leaping over people.
Eddie Lacy, 84 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, because they were drafted very close to another, and everybody was thinking the Steelers picked the wrong guy.
Malsey said that Naji Harris would be the next Eddie Lacy.
I wouldn't quite go there.
At the time that Naji was drafted.
Malsey doesn't like anybody.
He loves Alan Faneca. He said Alan Faneca is his favorite Steeler of all time. Which gets us to Donnie's list that we're going to talk about next. Have you seen this yet?
I don't believe Malsey should be allowed to have an offensive lineman as his favorite player. Right, Donnie?
I mean, he's a believer in Broderick Jones. He does stump for the lineman. He doesn't look like an offensive line guy. You know what I mean? Usually offensive line guys look more like you and Donnie and Nick Faribaugh. Not like Malsey, who's who's eating Tuscan soup and
he looks like a field goal kicker, Malsey.
How many transfusions do you think he's had this week? Big golf trip.
Yeah, probably a lot.
Over under 5.5?
People on the YouTube page think he looks like a cartoon character named Kalu. Have you ever seen this kid before?
Caillou is how you say the name.
Caillou.
Have you ever seen this guy?
I thought he looked like the Great Gazoo.
See,
I know Caillou.
I wish I could pick this up and show it to you, Mark. I do see it.
What about the Great Gazoo? Gazoo is
he gets that a lot too.
Yeah, from the Flintstones and what else? Jeffersons.
Somebody called him Peckerhead on Twitter the other day.
Said I meant
not from the Flintstones. I know. Sorry, I got you off your game with that comment.
Man.
Yeah. Hey, the Fan is partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS backpack drive. This is important, so if you can help out, please do. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you. For details, go to 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. You can follow us on Twitter at 937thefan, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them, South Hills Kia. Donnie, we need to do a debrief today, so how about you come back with that, and it'll be your list of top 25 Steelers in the last 25 years and see if Mark agrees with it. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Former Steelers running back Naji Harris involved in a fireworks incident on the 4th of July. A, quote, superficial eye injury, but he is expected to be ready for the season. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. The Last Encores. July 20th at Heinz Hall. Reserved seats on sale now at HeinzHall.org or Heinz Hall box office.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Donnie Football Debrief Time brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Mark Caballi from the Pat McAfee Show in studio. He has TJ Watt news that he doesn't feel comfortable sharing, so he's been very cryptic about it for the last hour. He did admit that a yeet on Twitter was TJ Watt related. Adam Crowley in 15 minutes. Adam had a homework assignment. Top 25 Pitt, West Virginia, and Penn State football players of the last 25 years. He will reveal those rankings with us in about 20 minutes. Donnie on Wednesday, did the top 25 Steelers of the past 25 years. This was the authoritative list because my list left out Heath Miller and Ike Taylor by accident. So we've pretended like it never happened.
Yeah, it's, I think you had AB a little bit too low, too.
Okay, well, let's get to Donnie's list here in the debrief here, Donnie, and let's get Mark's feedback as a Steelers beat man and observer and opinion maker.
I think I've covered all these 25 years.
Perfect guy to have to bounce this off of.
The debrief, July 11, 2025. All right, Mark, we'll go 25 down to 1. I have a feeling Mark will be on my side with my top 5, but we'll get to that later on in the list. So 25, I'm just going to rattle through the names here. We can divulge into this afterwards. I put Jason Gilden at 25, Chris Boswell at 24, 23 Lamar Woodley, 22 Santonio Holmes, 21 Willie Parker, 20 Aaron Smith, 19 Ike Taylor, 18 Lawrence Timmons, 17 Casey Hampton, 16 Jerome Bettis, 15 Minka Fitzpatrick, 14 David DeCastro, 13 Joey Porter, 12 James Ferrier, 11 Heath Miller, 10 Le'Veon Bell, 9 Marquise Pouncey, 8 Cam Hayward, 7 James Harrison, 6 TJ Watt, 5 Hines Ward, 4 Alan Faneca, 3 Antonio Brown, 2 Troy Polamalu, and number 1 Ben Roethlisberger.
Your immediate takeaway, Mark, the thing that sticks out to you the most is?
It was a pretty good list. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and complain about any of them. Maybe move a couple around here and there. Who was your number 3, Donnie?
AB.
4 then.
Faneca.
Probably should have wrote these down. It would have been more interesting radio. There was one of them that was kind of strange to me.
Well, you made several faces, but I never know with your faces if that's your natural face or if you're grimacing over something.
Who was 11? Who did you have?
Heath.
Oh, forget it. I should have wrote it down.
So I'll just talk through some of the things I quibbled with from his list. But again, I say this is someone that didn't have Heath and Ike. So what do I know? He put Lev 10. I don't think he should have been ahead of James Ferrier for 1. Like, that's one that I would absolutely flip. I think Ferrier's contributions to the Steelers exceeded Bell. Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah, Le'Veon, what do you have, 4 years? 4 years of actually playing?
Yeah. Very elite years, though. I mean, I would argue he was one of, if not the best running back in football. That's what kind of...
Yeah, but the first year wasn't
13,
great.
14, 15, 16, 17. 5, but I would say like 4 of those were really good and 3 were elite.
Yeah.
Right? And I think Ferrier's like the spiritual leader of their defense for those years, Mark. So that's why I would put him ahead of Bell.
During their
heyday
of, 04, even 02, 03, 04, 05. Yeah, I think he's up there. I mean...
Would you put Brown ahead of Ward?
Yeah, absolutely. I might put Antonio Brown, too, to be honest with you.
Ahead of Troy?
I might.
What are you doing here?
I mean, that's 6 years of just absolute greatness. I know Troy's Troy, and he's meant so much to this team, but those are... If I can go 2A and 2B, I would probably go 2A Troy and 2B Antonio.
How about Watt 6th? Below Ben, Troy, AB, Faneca, and Hines. You okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that there's 3 or 4 more years left in there, but as we sit right now, he is the all-time leading sack leader in franchise history.
Yeah.
But who are you going to remove to put him up any higher is the question.
I thought Donnie put him in the exact perfect spot. I would have had Hayward higher than 8th, me personally. I would have had him ahead of Harrison, for example.
Well, why don't you tell Mark where you had Hayward?
I had him 3rd, I think. Yeah. I think Hayward's the most underrated Steeler of all time. He's played longer than anybody on defense.
Yeah.
He's been a great defensive lineman for 10-plus years.
Yes. Great leader. And what does he have? 60 or 70 sacks from that position as well?
Yep.
And that's normally not a position that's going to get you a lot of... I mean, just look at the history. You don't see too many 36, 37-year-old defensive linemen, let alone playing at the high level like this as well. maybe that helped him out that he missed the first 2.5 years or didn't play the first 2.5 years. But
Donnie had Aaron Smith 20. I thought that was too low.
yeah, that's something where the injuries will probably just go crazy over that one, Donnie.
I got a lot of flack for that. I got even more for Brett Kiesel. And listen,
being completely left off.
I loved Brett Kiesel.
For Boswell.
He was part of the bubble crew. Kiesel, Hardings. I even thought of Marvell Smith for a little bit too. I just feel like I didn't want to put him over any of the names on this list. And I also kind of wondered, and I hate to say this, like if he wasn't such a jolly good guy, had the epic beard, how many people would think, oh, man, you screwed Brett Kiesel? I had people telling me Brett Kiesel should be like top 15.
Well, but I think didn't the jolliness help Bettis on your list? Because after 2000 and 2001, he was primarily a backup
and I had plenty of people telling me that I disrespected him.
Well, they must have misunderstood the assignment because his best
years
years
were
were
a lot
in
of
the
people
90s.
do that because I had somebody quote tweet me today and say, "Where is Rod Woodson?" I said he last played for the Steelers in 1996.
You know, one that you had that I might question might be Santonio Holmes. I mean, you take away the MVP.
Yes, but you can't do that.
But he probably, if it was today, he wouldn't have got that. I mean, Roethlisberger would have gotten that MVP in that Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I do think they push it to quarterbacks now more than ever before.
Yeah, I think if this was played now, I think Roethlisberger does get that MVP.
I don't know, man. I mean, Peyton Manning won the MVP of the Super Bowl just a couple years before that and did nothing in the game.
What did Santonio do? He only played like 3 years, didn't he?
No, I'm talking about Holmes. I'm talking about Santonio's legitimacy for the MVP award in that game. I'm fine with him winning MVP of the Super Bowl.
No, I'm not saying that he should not have won it. I think
Mark is saying that.
No, I think what he's arguing is that they push it in favor of the quarterback now so much that Ben would have won it if it was played today.
If Ben wins it and Santonio doesn't, Santonio's not on your list.
I agree with that.
Probably.
I get what you're saying now, Mark.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, think like the Chiefs' first Super Bowl, I think. Who was the running back? Was it like Darren Williams? Was that the guy's name?
Oh, yeah, Damian Williams.
He should have won it.
He had a better
Absolutely.
game than Mahomes.
They gave it to Mahomes. How about Brady's very first one? Besides that last drive, he shouldn't have won it. Ty Law probably should have won it.
Boswell, 24.
Brady had like 145 yards in that game.
No, I know, but the problem with that game is there's no obvious candidates for it besides him.
That's one I have a beef with. That's the one.
What?
Pouncey at 9. What are we doing?
So who should be
I
below?
don't know. Just he's a top 5 player in my
James
mind.
Harrison should go below Pouncey?
I would really think about it.
I was pretty happy with where I put Pouncey.
I think I put him in almost the exact identical
Who's
spot
your
as
6, 7? Who's your 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Ward was 5, Watt was 6, Harrison 7, Hayward 8.
Oh, Pounce, man. You got to get him up in there a little bit higher.
I love Pouncey. He might be my favorite Steeler ever, but...
Yeah. Mark, here's one I'll get you going on. Donnie put Minka ahead of Ike Taylor. Now, I left Ike off my list altogether, so I screwed up. Was Minka better than Ike?
No. I think Ike Taylor is probably second best cornerback in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers. 2.5. I guess you could throw Woodson in there.
I guess.
Throw Woodson in there. Woodson, first of all,
Blunt, move them aside.
I'll tell you right, number one, let me retract that. Woodson was probably the most underappreciated Steeler of all time.
Well, he didn't play here for long enough. That's the issue.
That's number one. And Ike, I think if you're looking at Mel Blunt, 1, runaway 1, and you have to go with Woodson at 2, I mean, over the last 25 years, if we're going 25 years, when did Woodson last play here?
96.
Last 25 years, I mean, easily. There's nobody even close to what Ike Taylor was able to produce. Obviously, we know what the problem was there with him and not being able to catch the ball.
Except in Super Bowl 40, which
but the guy is very underrated, I do believe.
I think I even underrated him on this. Like, I could have probably moved him up a few
spots. You have Lawrence
spots.
Timmons ahead of him.
Would
you flip that?
I mean, maybe.
Mark would.
I thought Timmons was pretty damn solid here.
Mark, how would you rank these two offensive linemen, Joe Thomas and Andrew Whitworth?
I heard about this, Mark.
Oh, Andrew Whitworth easily. I mean, Joe Thomas.
You're out of your mind.
Andrew Whitworth easily. Easily.
You are out of your mind.
Easily.
I would take Joe Thomas if he had one arm over Andrew Whitworth.
Andrew Whitworth.
Yes.
You're thinking old L.A. Rams Andrew Whitworth. He had a decade worth of.
I'm thinking of the same guy who I would classify as like a pretty good player.
Wow.
I'm thinking about the guy that got beat by Jarvis Jones at a Steelers-Bengals game.
And then I'm also thinking about the guy who's on the Mount Rushmore of offensive tackles.
Andrew Whitworth. He shouldn't have been trolling me on Twitter then.
Remember, I did the Whitworth challenge.
Yeah, I told Mark that. He had forgotten about that one.
What's the Joe Thomas challenge? Being a dork on social media?
Mark, thanks for coming in, man. We'll do it again next week. You think Mulsey will be here?
Depends. Starkey still off?
Starkey, I think, is off for another week next week.
Sour limits. What did you do while I was off? Wow, watch Big Brother. What's that?
I mean, can we talk? I was watching the 1985 MLB All-Star Game, and Donnie was watching Steelers-Dolphins from '96 when Sarah caught him doing it the other night.
Caught him doing what?
Watching Steelers-Dolphins.
She walked in the other morning.
Whoa,
I'm just
caught
sitting there.
him and walked in?
What? That's what I'm saying. It was almost like she caught me watching something else because of how secondhand embarrassment she probably felt. Like, oh, you're watching a Steeler game from 30 years ago.
What was the '85 All-Star Game? Minnesota?
Minnesota, yeah. Good job, Mark. Do you know the lone pirate was in that game?
Rick Rhoden.
Tony Pena.
87, I think, was in Anaheim. No, I was 89 in Anaheim. 87 was in Houston. I know this.
Where was 90?
Don't know.
Wrigley.
How about 94 in Pittsburgh? Do you remember who sang the national anthem?
You know, yeah. What's their name? Whatever. What I noticed about that game is
Mark.
Meatloaf.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I thought it was what's her name, Christina Aguilera or whatever. But what I noticed about that home run derby, that place was half empty.
Really?
Yes, because it was like on a Monday afternoon or something. They tape delayed it and played it later that night. It was half empty. I actually covered the last one there. What was it? I don't even know what year that was. When was
you know who sang the national anthem at the 2000 MLB All-Star Game?
Seal.
Where?
Good guess.
Okay, so 99
Atlanta.
was Fenway. Oh, 2000 was Atlanta?
MC Hammer.
No, he was long gone by then.
Was it Nelly?
Another one-worder. Brandy. Remember her? She dated Kobe Bryant. She went to the prom with Kobe Bryant.
Mm.
Who did you go to the prom with, Mark?
I worked at Little Caesars that night.
That's the most Kabali thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I worked at Little Caesars.
I did.
Hot and ready, baby. Kaboom. All right, thanks, Mark.
We'll see it.
That was the Donnie Football Debrief. All right, Crowley's in next. Stay tuned for that. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. We'll be right back.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you.
Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Looking for your next favorite spot in Brookline? Head to Moonlight Cafe. Enjoy $5 Blue Moon drafts every Tuesday. And don't miss their homemade spaghetti and meatball special every Sunday. Moonlight Cafe, where good times and great flavors shine.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavor. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Paul McCartney got back live. PPG Paints Arena, November 11th. Paul McCartney, live in concert. The greatest moments that have soundtracked our lives. From McCartney Solo, Wings, and the Beatles. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more information, visit paulmccartneygotback.com.
Employee Pricing Plus is back, and now is the time to save big at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo, payment starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
You've been called many things.
Is that?
The president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat, and sometimes the sultan of slots. But no matter who you are, you know there's always another way to win on the BetParx app. New BetParx casino users score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence as well. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch, it detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Guardian Protection, smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing, or 1.9% for 60 months. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires August 4, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Granger. Granger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Wednesday, July 23rd, Hilton Garden in Pittsburgh, Granbury in Cranberry Township, or Thursday, July 24th, Holiday Inn Express and Suites Pittsburgh West in Greentree. Weight loss at 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar at 8.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things